My name is Rachel Kaufman, and I'm the current director of ucLADINO. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the 2022 ucLADINO conference, our 10th annual conference, excitingly, entitled Engendering Ladino, Transmission, Language, and Creation. This event has been made possible by the UCLA Alan D. Levy Center for Jewish Studies, the UCLA Maurice Amado Program in Sephardic Studies, the UCLA History Department, the UCLA Department of Spanish and Portuguese, and the UCLA Department of Near Eastern Languages and Cultures. For 10 years, the ucLADINO conference has created a warm, innovative, and unique environment in which community members, students, and scholars can come together to celebrate Ladino, to bring Sephardic history and culture into broader spheres of discussion, and to create new paths together for language transmission, preservation, and adaptation. I'm excited and honored to be gathering with you all in this virtual space, a space which does allow us to gather from all across the world, which is wonderful. Please note that all audience members will be muted throughout the course of today's webinar, and the chat feature has been disabled. If you have any questions, please feel free to use the Q&A feature located at the bottom center of your Zoom screen. At the end of each panel, we will welcome questions from the audience through the same Q&A feature. This event is also being recorded and will be available for screening in the next couple of weeks on the Levy Center webpage under the Events tab. UCLA respectfully acknowledges that as a land-grant institution, UCLA occupies the ancestral and unceded territory of the Tongvar people. We pay our respects to elders and relations, past, present, and emerging, and recognize that the violence of settler colonialism is ongoing and that land acknowledgements are not enough. This year's conference is entitled Engendering Ladino, Transmission, Language, and Creation. As Emma Perez wrote in her 1999 book, The Decolonial Imaginary, about Chicanx history, to engender the past is to approach silences in the historical record to uncover previously unheard and marginalized voices. How can we, as historians, musicologists, linguists, anthropologists, poets, scholars of literary studies and digital humanities, all of whom will be represented in today's conference, record silences with our ears perked for, quote, that third space agency, end quote, latent in our archives, as Perez writes. This conference aims to reapproach and reimagine the Ladino archive, its transmission through literary production, family stories, trade routes, and music across global contexts through this framework of engendering and through an emphasis on gender, transmission, and power in the past, present, and future. We have an overflowing and exciting schedule today with panels that delve into Ladino theater, autobiography, and nationalism, gender, humor, and time in Ladino and Haketia texts, poetics, race, and empire, and linguistic and digital humanities approaches to the Ladino archive. At 1 p.m. Pacific time, Dr. Vanessa Paloma Elbaz will give our keynote lecture, The Voice, the Body, and the Matriarch, Sonic Transmissions of Engendering Beyond Language and Belief. And at 3:25 Pacific time, we will hear from past ucLADINO directors about Ladino education and community over the past decade. Before we get started, I would like to introduce our panel moderators today. Dr. Brian Kirschen is Associate Professor of Spanish and Linguistics at Binghamton University in New York. He is the Director of the National Authority of Ladino's International Delegation of Shadarim and also runs the Ladino Linguist Program, where he has taught dozens of sections of Judeo-Spanish since the onset of the pandemic. At Binghamton University, he co-directs the Ladino Collaboratory with Dina Danan. He is also the founder, 10 years ago, of ucLADINO at UCLA. Our next moderator, Rachel Smith, is a PhD candidate in history at UCLA. Her research explores the history of Sephardic ethnography in the late Ottoman Empire. Max Modiano Daniel is currently a PhD candidate in the Department of History at UCLA, soon to complete his dissertation titled The Sephardi Century, a relational history of a Los Angeles community 1893 to 1992. He served as director of ucLADINO from 2016 to 2019. And my name again is Rachel Kaufman. I'm a PhD student at UCLA in Latin American and Jewish history. My work focuses on the Mexican Inquisition and crypto-Jewish memory practices, and my poetry and scholarship more broadly explore memory studies, diasporic identity, and the translation of history through poetry. Due to some unfortunate COVID complications, we've unfortunately had to cancel our Ladino concert, although we might be able to add some Ladino music to the recorded version of this event. The concert would have come at the end of today's program. Yet we're very hopeful to provide musical performances in the months to come, and certainly at next year's ucLADINO conference. Gratitude is due to Chelsea White, David Wu, and Viv Holenbeck of the Levy Center, and Mahia Ayoso Sadsad and Asra Cham of UCLA's History Department for all of their support in bringing this conference to life, so thank you. I'm now going to share my screen just for a moment so we can see the schedule of events for the day. So in 10 minutes, we'll start our first panel moderated by Max Daniel, Nationalism and Memory, Accessing the Past Through Ladino Theater and Autobiography. Then we'll have a 5-minute break, and we'll continue with our second panel moderated by Rachel Smith, Language, Adaptation, and Gender in Ladino and Haketia Texts and Education. We'll have another 5-minute rest period, and then have our third panel, which I will be moderating, Translating History, Translating Empire, Poetics, Gender, and Race Across Ladino Borders and Generations. We'll take a 30-minute lunch at 12:30 Pacific time, and then come back at 1 p.m. for our keynote by Dr. Vanessa Paloma Elbaz. At 2:05, we'll have our fourth panel, moderated by Brian Kirschen, Naming, Digitizing, and Translating, Linguistic Approaches to the Ladino Archive. And then 5 minutes later, we'll have our 10th ucLADINO Conference Directors Panel, Ladino Across the Decade, featuring directors from 2012 until today. And we'll wrap things up at around 4:20 Pacific time. And this schedule link will be posted in the chat, so you can reference it at any time throughout the day. I hope you enjoy the wonderful collection of presentations we've prepared today, brought to you from an international community of scholars studying Ladino and Sephardic history, culture, and literature. We're coming to you from Bulgaria, Los Angeles, New York, Washington, Texas, Spain, Haifa, France, and Istanbul, which is pretty exciting. We will begin in a few minutes with our first panel of the day, moderated by Max Modiano Daniel, Nationalism and Memory, Accessing the Past Through Ladino Theater and Autobiography.
Okay, good morning or good afternoon or good evening, everybody, depending on where in the world you are tuning in from. My name is Max Modiano Daniel, and as Rachel, this great introduction introduced me, I am a PhD candidate at UCLA and a former director of ucLADINO. So it's my pleasure to moderate and guide the first panel of this year's ucLADINO conference. This first panel is titled Nationalism and Memory, Accessing the Past Through Ladino Theater and Autobiography. I will introduce each of our speakers, Rivka Bihar Waldman and Gila Simha Hadar, before each of their talks. And for each of those speakers, I will be giving you a verbal 5 or 2-minute warning before your time is up. And each panelist will have about 20 minutes to deliver their talk. And after each of them have spoken, there will be about 15 minutes for them to address any questions that the audience may have. And for the audience, you can type your questions at any time in the Q&A section on the Zoom platform. And then towards the end of the panel, we will look over the questions and address them to the panelists. So it's my great delight to welcome our first speaker, Rivka Bihar Waldman. Dr. Waldman completed her PhD in Spanish language and literature at Istanbul University, having completed an MA in comparative literature at Högskolan Dalarna, Sweden, and a BA in Spanish language and literature at Istanbul University. Dr. Bihar Waldman has a wide range of research interests, including areas such as Spanish and Latin American literature, second foreign language learning, teaching, and literary and cultural productions of the Jewish community in Istanbul. Her works have appeared in both national and international peer-reviewed journals, and she has participated in many national and international conferences. Dr. Bihar Waldman is also a professional translator and a tutor. She currently works as a postdoctoral researcher of the ERC Starting Grant Project, Staging National Abjection, Theater and Politics in Turkey and its Diasporas. So please welcome me in greeting Dr. Waldman for her talk, Kula 930, the Istanbul Jewish Community's Longing for Lost Past. So the floor is all yours, Dr. Waldman. So please unmute and share your video. Okay, it seems like Dr. Waldman is having some technical difficulties. So we're gonna switch it up a little bit and give the floor to Dr. Hadar now. So I'll introduce Dr. Hadar now as well. So Dr. Gila Hadar teaches at the Jewish History Department at the University of Haifa. Hadar investigates the history and culture of the Sephardic diaspora in the Ottoman Empire and Spanish Morocco, with a special emphasis on the Salonika Jewish community, family, gender, marriage, divorce, conversion, and emigration as survival strategies, as well as socialism and Zionism in the context of social and national strife. She has published many articles in Hebrew, English, Greek, Turkish, and Ladino. Dr. Hadar will deliver her talk entitled Reina Cohen, Yo vo amurir y non va a saber ningunos que fui el sacrificio de la nación. I'll die and nobody will know that I was a sacrifice of the nation. So without further ado, let's welcome Dr. Hadar. You'll have 20 minutes.
Boker tov, shalom, lachem boker tov. For us, it's almost night, no, it's evening. Thank you for the organizers and everybody here, to the participants that I don't see them, only their pictures. But I have a presentation. How can can you share it with me? Modiano, Max, Daniel.
Yes.
I have a presentation. How can I share it with you?
Yeah, can you do the share screen function?
Okay, yes, I know to. Okay, one moment. Do you see the? Okay, where are you? Wow, one moment. Okay, share screen, can I? Okay. Are we sharing the screen?
Yes, I see it.
Okay, Yofi. So I begin. I was lucky to find this autobiography of Reina Cohen, and I want all the people that want to do something about her. It's on the site of the university, on the site I will tell you where. You can use it, it's not mine, but it's very, very interesting, but a lot of work. So, in the Yad Yitzhak Ben-Zvi Library and in the Jewish National Library in Jerusalem, there are 3 booklets published by Señorina or Mademoiselle Reina Cohen. You can see Las Muchachas Modernas, Por los Modernos, and look, this is 1898, 1899, and the 3rd book that she published is a Comentario sobre el Libro de Daniel, and this was published on 1901. I asked the librarian, Dova Cohen, it was the old librarian, now he's doctor in Bar-Ilan University, if she is real, she writer or pseudonym. Dov was not sure if she is she or he, and sent me to her autobiography in a microfilm. So this is what I took pictures from the microfilm, but now you can find it. In the so 400 pages and another 200 pages of closely handwriting written in Judeo-Spanish Solitreo script, almost no misspellings, mistake or deletions. Both are now digitized and published on the Gaster collection, John Rayland's library in Manchester website. Not only were Reina Cohen's books the first book that were written by a woman in Ladino, beside Rosa Gabay from Istanbul, but her father was a publisher, and published in Salonika, this was also the first Judeo-Spanish autobiography ever written. So in this lecture, I will depict the feminine experience of an erudite, mystic young woman in the Jewish community of Salonika that had special and unique visions, dreams, and thoughts. I will attempt to interpret her dreams and visions regarding the future of the nation of Israel, messianism and redemption on both a national level and personal, intimate level, her aspiration for self-fulfillment and recognition of her mystical abilities and feminine chastity. Second, I will follow the path of the manuscripts. Why did she write them, and how they found its way to the Gaster collection, and why they were not published. Also, the books were published by a well-known publisher and were promoted and advertised by the famous and widespread newspaper La Época. We learned from the autobiography that the well-known publishing house stole booklets from her and did not meet its distribution commitments. Reina Cohen borrowed money, acquired debts that she could not return, and she, her brothers and sister went out into the streets and sold the booklets in synagogues and in public places. The choice of writing a commentary on the book of Daniel was not made by chance. The book was written during the transition from the 19th century to the 20th century, and as a result of the Christian education that she received from the Protestant mission school in Salonika, writing betrays the influence of millenarism. Writing in white ink. Feminine writing, as represented by the French feminists Hélène Sixo, Lucy Regeri, and Julia Kristeva, deals with the unique feminine experience, the body of woman, pregnancy, birth, raising children, pain, fasting, tears, body fluid, silence, and the permitted voice. Reina Cohen wrote with a pencil, but her main writing was in white ink. A lot of tears and cries of pain, and accepted feminine way of pious, righteous, and holy woman, fasting, pain, indigence, rejection, seclusion, and even madness. Fasting and affliction between national and individual. When I was, she said, when I was, yo como criatura, achití ezer los ta'aniyot. Esto era en tiempo de Elul, el mes entero de Elul, fin a Kippur, estuve haciendo ta'anit. Did Reina practice fasting because she behaved like the righteous woman in the Sephardic diaspora who did not eat meat on Mondays and Thursdays, since these were days of repentance? Did she follow great women that saved the Jewish people from disaster as Queen Esther, that according to Kabbalist circles her past have a special meaning and it was regarded not as a remembrance of the past, but mainly in relation to the future? Or the fast of Judith before she decapitated Holofernes? There is another dimension. Caroline Binum and Joan Bloomberg claim that by eating or fasting, women control their bodies, themselves, and their world. Did Reina Cohen try to destroy her body in order to attain a higher degree of spirituality, or it was the attempt to overcome her bodily desires, to end the pressure by her family that she must marry a promising young man who was courting her, and to overcome the process of maturity and the changes that occurred in her body, which means a kind of anorexia or anorexia and bulimia, or food irregulations, irregularities that characterize adolescence. In her autobiography, she's writing, yo me topaba en un estado muy extraordinario. Yo non era más persona. The conscious self-destruction of her body did not end with self-starvation and fasting. She cries and howls with pain, and so she received poetic inspiration, and the words burst forth. The emotional torment was unbearable, and Reina pleads with God to grant her physical rather than emotional torment. I didn't find her poetic works. She said that she published them in La Época and in Hashofar from Bulgaria, but I didn't find, because we don't have all the newspapers. So the Lord grants her wish and gives her a toothache. It was the afflictions of the Inquisition. Reina's toothache causes her sublimation by means of the pain she feels part of the Jewish Sephardic world, past, present, and future. During an adult's lifetime, Reina had 9 teeth extracted. I'm not a doctor, but I found the diagnosis of her pain disease. She suffered from trigeminal neuralgia, that is a chronic pain condition that affects the trigeminal nerve, which carries sensation from the face to the brain. It is sometimes described as the most excruciating pain known to humanity. The pain typically involves the lower face and jaw, and many patients assume that they have a dental abscess. Memory and oblivion. Yo vo amurir y non van a saber ningunos que fui el sacrificio de la nación. For her autobiography, we learned that she had 7 brothers and sisters, but she does not mention their names. The reason that Reina was sent to study at the Protestant school was because of her father's misogyny, as she herself testified. After an anti-Semitic say of one of her teachers, Reina, who was aware of the depth and richness of Jewish culture and history, decided to devote herself to study and knowledge in order to give honor to the Jewish people. But she does not follow this path alone. During the night, a spirit was revealed to her and leads her to the regions of sorrow and affliction, and to the clear and bright places of praise, honor, happiness, and ease. Not a lot of happiness, a lot of pain. The struggle between good and bad, bodily suffering and spiritual joy continues throughout her autobiography. Reina does not leave her home for 15 years and then travels in search of the Mashiach to Jerusalem, Cairo, Paris, and London. At some stage, the search of the Mashiach is also a search for a partner in life and ends with despair and suffering. Reina Cohen does not use the term autobiography. She writes, "I told him my biography and my ideas." This sentence appears 26 times in the first part of the autobiography, indicating that her life story and her ideas were one and the same. The names of her family members, friends, and relatives don't appear in the autobiography. The only names that appear are those of the great men of the Sephardic world of this time, Dr. Moshe Ottolenghi, the director of the great Talmud Torah, Rabbi Yaakov Meir, the chief rabbi of Salonika, Rabbi Danon, chief rabbi of Beirut, Rabbi Chaim Nahum, chief Chacham Bashi of Turkey after the Young Turk Revolution, and Avraham Rosanes, an historian. And also Avraham Galante, the director of Lavara, researcher and historian. She wrote him to join her and Rabbi Meir to fulfill her vision. She imagines herself as a ship struggling the storm, tired and powerless. She told Galante, "Now is your time to grab the rudder of the ship and hoist the victory flag." This is Galante, and this is what she wrote. Yo giuré el grandioso río de Abraham Avinu y de Eliyahu Hanavi el profeta por santificar el nombre del Dios sobre la tierra. She also met the Rabbi of Cairo and the Rabbi of France that avoided her, so she didn't mention their names. Do they agree to meet her because of the other voice that of a mystic and a prophetess? It becomes clear that determination, lack of sensitivity from her, and a sense of mission motivated her. All the rabbis received her and allowed her time to present her ideas and their biography. After she tells of her vision of the return of the Jewish people to religious observance, the restoration of the lost glory of Judaism, reform in the religious establishment, and the formation of a world rabbinic congress to replace the Zionist Congress with its secular Sephardic vision, the rabbis evade a further meeting with her. Do they perceive an emotional problem, or they were unwilling to receive ideas of prophecy and redemption from a woman? What motivated Reina Cohen to write her biography? The first time the issue of writing the biography was discussed, it was in Jerusalem. Reina is far away from her family and hasn't succeeded in fulfilling the dream that brought her to Jerusalem, finding a wise bridegroom who would be her companion. She went to the Wailing Wall. Yes, this is the Wailing Wall. And lost her way close to the tomb of Shimon HaTzadik. That's Shimon HaTzadik, now it's called Sheikh Jarrah, very political problem there. She was scared to death. At that time, Herzl passed away. It's 1904, and there was concern regarding the continuation of the Zionist vision. Herzl also appears in her dream, and they were sitting on a balcony. You see, he is on the balcony with a lot of people. She was barefoot and was not properly dressed. They talk about the Zionist idea and sudden death without realizing it. Reina compares herself to Herzl, and she was afraid that in the event of her death, her ideas would die with her. Anxiety about death before her ideas come true causes her to change her perception of redemption. She abandons the idea of Zionism and believes in redemption through God. However, beside the fear of loss of her exalted ideas, to increase wisdom and fortify the existence of the people of Israel and praise and glorify it, Reina also wishes to glorify herself and her wisdom. She is afraid to die alone in a strange city, leaving nothing behind, as she is unmarried and has no children. The idea to die without leaving a son, or zachar, zecher in Hebrew, is well known from the agony of the sages expelled from Spain. They lost their family, their children, and wrote books in order to leave a trace of their living or work, their devotion to God, and that they were existed. In London, Reina Cohen meets Dr. Gaster, who is the only one who listened to her intentionally. Her brother that lived in London acted as an interpreter. While Dr. Gaster, who also dealt in Kabbalah, was amazed by her ideas, her visions, and her manner, her brother thought she was odd and bothering the rabbi with her strange ideas. While the brother regards the fact that Reina... Yes?
Just 2 more minutes.
Okay. So, בסדר. Tells him that it's better that she hasn't married. In 1913, after 13 World Jewish Congress, all the Sephardic rabbis met in Vienna and discussed Sephardic issue as preservation and usage of the Judeo-Spanish language and the role of the Sephardi in the Zionist organization. Can we speculate that Reina's idea of Sephardic Zionist Congress were permitted and Rabbi Gaster and Yaakov Meir that know her implement them? Rabbi Gaster sent her to Paris on her way back home to Salonika and asked her to write her biography in an orderly manner and send it to him. The third time Reina is asked to write her biography following a meeting with the chief rabbi of France. The rabbi refuses to receive Reina, but Reina didn't take no for an answer. I will not tell you what she's doing, but she entered and she spoke with him because she made a sage on his house. The rabbi can't go out and left with no choice. He allows her in a conversation. He recognized the emotional distress of Reina and tell her what no one had told her before. She needed psychological treatment and recommended her to put her biography and her ideas in writing as bibliography. One moment, okay. In a minute, I will, okay. Reina returns to Salonika, remains cloistered in her house for 3 months, puts her biography in writing, and sends the manuscript to Dr. Gaster in London. In the second manuscript, she asked Dr. Gaster to publish her manuscripts and translate them to English, that all the people will know the anguish and pain she endured for the Jewish people. So I will finish only why was the manuscript silenced and never publicized. She wrote letters to Dr. Gaster and to the chief rabbi of France and waited for answer that did not arrive. In the second manuscript, it seems that she understood that she would not realize her visions. It is the beginning of an understanding that she had psychological and neurological problems, and she began to write dates and names. Only at the end of 600 pages, I found that she was 40 years old in 1911. And still she has dreams to marry a young religious man, and both will be the parents of the Mashiach ben Ephraim. I will not talk about the apolixia visions, but I want to say that it looks like that Dr. Gaster didn't read her red notebooks. This is the red notebooks. I think that I was the first to open them with holy anxiety after the people that made the microfilm for the Hebrew University. Is it because Dr. Gaster was not fluent in Judeo-Spanish, or he didn't have time, like most of us, to follow all the articles on works of our colleagues? I have another summary, but maybe I will talk about this later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Hadar. What a fascinating profile of a really amazing young woman. And just a reminder for people listening in, at any time you can submit a question in the Q&A section of the Zoom platform. For most computers, it will be on the bottom portion of your screen. So we have fortunately addressed the technical concerns. So I will once again introduce our second panelist, Rivka Waldman. So Dr. Waldman completed her PhD in Spanish language and literature at Istanbul University, having completed an MA in comparative literature at Högskolan Dalarna, Sweden, and a BA in Spanish language and literature at Istanbul University. Dr. Bihar Waldman has a wide range of research interests, including areas such as Spanish and Latin American literature, second foreign language learning and teaching, and literary and cultural productions of the Jewish community in Istanbul. Her works appeared in both national and international peer-reviewed journals, and she has participated in many national and international conferences. Dr. Bihar Waldman is also a professional translator and a tutor. She currently works as a postdoctoral researcher of the ERC Starting Grant Project, staging national objection, theater and politics in Turkey and its diaspora. So please welcome me in listening to Dr. Waldman present her talk, Kula 930, the Istanbul Jewish Community's Longing for Lost Past.
Okay, one last try to see, oh, it's closed anyway. Thank you very much. This presentation is a part of ERC Staging Objection Project, and I'm grateful to European Commission for their support. As you already heard twice, my article, my study is about the play Kula 1930, actually. And it's a play that was first staged in 1978 by the Jewish community here in Turkey, and it quickly became very popular. And it's now considered as a classic of the Jewish community of Turkey. Its language was mainly Ladino, and it's a very important aspect when you consider the second half of the 20th century. And over the 40 years of time, it had 4 renditions. The dates are a little bit random, but I will be explaining them further ahead during the presentation. The first rendition was in 78, the second was 89, the third 2002, and the fourth one 2017. And each rendition had a high box office success. But unfortunately, this is a classic with a shelf life, and I will be talking about it as well. So this is the first study and analysis of the play ever from the first-hand perspective, since I belong to the same community and I have access not only to Ladino, but also the context and recordings. Actually, I had to dig into personal archives to reach the second rendition, the video of the second rendition of the play. First rendition video doesn't exist. Nobody has it, unfortunately. My research aims to show the loss of the Sephardic culture in Turkey through the theoretical lens of national objection. Objection is a useful term to describe the experiences of multiple minority groups based on anything from ethnicity to sexual orientation. Having said that, also the lived experiences and the nature of objection would be different for each group, right? As it is the case with the Sephardic Jews in Turkey. So Shimikawa offers an update of Kristeva's conception of objection. For both Kristeva and Shimikawa, objection is the condition or position of that which is deemed loathsome and the process by which that appraisal is made. So I will try to show how objection is applied through Kula to the Jewish community in Turkey. So I will skip a little bit the background of the Sephardic Jews in the Ottoman Empire, as you might already be familiarized with. But after the golden ages of the Sephardic Jews in the Ottoman Empire, they fell behind drastically from other religious groups. They becoming a very conservative and religious minority that plummeted into poverty. And that's when Alliance Israeli Universelle, based in Paris, came to lend a hand to their co-religionists. Although the intentions were noble, it was the first ever rupture and first ever crack into the Sephardic Jewish community of the Ottoman Empire. They didn't only bring their language, they also brought their Westerner views and values. So what happened with this rupture from within? When the Republic of Turkey was founded in 1923, it launched a series of Turkification process. And because of that crack that was initially made by the Alliance Israeli Universelle, it was easier to enter, and there were a series of harsh Turkification processes as well. So what happened? In the First World War, a mass immigration to mainly Americas had already started, but with the Second World War, with the foundation of Israel, a mass immigration started. And later on, when we come to this century, with the Gezi protest and with the 2016 intended coup, in a smaller scale, the migration continued. So when you look at the first census in 1923, the Jewish population was around 82,000 out of a total population of 13 million. But fast forwarding to today, it's an estimated optimistic 13,000. So there were harsh consequences as well, right? Remaining members, especially after the Turkification processes, refused to pass Ladino to their kids in order to avoid further conflict, which eventually led to the loss of the Sephardic culture and heritage. So this is where Kula, the play, comes into play. Shrunk already in numbers, and it was always a closed community, the remaining community members chose to keep a low profile, which resulted even more in the invisibility of the Jewish culture in Turkey. But in order to revive what was left of the Jewish life, in the mid-60s, Jewish youth clubs were established, and they were voluntary, charity-based cultural activities, and they did lots of activities such as amateur plays. So you can see the playwrights of the Kula here. You might even know them. This is Izzet Bana, and you might know him from Los Paşaros Sefaradi, Selim Hubeş, the same, Los Paşaros Sefaradi. Here we have George Eskenazi Gözcü, who is mainly known by the Moist plays. They come together with Yuda Siliki, of course, and they were inspired back then by the Israeli Sephardic play Bustan Sephardi, which gave the structure to Kula 1930. They actually never saw it, but they took the structure from this play, and also they heard about the album, Yerogan's album of Ladino songs, and it reminded them of the tunes that their parents and grandparents hummed. So they said, okay, let's reintroduce our culture back to our society, community, and remind them of our beautiful culture. So what you have in this play is a kind of a weak and simple and not so outstanding plot, because the plot is shaped by the songs, by the Ladino songs that they wanted to introduce. And the characters are also inspired by the real people that once lived in Galata, like the drunk protagonist Moise and the Rabbi of the community. Also, some real events that happened back then have been added to the later on renditions, which allowed the audience to bond even more with the play. And this is the first ever Ladino dominated play after 1947. You might know that Turkish, French, Hebrew, Ladino, it was all a mixture. And come to 70s, well, Turkish was a little bit more dominating. So with the aim of reintroducing the Sephardic culture, this was the first ever Ladino dominated play. So there are 4 renditions. The dates are a little bit random, but it was first staged in 78, although it was written in 77. That's why the 40th year was staged in 2017 instead of 2018. And this is the 89 is the 20th anniversary, and there's no 10th anniversary, and 2002 is the 25th anniversary of the play. Don't forget that the plays are always about raising funds and entertaining people. When the community needs to raise funds for students, for other financially lacking people of the community, they were like, okay, let's put Kula on, and we would raise some funds. Another funny aspect and a really nice aspect is it's the same actors in 40 years. So Jorge Escanez Gözcü played Moise when he was 20, and now he's plus 65, and he's still playing the same character. Same with Izzet Bana, with one exception with the exception of the third rendition, Karen Gershon Sharhon, that you might also know, has always acted as Bulisa in this play. So it's always the same actor, which creates another bond with the audience. And it was a milestone for many of them. Los Pasharo Sephardi was created after the play. Sephardic Culture Center was founded after this play. So it truly revived the Sephardic heritage and our culture in that sense. But what happens is this play was invited to many places, from Greece to the US, but because it has 50 people acting and working behind the stage and the setting, due to lack of financial resources, it had to decline all the invitations. And it's a play that's stuck between Istanbul, Izmir, and Israel. And it adds more to its invisibility, because let's face it, it's not open to broader Turkish society. It's a play written by the Sephardic Jews of Turkey to be presented to the Sephardic Jews of Turkey. And that's it, or others, Sephardic members in Israel and in Izmir. So what happens? The popularity of the play depended on the reaction of the audience. The generation that formed the audience lived in Galata ghetto, knew Ladino, and had fond memories of that period in which they could live to their Jewish identities freely. Although it wasn't the primary intention after 40 years, it will be wrong to say that Kula means something else. It wouldn't be wrong to say that Kula means something else. It's just not another play, but it's now heavily loaded with nostalgia. However, already in 2017, in the 4th rendition, Ladino was tuned down, leveling it with Turkish, and uptitle devices were used for the Ladino parts and songs, because the new audience wouldn't understand Ladino as much as the 40-year-old, let's say, audience. Some of the audience has passed away, some of it moved to other countries, and the new generations here, they couldn't catch up with the language or with the idioms, proverbs, everything that Kula has inside. It's a very rich play in that sense. And also, in like manner, Jewish community that emigrated from Turkey to Israel started losing touch with the play as well. Some jokes do not get the same reaction from the audiences as they did before. So the audience there is kind of changing as well. What makes Kula unique is not only its language, but the feelings and memories that it stirs up in the audience. And if the Ladino fact is gone, what is left is a weak plot that doesn't add much to literature or offers any depth to the audience composed of a new generation of Jews or broader Turkish society. Even though Ladino is preserved somehow, if it's not staged to the right audience, and by right audience, I mean, of course, Jews who actually experienced that ghetto life, as a play, it wouldn't have much of an effect either, as happened with the Turkish Jews of Israel. Hence, unfortunately, it's a classic with a shelf life, which might expire in 15 years. At the moment, they're talking about having a 5th rendition in the upcoming 5 years, maybe, but we'll see who's going to be in it, who's not going to be in it, and if it's going to be staged. But what is Kula saying to us? Its success, its evolution over the 40 years, or even its eventual death. Where is this nostalgia coming from? So going back to the theoretical lens of national objection, as I mentioned earlier, while the general population of Turkey kept increasing, the number of Jews kept decreasing. and I've taken the liberty to put the numbers there again. So objection in the Jewish context in Turkey had an effect so profound that it led to the decimation of the Jewish community, so much so that its number reflects not even a decimal point. This is unlike many other minority groups who have been objected, whose numbers have either increased, remained constant, or reduced, albeit gradually. This was not the case for the Jews in Turkey. It just shrunk drastically, and the remaining ones quickly adapted to Turkish as language and also to the Turkish ways. With the remainder of the Sephardic Jewish community having lost its cultural markers of their identity, not least the use of the Ladino language, while also made to feel othered by both social and political forces, it could be argued that the Jews of Turkey have reached a stage of post-objection. In other words, Jews are not Turks, but there are little cultural traits which allow them to define themselves as Sephardi Jews either. This led to a search for a new identity in which this generation of Jews of Turkey are going through. I will include myself as well here, if you will, an identity crisis. And thank you very much for listening to me. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
So thank you so much, Dr. Waldman, for that great exploration of Kula 1930. And we have a good amount of time for questions and answers. And just a reminder, you can do that through the Q&A function through the Zoom platform. And we do have some already in the Q&A. And I don't know if our panelists, Dr. Waldman and Dr. Hadar, you can unmute and share your videos so we can, have a conversation. And you may also be able to see the Q&A. So let's see. I'm reading over the Q&A, so I'm just seeing what it says. So Dr. Hadar, do you see the Q&A? There's some questions directed for you.
Yes, first, thank you to Samuel, Dr. Samuel Krikler. I know what is this trigeminal neurologia. Is my brother-in-law have it, and before they take all his teeth, he wanted to kill himself. So I thought that she have it because in Israel people are without teeth, and after this only they understand that this is the trigeminal neurology, and it's very, very, very painful. Thank you, Dr. Samuel. Thank you to Cynthia Gabay. I would like to know you because I read something of you, and to Paloma Diaz-Mas too. But what I want to say for, if you are a psychologist, I'm not, but it was very, very painful to read her. I don't like her. From the first paragraph, I understood that she is not my cup of tea and that she needs help. But as an historians and as people, we try to find logic in madness, and she was fantastic. You ask for verbs and como se dice, palabras of psychological. I wrote a dictionary of angustia y llorar. If we will look how many times she writes Yori, y exclamé al Dio, I think it's half of her work, because she's, and I found a lot of, I didn't know what is estremecido. So she was estremecido. She felt that the spirit, the bad spirit, is in furia to her. She felt like that she's condenar, she's and calumnia and mancia y ansia. so many, desilusionar, descorajar, desbafar, desbiblar, de perderse, she feels de perdida all the time, muerte de mudada, I was experiencing too, it's very hard to read, it's very hard, it was very hard. Yes, so I read a lot about madness, and in the second part that I send I send it in the chat. I send the site. In the second part, she thinks that she understands that something is not real good in her mind. And the second thing that I don't like, but she said that her brother have delusions and have, something. I'm not sure that she have mania depressia or schizophrenia. It doesn't matter. She wrote 600 pages, and that's the first woman that have an autobiography and write it. I want you, I don't know if you hear me at the last sentence. I said that Dr. Gaster didn't read her 2 notebooks. And it's the same like other people in all the scholar world doesn't read other works of other people. Only they look at the last page, look, I'm here, I'm not here. So it doesn't matter. So read things because I wrote about her and he didn't read her. I read her, the only one. A lot of work, 7 years. And maybe she was my family because my family from Salonika was Cohen. I don't know. I'm just joking. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So we have another question from Dr. Brian Kirshen, who we'll see later on today, who thanks both of you for your talks and has a question for both of you as well. And I'll read it from the Q&A. With such a revival of interest in all things Sephardic and Judeo-Spanish today, coupled with all that online access affords, where can we find either Rivka's Sartorial manuscript or view Kula 1930? So I did, in the past couple of minutes, I did post the link to the digitized manuscript in the chat with pretty high quality scans, as I can tell. And then Brian goes on to say, in regard to the latter, are Izet and Karen, I'm guessing Izet Banai and Karen Sharhon, probably, planning for younger generations to present the next 5th iteration of the play, or talks about presenting it on Zoom to an international audience? So I guess that will go to Dr. Waldman.
Thank you very much for the question. For the Kula 1930, the 3rd and the 4th renditions, they are on YouTube. I will, after I unmute myself, I will go to YouTube, find the links and post it on chat. But the 2nd rendition, I have it at home because Izet Bana send it to me directly. If anybody is interested, you can email me. I can ask Izet Bana for his consent, and most probably he'll have it because he'll give it because he wants a wider audience. He wants everybody to watch it at some point. And I can send it through WeTransfer or whatever we see fit. In regard to the for younger generations, the problem is everybody, with the exception of Jojo Gözcü, they think that if the play is not played in Ladino, it loses its brilliance, it loses its essence, it loses its everything. So the problem with it is, you might know Karen, you might know Jojo Gözcü, they improvise a lot. They dominate the language and they improvise. So yes, there's a textbook, but they don't actually follow it. But the others, there's a younger couple there, and the younger couple in all of the renditions, as far as I've been told, they always they always performed in Turkish. And I said, why did you keep the young couple talking Turkish? And they said, younger couples already back in the 80s, they couldn't talk proper Ladino. It was a very broken Ladino, so we preferred them to talk in Turkish rather than kill Ladino. So I don't think, yani, if they act all in Ladino, it's going to be all memorized and a textbook play, which it would lose a little bit of its essence as well in that sense, but it's a decision up to them. But I think they have a WhatsApp group. I know that they're talking about to have a 5th rendition in 5 year time, more or less in 2027. But if it happens, most probably it's going to be with the same cast. I have a feeling about it. I don't know if they're going to present it on Zoom, but most probably afterwards they will air it in YouTube as well, I think.
I want to say something. Moderator.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Rivka, but did you mention Yuda Seliki for the
Yes,
Kula?
I did, as the playwright. Yeah, as the playwright, yes, I mentioned.
Okay.
He didn't act, and he wasn't in the live band that goes with the play, but he's one of the 4 playwrights, and I mentioned him. I interviewed him for my study as well. I wouldn't.
Okay.
The only person I couldn't interview, unfortunately, was Selim Hubesh, because he was in hospital when I was carrying out my study, and he unfortunately passed away in December last year.
Okay. Thank you. So we have 2 more questions. One is in the Q&A from Gloria Asher. This is for Dr. Waldman. Dr. Asher says, "Muchas gracias. Thank you for your thoughtful presentation." She has 2 questions. First, what do you mean by the Galata Jewish ghetto? I didn't think Jews were forced to live in what I believe to be more of a neighborhood. Second, there's a veritable resurgence of interest and activity in Ladino worldwide, including in Turkey, and a strong Sephardic identity, including among younger Sephardim. So I guess this is about using the term ghetto.
Yeah, maybe the term ghetto is a wrong one. What I mean is a neighborhood, but I used it as like they lived kind of in a ghetto because it was kind of a bubble. Like in that sense, I wanted to use it. Thank you if I'm wrong. And when you say there's a resurgence of interest and activity in Ladino, yes, with the pandemic, online courses and online activities have a little bit stirred up interest and stirred up those sort of activities. But I wouldn't agree with you when you say there's a strong Sephardic identity. At the moment, as we're speaking, a PhD candidate, Karel Valenci, maybe you know her from Hablaremos, from her Shalom, her text from Shalom. She's conducting a PhD thesis on Jewish identity, what it means. So she's sending out forms, and you have to see the questions. The questions doesn't even have the word Sephardic in it. We're trying to identify what sort of Jews we are. We I think already passed the Sephardic part of it. It's just one phrase for us where we say, oh yeah, we are the Jews that were expelled from the Iberian Peninsula back in the 16th century. But past that, we don't have much Sephardic identity that's with us. And if we're talking about young interest, it's not more than 10 people, unfortunately. That would be my,
Yeah, and I think for the question ghetto, my thought is what would be the Turkish Ladino word? Mahalle or mahalle?
Mahalle, yeah, it is the Turkish word, Yehudi mahallesi.
Yeah, and I think in Ladino, I've heard mahalle as a kind of shortened form, at least in Salonika. So that might be kind of mistranslated maybe into ghetto, but
maybe, exactly.
Jewish neighborhood.
Yeah, definitely I will correct it. Thank you very much.
And then we have one question from the chat, which is not in the Q&A. So this is from Dr. Paloma Elbaz. Her question is for Gila, and she asked about the relationship between the perception of women's spirituality and what your text demonstrates is her active knowledge and engagement with mystical texts. Does she state which authors she was reading or where her Kabbalistic material was coming from? And then Dr. Elbaz also goes on. She has a question, if there's time, about the multilingual aspects of Turkish Jewish life and their own relationship today to multilingualism in song repertoire performed by Sephardim in Turkey, decentering the hegemony of Ladino into their multiplicity of linguistic and intellectual sources. So the first part, I guess, is for Dr. Hadar about Reina Cohen's knowledge and engagement with mystical texts. I guess, does she refer to Zohar or Kabbalah or things like that?
No, but I really doesn't know where are what she read. I know that she read newspapers. She went everywhere that were newspapers and she was reading them. Maybe she found some of them in the Trésor de los Judéos Sfaradi or something like this that was published by Fresco in Istanbul, but she didn't write that she read this. I really, she doesn't refer to her sources, but she knew a lot of, she doesn't quote them, but I found sometimes that she's very close to Teresa de Avila, mystic illusions or mystic visions, but I'm not sure that I know, but she was studying in a Protestant school, so maybe she's taking things from the Protestant, but she know, yes, I think she read Me'am Loez, that every bourgeois home had Me'am Loez, you know, everybody said, oh, they read the Me'am Loez. No, only people that have money and have know to read the Hebrew script, they read Me'am Loez. But maybe I think that she read Me'am Loez because she know a lot of people that from the Talmud and from the Gemara that I don't know them. I searched and I found, and but it's a lot of stories, but she knew how to integrate them in her thoughts. But I don't think that she read Kabbalah or Zohar. No, but all people in Salonika at the end of the 19th century, and I think most of the Jews and Protestants had this 2000 mystic feeling that the changing of the zeros of the time. So a lot of people wrote comentarios sobre el libro de Daniel, but not all the commentaries were found, or they are went by the flames of the 1917. She wrote another book. It's a commentary on Mishlei, but we didn't find it because I think she gave it to the library of Rabbi Kovo, Yaakov Kovo, and the library of Yaakov Kovo was lost in the fire of 1917.
Thank you. So in a few minutes, I just want to direct the second part of the question about the multilingual aspects of Turkish Jewish life, and especially, I guess, in the song repertoire. I think Dr. Waldman might be able to address that. Especially?
What is the question with the multilanguage aspect?
Oh yeah, so this is the second, so I'm quoting Dr. Elbaz here. I also have a question, if there's time, about the multilingual aspects of Turkish Jewish life and our own relationship today to multilingualism in sung repertoire performed by Sephardim in Turkey, decentering the hegemony of Ladino into their multiplicity of linguistic and intellectual sources.
Well, I'm not sure if I understand the question right, but I will try to answer it the way I understood it. When you say multi-language, at the moment, again, only my personal view, having been born in Istanbul, raised in Istanbul, had Jewish community life for most of my 40 years of life. My generation, including all my friends, their elder siblings, younger siblings, we cannot speak Ladino. And when you look at the production of the Sephardic Jewish people, when they write a book, when they publish a book, when they put on a play, because the Jewish youth clubs before the pandemic, and most probably hopefully after the pandemic nowadays, every year stage a play, they are not in Ladino. Everything is more or less dominantly in Turkish. And if anything, if we can talk about the multi-language aspect of it, it might be a Turkish English multi-languagism. That would be my observation. And actually I carried out a study about the identity crisis after post-Ladino in Istanbul Jewish Community through their productions, published productions. And I have read a lot of the published works starting in the 90s. Yes, they mention Sephardic roots, but there's nothing Sephardic left of it. It was already, Ladino was already a language that was a little bit trapped into the kitchen. And now that the women are back in the society, working and everything, that aspect is dying rather a slow but permanent death. So in that sense, there again, I would have to repeat, it's only a handful of people who are trying to revive the Sephardic culture, the Ladino language. Actually, when I was interviewing Karen Gershon Shahon for the study of Kula, the play, she said she believed that there was Ladino was having a renaissance. She thought that it was kind of dying, but when pandemic came and everything was digitalized, online, there was interest, people wanted to learn Ladino, and there were activities week after week. So it gave her hope. But I am not saying that there's no interest, but it's not enough interest. Like there's not enough interest to revive it.
So that, thank you so much to both of our panelists, Dr. Gila Hadar and Dr. Rivka Bihar Waldman, for your fascinating talks. And I have my own questions, but there's no more time. And I'm looking forward to following both of your work in the future and reading and hearing about what happens. So that is the conclusion of our first panel of the day. And now we will have about a 5-minute break and before the second panel.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Rachel Smith, and I'm excited to be moderating the second panel for ucLADINO. The panel is entitled Language, Adaptation, and Gender in Ladino and Haketia Texts and Education. And just like our last panel, each speaker will have 20 minutes, followed by a 15-minute Q&A. So please put any questions that you might have for the panelists into either the chat, or you can use the Q&A function. Our first paper will be from Fazila Derya August, PhD, an instructor at the University of the People. And her paper is entitled A Cognitive Linguistic Humor Approach to Professionals Depicted in Beki Bardavid's work titled Ağzımda, The Ash in My Mouth and Turkish Sephardic Culture. Fazila Derya August was born in Ankara, Turkey. Currently, she's an independent scholar, and she teaches world literature and composition at the University of the People. She was a research associate at the Hadassah Brandeis Institute at Brandeis University, and she used to be a visiting scholar there in the summer of 2010. She has a PhD in Italian language and literature from Ankara University and an MS in social anthropology from the Middle East Technical University, and an MA in English linguistics from Haketia University, and a BA in Italian language and literature. She attended a postgraduate course on literary translation at the University of Bari, and she has taught several courses in the Department of Translation and Interpreting at Girne American University in the 2007 to 2008 academic year. Dr. August, please get us started for today.
Thank you. I'm sharing my screen. Okay. Now I will talk about Beki Bardavid's autobiographic novel, but it has different titles. It has sections. It looks like, these look like anecdotes. My presentation is titled A Cognitive Linguistic Humor Approach to Professionals, depicted in Beki Bardavid's work titled Ağzımda, The Ash in My Mouth, and the Turkish Sephardic Culture. This study aims to analyze the cultural, linguistic, humoristic elements used in depicting professionals in the Turkish Sephardic author Beki Bardavid's sarcastic literary work. We can say it as an autobiographic novel titled Ağzımda, Orgasm, The Ash in My Mouth, motif writing. It consists of shapes because there are no punctuation rules in that book. However, she writes that she obeys the punctuation rules according to her. It was published in 1998 and distributed by Journalism and Publishing House in Istanbul. The female Turkish Sephardic author has a sarcastic approach towards students, professors, teachers, artists, business owners, and tailors. The cognitive linguistic elements used for depicting the characteristics of these professionals from a sarcastic point of view by creating different profiles will be analyzed and discussed within the framework of the graded salience hypothesis suggested by Jora and Fine. As a result, certain Turkish words, phrases, and sentences used ironically as creative metaphorical expressions by Bardavid to depict how some Turkish and Israeli professionals behave constitute the 20th century's cognitive linguistic irony elements of the Turkish Jewish humor, giving lessons to the contemporary professionals, even in this period, even in this century, therefore. Who was Beki Bardavid? Beki Bardavid lived in Istanbul. She finished the French high school for girls, Notre Dame de Sion. She got her BA in French language and literature, her MA in Spanish language and literature, and her PhD in Spanish language and literature. But she passed away in 2014. She published Ağzımda in 1998. Besides, she published 2 volumes of proverb and idiom dictionaries. These dictionaries involve Judeo-Spanish idioms and proverbs. One of them is about body parts and the other one is about family members. Here is the theoretical framework. Graded salience hypothesis. Jora posits that a joke is created with the surprising meanings of words. The grammatical structures of a joke may be peculiar. The notion of markedness relies on categorical internal structuring, which differs between the cognitive status of the prototype, the unmarked member, and the marginal status of the marked member. According to Jora, an excellently planned joke obeys the Gricean relevance theory, doesn't obey the graded informativeness requirement, but makes the readers process the second meanings of the sentences rather than the first meanings. Jora argues that the salience of a word or an utterance depends on familiarity, conventionality, frequency, and its contextual use. Thus, the salient meaning depends on the context. According to Jora's graded salience hypothesis, the conventional, thus the salient meaning is not salient for these salient meanings. The salient meaning has a new interpretation after a sequential word processing period. For Jora, interpreting an irony, the literal meanings are succeeded by metaphorical or metonymical meanings. Jora posits that salience identifies the cognitive processes involved in meaning conception. When literal and non-literal utterances converge in degree of salience, they involve the processes initially. There are familiar metaphors and their literal counterparts accordingly. She adds that conventional ironies may require the activation of salient, metaphorical, ironic meanings with literal meanings for the correct interpretation of the utterances. She concludes that irony and metaphors can end with a surprise, although jokes require suppression of the least and less humorous meanings of the utterances. Therefore, according to Jora and Fine, a sentence or a word becomes salient after having been coded through mental processes, and salience has degrees based on word processing. These are conventionality, frequency, familiarity, and prototypicality. For them, first literal meanings are active and then the ironic meanings are reached. First of all, we will begin with the analysis of students in the work. She criticizes the behavior of her own offspring. Here is a part titled An Education Method. Mommy, there is no comma. She says so. I'm going to the hairdresser. There is no dot after the sentence. Because the sentence is going on, there is a meaning, ironic meaning in this. How was your exam? There is no question mark after the question. Not bad. I am going to the hairdresser. How was the yesterday's exam? No question mark again. Not bad. Can I go to the hairdresser? No question mark, because the answer is evident. Is the tomorrow's exam ready? So, shall I go to the hairdresser? You know it, my daughter. She says çom, not çocuğum. She uses daily speech. Therefore, I shall sit and study. Shall not I, my dear mother? Then the child agrees to study instead of going to the hairdresser. There is sarcasm in it. She is unwilling to study, but she decides to study later. Then there is another part, those who cannot digest. She changed very, very much. As there is no gender discrimination in the use of words, o means both he and she in Turkish, I indicated this, she or he. Change very, very much. Did she or he read very much? She or he became very rich. There is sarcasm in it. Nobody studies for richness, and nobody who studies very much becomes rich. Only people who are rich are appreciated within the society's framework nowadays. There is another section, exploitation scheme. Will you put me on the staff of your newspaper? There is no question mark again, because the answer is for sure. The newspaper owner says next month, and this is repeated 5 times in the book. And then an answer of no comes from the newspaper owner. Because you cannot be a journalist, says the owner, but you are an academician. You are a scientist woman, says the journal owner. Therefore, she criticizes volunteer work that doesn't pay much here. There is conventionality. The conventionality refers to the educational corruption and the loss of the scientific value nowadays. The frequency refers to the fact that there is the shock on societal beliefs on education, because education has no value, but people can become rich even to buy education. There is the familiarity concept. The ideal student stereotyping appears. The ideal student is hardworking. She or he reads books all the time, but she doesn't think about going to the hairdresser. The prototypicality refers to unusual students. Unusual students work hard, and unusual scientists become rich accordingly. professors or teachers. She talks about professors and she criticizes their behavior sometimes. Beşi bir yerde means something different in Turkish. There are 5 golden pieces hidden in different parts in a flat, according to the Turkish culture. However, it has a different meaning in the text. 5 in one place. I have 1 husband. My children are only 2. I have 100 teachers. I have 1,000 books. God, you are so great. Then she appreciates her life because her husband never cheats her. Her children are nice. She has lots of teachers who educate her, who train her, and she has lots of books to read. Then she prays God for this. However, she criticizes the professors who doesn't get to class on time, she criticizes the professors who do not get to go to class on time, who do not attend lessons, and who must be honest, they mustn't be dishonest. Everybody hates a dishonest and harsh person. These involve professors, some professors according to her, and she warns all the professors about this issue on the 53rd page. A scientist mustn't be a trader. This is also a warning for professors for her. Regarding conventionality, there is educational corruption, and there is no way of teaching for becoming rich. Professors and teachers shouldn't try to be traders. Accordingly, regarding frequency, unrespectful behavior of teachers or professors can be criticized. The ideal professor-teacher stereotyping was broken here, and unusual professors appear prototypically. These professors may cause harm for making money, and they may not be teaching. There's another similar section, negated generation. There is no comma here after teacher. Teacher, can you give me a minute? There is no question mark because the answer is for sure no. Teacher, can you give me your knowledge? No. Teacher, can you give me one of your ideas? No. Teacher, can you give me your book? No. The teacher may not have any publications. Teacher, can you give me your book? No. Teacher, would you give me your signature? Bring it on, my child. But a teacher may grade papers without examining, correcting any mistakes on the exams. And the child's answer, I am Atatürk's child. I am not your child. Therefore, Atatürk has made reforms and requested teachers to be productive. However, this prototype, this teacher prototype, violates Atatürk's teacher stereotype, prototype, because this teacher has no relationship with the students, doesn't teach, and doesn't make the students think critically, and has no publications. But this teacher may sign something for becoming famous or evaluates exams without her or his own knowledge. There are these critical pieces in the book. Therefore, the author says that there is a big truth in this book. She's free in her pen. Therefore, she can write referring to her freedom of speech. However, this isn't the truth because the people she encountered made her write this book. These sentences refer to the fact that she can write her ideas and thoughts freely. However, the book ends with the following sentences. This is a massive lie, a big lie. I am free in my pen. because the people made her write this novel type book. It involves tales criticizing the people whom she met in life. She talks about artists. On page 21, there is a contract against racial, religious, gender-based, and color-based discrimination among artists. Besides, she has a piece, The Three Prices of One Work. Price from the artist. The artist decides a price for her or his work. Price ripped from the art lover. The art lover pays a price for buying an artwork. Life torn from the partner. The gallery owner may not receive the same amount as that received by the art lover. Therefore, there is a discussion here. Then the conventionality is the art for peace. The frequency of the salient meaning appears on money. The art is made for money. She is against volunteer work, and the prototype of the artist involves a rich artist, the artist who is not a volunteer, but who does some work for making lots of money. There are no dots after sentences because the answers are certainly yes or no. Besides, there is another piece, a tried hypothesis. If he was a painter, there is no comma, Hitler, hits in Turkish, the plural of hit is Hitler, referring to Hitler, would still be Hitler. Hits would still be hits. The salient meaning means that, therefore, the preferred artwork would still be hits. Or a bad artist, painter, can be similar to Hitler as he doesn't pay much, or he sells his work for lots of money, something like that. Therefore, the meaning, the salient meaning should be hits would still be hits. There is irony in this.
A quick reminder, you have 2 minutes left.
Okay. Regarding business owners, working woman, Ayşe works very, very satisfied, very satisfied, very satisfied. Ayşe works very, very pleased. Is she happy? Is she happy? Mutlu mu mutlu means very happy. However, is she happy? Is she happy? It may become a question if mu is separate from mutlu. Very happy, very happy. So what is up? She only misses her slippers. Therefore, a tired person cannot be happy. There is a complaint tradition. My back hurts, I have a headache. My stomach hurts, my ear hurts. Are you going to the doctor? To the hairdresser? There is the question mark in the book here because there is a situation where a real question appears in the mind of the listener of this complaint that is not valid, and it is not about an illness. Regarding tailors and Jews, I heard that in our country, Jews would be killed with tailors. I heard that in our country, Jews and tailors would be killed. The sentence can be interpreted in two ways. Therefore, ile means together with or and. Therefore, why tailors? This is the question. Usual question mark, unknown, and there is curiosity. For this reason, the question mark is used. Excessive clothing orders to tailors. This is what has been criticized. Terzi can be a surname, and too many old Jewish tailor in Old Galata can be referred. Besides, conspiracies against the Jewishness of some tailors can be argued, but there is the surprising effects for societal criticism. many rich Jews may be buying lots of clothes. She may be criticizing this, and the prototype is the fashion industry here. To conclude, the graded salience hypothesis make us better understand the social conditions in which the author had lived. Prototypes of students, teachers, professors, artists, business owners, and tailors are formulated to show that richness wishes shouldn't affect their performance and societal duties. Therefore, moral values must be emphasized in every profession. The ironic messages of the text are easily understood. The punctuation mistakes form irony since they underline the certainty of the answers to questions, or they underline true hidden societal beliefs about the professionals or about the professionals from different cultural backgrounds who do not do their own work. These are the references, and I thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. August. That was great. Our next panelist is Marina Majorsky, and her talk is entitled Translated Modernity, the Practice and Poetics of Ladino Translation in the Novels of Elia Carmona. Marina Majorsky is a PhD candidate in comparative literature at the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor. Her dissertation focuses on translation of popular literature into Ladino, Hebrew, and Yiddish in the late Russian and Ottoman empires. Marina, the floor is yours.
Hi. My title says adaptations plural, but I've actually chosen to focus on just one text, both to keep it simple and kind of to delve deeper into what a single text affords us. So what I want to examine in this talk is the modernization of Ottoman Jewish culture and its relation to Westernization. And I want to frame this in the broader shifts in Judaic studies scholarship, challenging Eurocentric narratives of modernity from something that originated in European metropolitan centers and then belatedly reverberated in so-called peripheries. And the way I offer to examine this facet in the Ladino-speaking world is literary translation through close reading of Ladino adaptation of The Count of Monte Cristo by Constantinople author Elia Carmona. And in taking on literary translation, I suggest really viewing it as a cultural borderland, a site of encounter and entanglement between two cultures, and this a creative and complex venue that negotiates political and social powers. And so what does this encounter look like really in the Ottoman Jewish context? What are the powers shaping it? So what term that, sorry, do we have the presentation, or I sent it to you?
I don't see it yet, but I can keep checking.
Still can't share it. Okay. So the starting point is a term that figures prominently in narratives tracing the history of Ottoman Jewish modernization, which is Westernization, the aspiration towards the internalization of the ideals of Western modernity. And these ideas, as we know, were introduced to the Jewish communities of the Ottoman Empire, primarily through the French educational network of the Alliance. And we've heard a little bit about that from Dr. Waldman before. And it's undeniable, of course, that Jewish modernity was shaped by this encounter with French culture through the mediation of the Alliance. It offered formal education for women, and it trained generations of Ottoman Jewish. So beyond these educational affordances, or part of what it led to was the cultural and literary developments, and the forms characteristic of modern Ladino writing are themselves evidence of this relationship, as Western European genres like the novel and the drama dominated the Ladino literary market of the late 19th and early 20th century, often using translated works from European literatures. But this encounter also occurred within a distinct hierarchical structure of power relations that has to be taken into consideration when we look at the literature that was born from it. And as we know, European modernity was founded on the colonial subjugation of a non-European other as a foil against which the West carefully constructed its own image. This dynamic also permeated the French Jewish discourse concerning Middle Eastern Jewry, as the ideology underpinning the activity of the Alliance was fueled by imperialist ideas of European superiority and an Orientalist view of Eastern Jews as backwards and degenerate. And several scholars of Ottoman Jewish history, like Aaron Rodrigue, have shown the diverse ways in which Ottoman Jewish modernity evolved through this encounter, and some have defined it as semi-imperial or semi-colonial in economic and cultural terms. But it also raises questions about the literature that developed in its wake. So how can we understand the nature of Ottoman Jewish literary engagement with the discursive West, particularly in the form of French literature and culture, within a Jewish intellectual discourse that carries colonialist and imperialist undertones? So my goal here first is to work towards an understanding of Ottoman Jewish cultural modernity that takes into account the power structures in which it occurred. And second, to situate Ladino literature and especially Ladino translation, a language and a culture that were traditionally studied separately, individually from the rest of the contemporaneous Jewish world, within Jewish literary studies and translation studies, and also the Ottoman world more in general. So to the same, I offer an analysis of one novel, one adaptation that was published in Constantinople by Elia Carmona in 1910. Carmona, maybe a lot of you have heard of him or encountered him. He's the most prolific known author of Ladino literature, modern Ladino literature. He was the editor and publisher of El Jugueton, a satiric newspaper in Ladino, and he was himself also the graduate, or he studied for several years in the Alliance School in Ortaköy. And the work that we're looking at, I would have shown you some portions of it. The novel is called El Capitán Corajoso, the Courageous Captain. It's an adaptation of Alexander Dumas' The Count of Monte Cristo. So El Capitán Corajoso, the Courageous Captain, and it's an adaptation of The Count of Monte Cristo by Alexander Dumas that doesn't recognize this novel as its inspiration or origin in any way. It doesn't even mention it, and it's presented just as a novel by Elia Carmona and published in 1910, but the plot begins in 1902. And the protagonist is a Greek sailor named Georgi, who, like the original Edmond Dantes, he inherits a ship that he worked on from the captain when it died. He's about to be married, and then on the day of his wedding, he's arrested when after he was incriminated by jealous conspirators, and he's arrested with the charge of revolutionary activities with the Young Turk movement. And once again, I remind you that this novel is published only 2 years after the revolution. He's arrested, he's taken to prison in Syria. Great, thank you. So we can skip to the second, even third, no. Great. Then when he's in prison, he digs a tunnel to the next cell where there's an Armenian priest who later they develop a relationship. Later, when the priest is dying, he convinces him to take his place on the body bag to escape the prison, and also tells him of a fortune that he buried back in Constantinople that the protagonist can retrieve. So we see a lot of the structural similarities, structural resonance with the plot of The Count of Monte Cristo, but it is transposed, it is domesticated into the Ottoman world. And the atmosphere of the political turmoil and the persecution is also transposed and adapted in a way from the original novel, where It centered on the conflict between Bonapartists and supporters of the Bourbon Restoration. The Ladino adaptation portrays, in its turn, the brutality of the attempts to preserve oppressive monarchic rule, and the hopes tied with a revolutionary movement. So the original novel here undergoes significant mutations that enlist it as a cultural artifact in the ideological fermentation that accompanied the political reform movement and the revolution in the late Ottoman Empire. And this reworking of the French novel differs from many other contemporaneous translation practices. So for example, if we think of another well-known translator and author of the time, Alexander Ben-Ghiat, he tended to present abbreviated summaries, extremely abbreviated summaries of European works for the general education of the public, and he largely maintained their foreign settings to educate the public about remote geographies and canons. And here, this adaptation doesn't just translate the plot, it certainly doesn't abbreviate it, it's a very long novel, but it uses the plot to craft a quintessentially Ottoman historical novel, which comments on the last years of the Hamidian regime and the Young Turk Revolution. And another significant aspect here is the decision not to include any Jewish characters. And this was the common practice in the Judaizing translations of the Haskalah in Europe, in translations to Hebrew and to Yiddish. So we got Romeo and Juliet translated as Ram v'Yael, and extremely Judaized with Jewish characters and Jewish names. And here, Carmona actually casts members of Greek and Armenian minorities in the central roles, and Jews are absent completely from the novel. And I suggest viewing this choice, which can be explained in various ways, but I suggest to view it also as part of several strategies by which Carmona emphasizes imperial rather than national forms of belonging and collective identity. So for example, we see in several scenes when he depicts the interrogation of the protagonist and his suffering. If we can skip to the next slide, please. So the protagonist proudly declares himself to be an Ottoman subject, not even mentioning his Greek ethnicity anywhere. And he emphatically exclaims here in this quote and several other times that he loves his homeland, he would never seek to harm the Sultan. And this isn't even in any ironic or cynical way. But on the other hand, Carmona also elaborates a lot in many of the scenes about the cruelty of political oppression of the Hamidian regime, and in great detail depicting the interrogations and the arbitrary jailing of suspected dissidents, summary judgment, the dehumanizing conditions, and the treatment at the prison. This narration of the story of political oppression and revolution, and with events that dramatically affected the Ottoman Jewish community from the perspective of non-Jewish minorities, it's really, really interesting, I think, and it highlights transcommunal collective identification more than any national forms that were more dominant in other areas of the Jewish world of the time. And this is also evident if we examine the appearance of the novel within the broader Ottoman context. So it was, I think, the most successful foreign novel in the Ottoman Empire, with the most translations and the most editions. Since it was published between 1844 and 1846, it was received really enthusiastically across the empire, and it has many translations and adaptations in all the dominant languages, including Ladino. We know of at least of several other translations. The earliest one, I think, that I've been able to locate is from 1902 by Sam Levy in Salonika. And in this regard, Capitan Corajoso continues a very rich tradition in Ottoman literary history. In the 19th century, many theater productions in the empire adapted European works, especially historical fiction by Walter Scott, and domesticated the works to speak to local concerns, with one, for example, Ottoman Turkish adaptation titled Hamid the Stringy, using a domesticating strategy on a Walter Scott novel to speak about local political dissidents. And Carmona's transposition of the plot to the Ottoman Empire can also be seen to coincide with prevalent tendencies in other Ottoman minorities. For example, in the Greek domain, where the vast majority of historical novels published during the 19th century dealt with the period of Ottoman rule, especially the later years during the Greek Revolution and after it. And these patterns kind of situate Ladino within the larger synchronic development of Ottoman cultural modernity. Though the Greek novel writing tendencies kind of gravitated towards overt nationalization of historical fiction, participating in the national struggle against the Ottoman rule, which didn't really have counterpart in the Sephardic world. And Carmona's novel is completely disengaged from any Jewish nationalist politics. So it presents us in a way with a wholly different model compared with translation. Also in other Jewish contexts, such as the nascent Hebrew literary center in Palestine and Hebrew and Yiddish literary translations in Central and Eastern Europe, where translation was mostly perceived as a vessel for national separatism or for national kind of glorification, for the creation of a Jewish national literary sphere that can also hold up and have the European canon within it. But here, more than anything else, it's the shared experience of empire that informs the adaptation or the import of the European canonical work. In this imperial translational paradigm that I'm trying to argue for with its colonial dynamics, we also see it within the plot with a lot of the choices that he makes, such as the depiction of the villains, which are the most central here. So opposing Greek and Armenian characters, which are mostly the good guys, the oppressive monarchic rule is represented by Fahim Pasha, who's actually a really historic figure of the head of the Ottoman secret police. And the main conspirator against the protagonist is, interestingly, French. It's the French doctor who served on the protagonist's ship, who plots to have him imprisoned and writes the incriminating letter, and accuses him of revolutionary activity to take hold of his ship, and also later admitting to take hold of his fiancée, who is a rich Greek heiress. And he plans to woo and marry her instead of our Greek sailor, very much like the original French plot. This French character, who's the only one in the novel, is characterized by scrupulous pursuit of wealth and social status. But this character also has another important role, which is to satirize the cultural context that the original work stemmed from. So, for example, when he tries to better his chances with the match, he takes on a fake title of nobility, beginning to refer to himself as Count. And he changes his name several times, mirroring the multitude of aliases that the original Count of Monte Cristo had, to assume names that sound more aristocratic. So within the plot, the title of nobility and the aliases are meant to kind of project an air of respectability. But they also mirror and invert the original text protagonist, which is who we know acquired the title Count from the title of the novel when he purchased the island of Monte Cristo. But in this version, the Count is not the protagonist, who's a source of positive identification, but rather the namesake of the original work's main character is the villain, whose title of nobility is not even purchased, but simply forged. And if we can skip to the next slide, please. And this satirical inverted mockery of cultural practices around French nobility, French practices is elaborated when the French doctor describes how he plans to attain the Greek bride. So he says, I will move to Pera, I will don a cylindrical hat, I will wear a riding coat and hold a silver cane. And these elements, he claimed, will lead everyone to respect him once he gets an apartment in Pera, Constantinople's most Europeanized district, at least at the time. And I recognize these sartorial markers in many of Carmona's other works. They appear in a lot of, in many of his novels, and they denote usually westernizing transformation of his Sephardic characters. When they leave or they immigrate and then they come back to Constantinople, often their transformation is marked with these exact specific items of clothing. But here, and Carmona also often takes a humorous tone with his Jewish characters as well. But here he satirizes the Frenchman's superficial attempts to enhance his own apparent Europeanness and assume a noble persona, all of which fail to impress the local Ottomans that he takes to be so easily fooled. So the novel uses the context of the source text to invert the power structure that exists between the dominant and the minor literary domains, this act. And I think we can see it as an act of almost ventriloquizing, as the Sephardi author ventriloquizes the French culture for his audience. And the humorous aspects of the novel perform a version of colonial mimicry, which we can also think about in terms of Homi Bhabha's theory of translation in post-colonial translation. When Homi Bhabha describes the relations between colonizers and natives who imitate them, he argues that the native, following the intention of the civilizing mission, is pushed to imitate the colonizer, but the remaining difference transforms this imitation into caricature. So colonial mimicry, according to Homi Bhabha, yields both resemblance and menace that exposes the desire for a reformed, recognizable other, subject of difference that is almost the same, but not quite. And as the Ladino text appropriates its seemingly superior French original, it creates here its own mimicry of Western culture, of a Western cultural artifact, and within it, a caricature of the French colonizer who preys on the Ottoman minority through its women and masquerade in a masquerade that pushes French cultural pretense to the utmost extreme.
Reina, you've 2 minutes left.
Sure. Can you just skip to the last, just move away from this quote. So just to conclude, we can see the act of translation or adaptation into Ladino here as marking creative and productive engagement with a dominant culture and with its genres and forms, using them to reflect on some of the central concerns that accompanied Ottoman Jewish modernities, just political belonging, gender norms, social class, that we see in various ways in this and in other novels. And while he Ottomanizes the plot here and the language of the Count of Monte Cristo, Carmona also mobilizes the aptitude of the French popular novel to foster social and political identification and narrate a dramatic moment in Ottoman history. Even though he doesn't mention the provenance of the novel, it's omitted, nor the original author, the elements of the original novel are taken, deconstructed, put back together, and used to articulate a shared experience of empire, uniquely Ottoman experience among the collectives comprising Ottoman society, and employ satire to challenge and mock the cultural supremacy within the adaptation of its own canonical text with regard to the French dominant culture. I think I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marina. Our last panelist is Natalie Bernstein, and her paper is entitled The Double Bind of Tradition and Progress, the Gendered Politics of Haketia in Colonial Morocco. Natalie Bernstein is a PhD student in history at UCLA, where she works on modern Jewish history. Natalie is primarily interested in the culture, politics, and languages of North African Jewish communities. Thank you, Natalie.
Yep. Okay, great. Hi, everyone. Thank you to Rachel Kaufman for all of her organization for the conference, and to Rachel Smith for the organization, for the introduction, and the Levy Center for putting on this conference. I'm excited to speak with you all today. The title of my presentation is The Double Bind of Tradition and Progress, the Gendered Politics of Haketia in Colonial Morocco. In 1925, Yom Tov David Samach, the director of the Alliance Israélite Universelle in Tangier, spoke at a conference at a popular kosher restaurant in Casablanca. His talk, featured in the subsequent annual bulletin of the Alumni Association of the Alliance in Casablanca, discussed a number of topics concerning the progress and development of the Jewish students at the Alliance. Samach spoke specifically about the total transformation of Moroccan Jewish girls who, according to him, were slow to begin in their development, but proceeded to transform at a rapid pace. He noted that the female students transformed both physically and morally, and described the changed atmosphere within their homes, where Jewish mothers were shocked at such changes and fathers expressed their joy. He emphasizes that there was a real revolution in the poorest households. And in his commentary, he exemplified the civilizing mission of the Alliance, which sought in part to modernize Moroccan girls, using Europe as the standard of modernity. At the same time, women in northern Morocco played a unique role in preserving Haketia as a sacred private language within the Jewish home. While scholars have separately noted both of these pressures, this paper seeks to examine how women responded to both of these competing discourses at once. How did the presence of the Alliance schools in northern Morocco affect the linguistic habits of Moroccan Jews, and specifically women who faced communal pressures to maintain the linguistic tradition of Haketia? The assertion that there exists a diverse linguistic, religious, and cultural landscape in Morocco is not a new one. Scholars have written about Morocco's rich ethnic and linguistic diversity and have at times painted a romanticized picture of it as a site of coexistence and tolerance. Scholars of North African history and Morocco specifically have also long demonstrated the ways in which historical processes such as migration, conquest, and colonization have affected Morocco's diverse communities in at times permanent ways. The Jewish community, a minority whose population reached up to 250,000 in the 20th century, is a part of Morocco's diverse history. Analyzing the aforementioned diversity through the lens of the Moroccan Jewish community is a particularly useful framework, as these communities serve as a microcosm for the navigation of these historical processes and transformations in the modern era. Moroccan Jewish communities spoke a wide variety of languages, such as Moroccan Arabic, indigenous Tamazight languages, French, Spanish, as well as a number of Jewish languages, such as Judeo-Arabic, Judeo-Tamazight dialects, and Judeo-Spanish. Is it possible to understand how Jews navigated these historical processes vis-a-vis the languages that these communities spoke? What can these distinctions reveal about the community itself and its relation to its non-Jewish neighbors? I hope to demonstrate how discourses of language reveal how Jews reacted to and dealt with these historical processes, both within their community, as well as how they related to the adjacent non-Jewish communities. I plan to examine how the Jewish communities of northern Morocco, specifically those in Tangier and Tetuan, responded to these dynamics from a linguistic perspective, specifically through the perspective of Haketia, a Judeo-Spanish vernacular spoken in northern Morocco. As Jewish people in the north utilized a range of languages, be it Moroccan Arabic, French, or Spanish, they simultaneously maintained Haketia as an intercommunal language. To return to a previously raised question, how may the usage of Haketia differ by gender or class in the late 19th and early 20th centuries? Although it was spoken by the wider Sephardic community, Sephardic women, and specifically Sephardic mothers, developed a unique relationship with the language, as Haketia was a language largely used in the private sphere of the home. As the imperial powers competed for control in the region, discourses of modernity and civilization circulated as well. Although the formal Spanish and French protectorates in Morocco did not begin until 1912, the imperial encroachment began well before. While the French While the French influence began informally as an educational initiative, the war between Spain and Morocco and the eventual Spanish victory in 1860 marked Spain's encroachment in the north of Morocco through its establishment of a colonial administration in Tetuan. As these discourses spread, what can the usage or avoidance of Haketia tell us about the history of this Jewish community? Given that Haketia was largely spoken within the Jewish home, Jewish women came to develop a unique relationship with the language and its transmission, as previous research has indicated. Moroccan Jewish women were thus tasked with maintaining traditional cultural practices and in turn preserving the language itself. Seeking a balance between the pressure to preserve Jewish tradition and keep up with the pressure of modernity, I argue that on one hand, women gained and exercised control through their use and transmission of Haketia. On the other hand, I hope to understand how the pressures of modernity affected their communal power and how women specifically responded to the discourses of modernity. As mothers were viewed as the central educating figure for their children, how did they respond to being viewed as educators of the future generations, as both enlightened mothers as well as adherers to tradition? I suggest that the increased discourses of modernity did not lead to abandonment of tradition, especially from a linguistic perspective, and instead led to a complex wrestling of competing discourses exacerbated by French and Spanish imperial agents. In the mid-19th century, the Alliance Israélite Universelle, a French Jewish organization that aimed to improve the lives of Jewish communities in the Middle East and North Africa, began its project in Morocco. Settling first in Tetuan in northern Morocco in 1862, the Alliance opened up its schools across the country, opening 15 schools by 1912. The Alliance stressed not only French language and French language acquisition, but also French culture and ideas, evidenced through the organization's civilizing mission. As a result of these initiatives, Moroccan Jewish children in northern Morocco began immersing themselves in the French language outside of the home. Female students were uniquely affected by the Alliance's civilizing mission, as the educators saw the community's liberation as being tied to the vision of a modern, liberated woman. The Alliance also understood a woman's domestic influence and their role as educator for future generations. While these phenomena seem distinct, these questions of language identity, religious identity, education, and gender are closely connected and lead to a number of questions with regards to the gendered politics of Haketia. How did the presence of the French Alliance schools in northern Morocco affect the linguistic habits of Moroccan Jewish children living in the north, and specifically women and girls who faced communal pressures to maintain the linguistic tradition of Haketia? Beginning with these concurrent pressures that were evident in competing discourses around education, cultural practices, and language, my project will center the women and girls facing this double bind of tradition and progress. I hope to address new questions regarding gender, education, modernity, and the Jewish home. Building on these questions, it is also essential to understand Haketia in relation to the wider family of Judeo-Spanish languages. Whereas Haketia is the Judeo-Spanish vernacular spoken by descendants of Iberian Jews in Morocco, Judaismo is the name for the vernacular spoken by descendants of Iberian Jews in the Ottoman Empire. Ladino, Brian Kirschen clarifies, refers to the written variety of Judeo-Spanish, despite the fact that it is commonly utilized as an umbrella term for the Judeo-Spanish vernaculars. Although there is speculation regarding the origins of the term Haketia, it is commonly cited that Haketia comes from the Arabic root that means to speak, or haki. One defining feature of Haketia, as evidenced potentially from its etymology, is the inclusion of local Arabic words in addition to the Hebrew and Aramaic words. Joseph Chatrit, who has worked on Moroccan Judeo-Arabic and Judeo-Spanish, argues that as a result of close contact with the Arabic of Muslim Moroccans, hundreds of Arabic words and phrases entered into the Judeo-Spanish vernacular. In addition to proximity with non-Jewish neighbors, Chatrit also takes into account the fact that the majority of Jews were bilingual and were thus proficient in Arabic and Judeo-Arabic. Eric Calderwood, in his work on Spanish imperialism in Moroccan Jewish literature, refers to a novella written by a Jewish man that not only portrays Tetuani Muslims as barbaric, but also presents Haketia as a vernacular without influence from Arabic, highlighting instead its Hebrew and Aramaic influences. These observations present an interesting avenue for future research on how Sephardic Jews perceived Maghrebi populations, both Jewish and Muslim, in relation to discourses of Orientalism and backwardness. Brian Kirschen marks the initial period in the history of Haketia from 1492, when Sephardic communities settled in Morocco, to 1860 as a period of a certain continuity. This continuity ceases in 1860 as a result of the Spanish-Morocco War, an important period not only in Moroccan history, but also for the linguistic development of Haketia. As a result of the war, which led to Spain's occupation of Tetuan, this period also marks what scholars call the re-Hispanization of Haketia, alongside other consequential social and historical developments. While Spanish served as the common written language, Haketia, the spoken language, also began adapting Spanish attributes. Kirsten notes that while the process of Hispanicization led to Haketia more closely resembling the Castilian Spanish of today. While scholars mark 1860 as the initial period of re-Hispanicization, this process increased as a result of the beginning of the Spanish and French protectorates in 1912. In addition to European imperial goals of economic conquest and exploitation, European powers viewed the spread of their cultural, moral, and linguistic influence as part of their grander imperial intentions. While these goals were not geographically limited to North Africa, these dynamics certainly played out in the Moroccan context and for the purposes of this research, specifically in northern Morocco. While French and Spanish imperial tactics strategized with a number of communities within northern Morocco and beyond, the two imperial powers strategized in particular ways with the Sephardic Jewish communities. As mentioned previously, while the French and Spanish protectorates began formally in 1912, their informal influence began several decades earlier. Eric Calderwood's work on Spanish colonization in Morocco focuses specifically on Spain's attempt to forge ties with the Sephardic Jewish community. This tactic, which he refers to as Philo-Sephardism, attempted to rival France's cultural influence in Morocco. Through Philo-Sephardism, Spanish colonial administrators targeted Sephardic Jews' cultural heritage as a way to bolster cultural, political, and economic ties with the Sephardic Jewish communities. The Spanish colonial politicians saw the Spanish language as a way to connect with Sephardic Jews. According to Calderwood, while Spain's intentions were for the purposes of colonial expansion, their project successfully led to participation from Morocco's Sephardic Jews. Sephardic Jewish intellectuals resonated with Spain's outreach and its emphasis on a natural familial bond and brotherhood. Spain saw France as its main rival for colonial expansion in Morocco, and they were largely threatened by the success of the Alliance schools, and specifically the fact that these schools were able to facilitate the spread of French among Moroccan Jewish communities. In his work on the Alliance in Morocco and the Middle East and North Africa in general, Aaron Rodriguez emphasizes how the Alliance generally discouraged Jewish languages such as Yiddish, Judeo-Arabic, Judeo-Spanish, and Judeo-Persian, as they considered them to be jargons. Rodriguez adds that the overarching position of the Alliance stressed the centrality of the French language as being the language of civilization. He points to a letter written in 1898 in Casablanca from the Alliance archives that states, "Here we keep strictly to French from the beginning. It is imperative that their jargon be completely discarded, that translation be forbidden, and that the French form be imposed in its direct relation to the object, the gesture, or the action to be expressed." The Alliance used the French language as a vehicle to convey the superiority of French and generally Western ways of life. How did the Alliance view its education of girls, and what impact did their view have on women in Northern Morocco, especially in relation to the expectations set upon them as educators of future generations? Without a doubt, the Alliance had transformative effects on the discourse surrounding gender and modernity in Morocco and beyond. Their educational initiatives were part of their larger political program, which included the liberation of women, specifically those living in the Middle East and North Africa. To combat these societal issues of backwardness, at least from the perspective of the Alliance administrators, the Alliance focused on lessons of secular culture to create enlightened mothers, emphasizing a project of female reconstruction where women were tasked with balancing the past with bourgeois culture.
Natalie, you've 2 minutes left. Thank you.
Oh, thanks. I'll skip ahead a bit then. The question of women, language, and power has been discussed in the literature in a limited sense with regards to Haketia, as much of the scholarship on Haketia has not accounted for the question of gender sufficiently. In light of this, Vanessa Paloma's work on Haketia and women's power has greatly advanced the scholarship on the language in its sociolinguistic context, specifically as it pertains to gender. This work, which largely focuses on Haketia and its musical form, argues that the usage and transmission of Haketia has served as a mechanism for women to attain power in Northern Morocco. As she describes, women prior to the arrival of the Alliance in 1862 lived largely in an oral society whereby tradition and language were passed down through the generations. As previously mentioned, my goal is not only to synthesize much of the work that has been done on the Alliance, Jewish languages, and modernist discourse, but also to highlight the importance of gender in a way that has been underdeveloped in the scholarship. In addition to the emphasis on gender, I hope to put the discourses of tradition and progress in conversation with each other to better understand the double bind of pressures at play. Northern Morocco as a region has been understudied in Moroccan historiography, and much of the literature has focused more on the legacies of French colonialism, concentrating less on the Spanish history of Morocco and specifically Spanish colonialism. I believe this project will bridge a number of gaps in Moroccan historiography, Sephardic history, and the history of Jewish languages. Within the field of Sephardic studies, Western Judeo-Spanish or Haketia has received less attention than the Eastern Judeo-Spanish of the Ottoman Empire. While this paper focuses on Judeo-Spanish and its relation to Jewish languages, cultural transmission, and gender, it serves as a jumping off point for a larger project examining how other Jewish languages were affected by the modernist discourses spread by the Alliance and other European institutions. I hope to shed light on questions of cultural and linguistic transmission and preservation in additional context in Morocco and North Africa. I believe similar questions can be applied to Judeo-Arabic, for example, albeit with different outcomes, as Moroccan Judeo-Arabic largely resembles Moroccan Arabic. How did these similarities affect intra-communal relations, and what were the effects on the dialect itself? What can these linguistic similarities tell us about the relationship between the Moroccan Jewish community and their non-Jewish neighbors, who could understand and often even communicate in the Jewish variety of Moroccan Arabic? Building on this, similar questions may be applied to Judeo-Tamazight languages, which could lead to fruitful comparisons among the Jewish languages of Morocco and Moroccan Jewish communities, especially regarding Moroccan identity itself. What did relations look like between these communities, and how did the relations shift over time, especially as many Jews in rural areas migrated to cities? Unlike Haketia and Judeo-Tamazight dialects, Moroccan Judeo-Arabic has a rich print culture with several Judeo-Arabic newspapers. This is especially noteworthy given the linguistic context in Morocco, where many Moroccans viewed their own dialect as inferior to modern Standard Arabic, which many see as legitimate given its standardization. By bridging these Jewish communities, I hope to contribute new insights to the historiography that not only shed light on their intercommunal relations, but their intra-communal relations with the wider Moroccan communities as well. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much to all of our panelists for today. We're going to have a very short Q&A for this panel. And our first question is from Ryan Zohar, who asked Natalie, I'm wondering to what extent the double bind regarding language that you mentioned is a uniquely Moroccan story versus a phenomenon that could be observed in other areas where the AIU was also had an important presence. So you hinted at that comparative piece in your conclusion. Do you mind picking that up?
Yeah, thank you, Ryan, for your question. So as I mentioned, the Alliance had schools all across the MENA region. So I would say that there are broad similarities in terms of the school's goals and approaches, especially its general program. So I think we can use Morocco as a useful example, but while also noting that these dynamics played out differently depending on the historical context and location, and of course, noting the general vast differences between the countries. I guess one common theme, as I briefly mentioned, would be the Alliance's approach to language. So while Jewish languages were local to their geographic context, the Alliance generally sought to combat what they saw as jargon. So like Judeo-Spanish, Judeo-Arabic, Yiddish, and Judeo-Persian. So yeah, I guess I think Morocco is useful as an example or maybe a microcosm, but in comparison can certainly be useful, but I guess while noting that there are big differences at the same time.
Great, thank you. I actually have a question both for Dr. August and Marina, which is that both of your papers highlighted sort of the use of satire among Ottoman Jewish writers. And so you're looking at very different time periods though, and different kinds of works, but I'm curious about that sort of continuity. And how do you read this? Do you read this as part of a wider Ottoman literary culture? Do you see pieces as specific to Sephardic culture? And I'll just open that up to both of you briefly.
Mine is a Republican author. I examined a book by a Republican author, in fact. There were no Judeo-Spanish involved in this book. However, it reflected the Jewish culture by depicting some societal members of the contemporary Turkish Jewish society. In fact, it involved references to the Jewish culture globally. For example, she used the word Hitler ironically to mean hits, in fact. There were references to some Jewish culture in the book as well. Besides, there was respect to Atatürk, that is important. as Atatürk reformed the Turkish nation after the collapse of the Ottoman Empire. The author appreciates Atatürk for this reason, and she criticizes contemporary instructors in Turkey, especially, who do not try to teach students, however, who try to make money without any efforts. Therefore, there were criticisms towards the society in Turkey in general. However, as a Jewish writer, she had her own writing. She didn't use any special punctuation rules. She invented her own punctuation rules for referring to the certainty of her criticisms. That was it. Her Turkish may be regarded as Jewish Turkish in some situations.
Very interesting. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I will say that I think maybe the appearances that I'm looking at of parody and satire that really are especially evident when we look at translations, and we have this origin to compare to and really see the work that it does. But I think I would tie it to a great larger traditions, larger cultural and literary traditions of using satire, mockery, especially in translations, to kind of as a means of resistance, maybe, to poke back at power sources, power structures. I'm not saying that this author specifically necessarily read all these other things and was familiar with them, but we have the examples from Ottoman Turkish, and from Armenian translators who used satire in their critique of the regime. And we also have, in Hebrew and Yiddish, these larger traditions, the huge role of satire in the development of Haskalah literature from the mockery of Hasidism, and later on, we have also the ruptures within the Haskalah movement against some sad moments of satire or mockery, like in the Polish Haskalah literature, kind of poking fun at over-Europeanizing tendencies, or like mocking the over-Europeanizing attempts of some Muslim. So I think there's like a broader, really interesting and rich tradition in this regard that kind of is emblematic of this attempt to negotiate that idealized discursive West, but the tensions and the challenges and the moments where of the reception of these ideas to the Jewish community, to Jewish cultures, because it doesn't neatly fit, and there is a colonial, expansionist, imperial dynamic to the way that modernity is being exported into Jewish cultures. So I think it's kind of emblematic or part of that, I would say. Thank you for the question. It's really great.
Great. Thank you so much to the panelists for their wonderful papers. We'll now have a short break, about 5 minutes, and then we'll reconvene for the next panel. Thank you, everyone.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We have one more panel before our lunch break, so we'll go ahead and get started. Thank you so much to all of our panelists thus far for their thoughtful and thought-provoking presentations. It's been really nice to gather virtually in community with such a thoughtful group. And it's also been wonderful to see all of the literary forms and archival materials with which our panelists have been engaged, and this diversity of media will continue with this next panel. I'm excited to introduce the first of our panelists for the following panel, Translating History, Translating Empire, Poetics, Gender, and Race Across Ladino Borders and Generations, Dr. Cynthia Gabai. Dr. Gabai has a PhD from the Hebrew University of Jerusalem in Romanic and Latin American Studies from 2012. A former Alexander von Humboldt researcher at the Free University of Berlin, she is currently a research associate at the Center Mark Bloch from the Humboldt University in Berlin, and a visiting research fellow at the Institute of Advanced Studies Le Studium, working within the Remelis laboratory at the University of Orléans, France. As a Le Studium fellow, Dr. Gabay is studying contemporary Judeo-Spanish and other Romance translations from Yiddish poetry of the Shoah. Author of Los Ríos Metafísicos de Julio Cortázar, de la Lírica al Teólogo from 2015, her fields of research include Latin American poetry, Jewish and translation studies, and popular culture. Her edited volume, Jewish Imaginaries of the Spanish Civil War, In Search of Poetic Justice, is in press with Bloomsbury Academics of New York. And like our previous panels, each panelist will have 15 to 20 minutes and we'll have time for questions at the end. Audience members, please feel free to put questions in the Q&A as you think of them, and please welcome Dr. Cynthia Gabay.
Thank you very much, Rachel. As I said to Rachel, I'm suffering from a throat ache, so I hope I will be able to find the end of my presentation. Following my research on the new Judeo-Spanish poetry in Latin America, I consider that its recent and incipient manifestations mark a historical, philological, and political milestone that deserves instinctive attention. For this reason, and to insist on the novelty of the phenomenon, I chose to name it as poetry in Neo-Judaismo. The term Judaismo, insofar as it is specific, highlights the Jewish transnational character, evidences the Western gaze that highlights Judeo-Spanish difference with other Romance languages, and the role of alterity attributed to Jewish languages in the semiotic Western net. The phenomenon of poetry in Neo-Judaismo goes against the grain of the consensus that recognizes the agony of Judeo-Spanish. While I adhere to the incontestable and critical existential condition of Judeo-Spanish, I consider that it must be contextualized in historical relation to the Anthropocene, Capitalocene, the era of biological and cultural devastation produced by humanity. Given the circumstances in which every 2 weeks a language dies, we would be at fault if we did not relate the agony of Judeo-Spanish to the disappearance of an era. If modernity was defined by the transatlantic voyage, the discovery of Western cruelty on the bodies of others, as well as rationalism and its science, we must identify the close relationship between the seemingly unstoppable chain of massive biological destruction characteristic of the Anthropocene, its technological, economic, and social globalization, and the annihilation of cultures in their differences, their peoples, their voices, their languages. The Shoah must also be read in this context, an extreme product of the era of modern cruelty. It is precisely there that the fateful blow to the Judeo-Spanish language was struck, massacring 90% of its native speakers. I argue that the oxymoron that opposes life to death should be read as a form of resistance. What does poetry in Neo-Judaismo have to say in this apocalyptic context? What role do its metalinguistic mechanisms, and in particular, the recurrent strategy of self-translation play? I will refer here to the poetic volumes Poemas de Istanbul and El Saco de Douglas by Denise Leon, a contemporary bilingual poet from Tucumán, Argentina. Joining and interrogating Juan Hellman's perspective in Dibashu, who identifies an interstitial relationship between Judeo-Spanish and Spanish, I define a series of epistemic events that, in my opinion, mark the course of Latin American poetry in Judeo-Spanish. Denise Leon's works, however, are not representative of a large phenomenon in Latin American poetry. On the contrary, they are unique in their kind. However, they emerge within the framework of a growing transnational cultural phenomenon, which manifests itself in various spheres: literary, musically, pedagogically, archival, and research, transnational dissemination and journalistic writing, as well as digital writing and the creation of fora for speakers and students of Judo-Spanish. And yet, observed from a transversal perspective, Leon's works, as well as those of Miriam Moscona in Mexico, which I have also studied, are representative of another world literary phenomenon that has given centrality to the translation of the so-called minor languages, that is, subaltern languages within the world's literary system. I argue that the particularity of these works lies on the fact that the metalinguistic mechanisms used as our self-translations are incorporated as poetic ingredients. That is to say, they fulfill a semiotic and structural role within the works themselves, which they unfold and multiply. It is not possible to separate the translations from the translated sources. This condition underlines the paradoxical, symbiotic, and at the same time historical reparative relationship with the local Spanish. And it is there where the metalinguistic practices that accompany the text in Judo-Spanish define a new place for Judo-Spanish literature in Latin America. In relation to contemporary literature that can serve as a linguistic source and model of literary genre to follow, the most recognized cases are those of Clarice Nikoitsky, Los ojos, las manos, la boca, and Marcel Cohen's long letter to Antonio Saura. These two texts are of interest to our work because they founded the practice of translation and bilingual editions to provide contemporary Judo-Spanish texts with metalinguistic mediations. I consider Cohen and Nikoitsky's Judo-Spanish texts function in the literary historical system of world literatures as what I call epistemic events, that is, literary milestones that manifest themselves as intense and particular intertextual producers of new knowledge. These two epistemic events happened against the catastrophic progression of history, drawing attention to Europe's open historical wounds. Writing in Judo-Spanish in Europe implied vindicating the existence and value of a Europe that was also Jewish, despite and against the genocide perpetrated. However, the epistemic event related to Judo-Spanish in Latin America is the collection of poems Dibashu by Juan Gelman from 1994. Although Gelman, a poet and political exile, read Nikoitsky in Europe and wrote in Judo-Spanish in the same continent, his function as a Latin American and Argentine poet resinified his relationship with Judo-Spanish and installed it in the Spanish and Latin American context. This mediation, produced through Dibashu, is materialized through his self-translation into Argentinian Spanish known as Castellano. In the scholium to his book, Gelman, who was a poet of Ashkenazi origins and Neo-Sephardic poetics, denominates Spanish and Judo-Spanish as two Castilian languages. While his definition is mistaken and lacks of socio-linguistic precision, his perspective on the relation between both languages is of much interest. In the volume, The Bilingual Text, History and Theory of Literary Self-Translation, Jan Welsh Hawkinson and Marcela Munson characterize the bilingual literary text, and in particular self-translation, as twinned, because there is a mirroring reverberation between the source and the target text. But they also clarify, and I quote, "The bilingual text is never merely twinned in a mirror version because style is irreducibly both linguistic and literary." End of quote. I would add to this point of view that if the mirrors differ in texture and angle, the reverberation will modify the image to the point of deforming it. The twin languages would not represent a duplication, but the manifestation of divergences, product of the diversity of spatial and temporal context in which Spanish develops. By establishing the rank of Castilian, both for Judo-Spanish and Spanish, Gelman carried out an anti-hierarchical operation, restoring the dignity stained by the expulsion, the long exile, and then the Shoah of the Judo-Spanish language in the Hispanic cultural milieu. If we take the idea of twins as mirroring and refraction, then we can concentrate on Hellman's revolutionary conception, which consists in filling simultaneously both languages in the interstitial space that separates and unites them at the same time in a game of mirrors, of transfers, of sensual migration. And this happens precisely because the model reader of Dibashu is not a Judeo-Spanish speaker, but Spanish speakers who forgot the existence and persistence of Judeo-Spanish. Dibashu is then an interpellation to the deep layers of memory, that which cannot be accessed without going through the historical and linguistic layers of oblivion, without in fact recognizing the existence of a hollowness installed inside Spanish language. Dibashu is also an interpellation to the deepest layers of conscience and historical, ethical, and political responsibility. Shmuel Rafael Vivante argues that the emergence of the figure of the Sephardic women poet happened in the wake of poetry written by women around the events and memory of the Holocaust. Until then, Sephardic women within their communities were isolated from writing and publishing tasks, and yet they played a fundamental role in transmitting the oral romancero. In Latin America, however, the phenomenon of the Sephardic woman poet took longer to appear and belongs to the third generation of survivors. This is perhaps due to the fact that the mirroring relationship between the two languages, as identified by Hellman, does not favor on the continent the development of a literature in Judeo-Spanish fully identifiable as such. The poet of Sephardic origin, Denis Leon, born in the city of Tucumán in 1974, and author of both critical and poetic literature, stands out in Argentina for her choice of incorporating in two of her poetry collections the metalinguistic strategy of self-translation and makes it an integral part of her poetics. The bilingual poetry collection, Poemas de Istanbul, a volume of short poems and free verse, is divided into two sections. La Isla de Alicia, in Argentine Castellano, is composed of 22 poems. The second part, also called Poemas de Istanbul, has 7 poems in Dudesmo, juxtaposed to its self-translations into Castellano. Since the poems do not elaborate on a detailed description of either of the two spaces, neither Alice's Island in the Beagle Canal nor Istanbul, they stand behind a veil as if they were negative, barren heterotopias, or in the case of Istanbul, as if they were retrotopias that could be visited through the work of memory. Blood in both sections of the poem seems to represent la hojarasca, la herencia, received through the word. And I quote, "Es una realidad la sangre, pero vacilo en aceptarla, apoyada en un dato menor, la esperanza de que en alguna parte habrá un árbol bajo mi dominio." The tree, read in the semantic field of blood, must be interpreted as a genealogical tree, a topic that the author explored later in a narrative bilingual text called Árbol que tiembla. The lyrical speaker negotiates here the inheritance received and declares herself willing to accept it, on the condition that the mark of her own seed destines her offspring under her domain. In the second part of the collection, the poems bear the sign of belonging to Istanbul, and images of childhood follow one after the other. I quote, "La camareta de mi madre, la llavedura blanca que mira a la camareta, los talones de mis pies que desean y no allegan la ventana, el empiezo de todas las cosas." This self-translation does not make explicit, however, which is the original poem, the poems in Dudesmo or the poems in Spanish. Observation of the book's layout, I'll show you one page, allows for both interpretations. It could allude to the fact that the poems in Spanish are the originals, since they are located on the series of pages to the right, as are the poems of the first part, while the poems in Judaism are presented on the page to the left of the book, all in italics, in the editorial manner that highlights the inlays of foreign words. Is Leon self-translating them into Judeo-Spanish? If we were to adopt this hypothesis, we should continue to ask ourselves, could it be possible that in the first part of the book, in the place where the pages on the left remain blank, what is shown is the non-translation of the poems into Judeo-Spanish? Would it be representing a blank space, an absence? Conversely, if we were to read the poems in Judeo-Spanish as the originals, due to their placement in the series of pages located on the left, that is, respecting the flow of traditional Romanic reading from left to right, we should emphasize that the metalinguistic operation of the self-translation into Spanish, where the Judaismo would represent the past and the American Castilian, the present, there is de facto a direct jump to the present age and adulthood, the age at which the act of translation takes place. Here, the main role of the self-translation would not be reduced to making possible the interpretation of the text by those who are foreigners to the Judeo-Spanish language, but it would be structurally modifying the poem in Judaismo by intervening its space, its uniqueness. Their interference even leaves a surreptitious trace in the orthography of the Judaismo, since one of the consensuses of the last decades is the use of the letter K to represent the velar diff occlusive sound K, thus eliminating the peninsular and American use of the letters C and Q, a matter that the whole collection of poems adopts, except for two poems. The interference of the consensual orthography is contaminated given the juxtaposition of the self-translations into Spanish. This contamination opens the window of readability in Judeo-Spanish for Spanish speakers, simultaneously playing on the difference and similarity between the two versions. The effect faintly modifies Judeo-Spanish, it barely Hispanizes it to install it among the Latin American reading corpus. Regarding El Saco de Douglas from 2011, the book is divided into three parts. The first one, Luisa, 1914, a bilingual text. The second one, Clara, 1939, in what I call interstitial Spanish or invisible self-translation, after which the Judaismo sounds on mute. And third, Alegre, 1971, in Argentine Spanish. The layout of the book is striking and differs from that of Poemas de Istanbul because the Castellano and Judeo-Spanish versions in the first part appear on the same page. Each page of the first bilingual section, Luisa 1914, consists, roughly speaking, of an upper paragraph in Spanish and a lower paragraph in Judeo-Spanish. The capital letter is not used at the beginning of the paragraphs, and since each small story is outlined as a print that intermingles times, the lack of capital letters suggests the recurrent beginning in medias res. The whole book is a succession of dives into the intermittent sea of memory through which the stories of two feminine and two non-binary characters are glimpsed. Both versions are clearly distinguished because the Judeo-Spanish version is not only framed in brackets, but also presented in italics. The layout imposes then the idea that following the sense of reading from top to bottom, the sense of the translation is from Spanish into Judeo-Spanish. However, the parenthesis could allude to the opposite. The Judeo-Spanish text is presented as if it was on mute, as if it was heard in parallel to the Spanish version, but in a whispered register. It could also be interpreted that the Spanish serves as a loudspeaker for the original Judeo-Spanish text. In both cases, the self-translation reestablishes the fundamental value of Judeo-Spanish in the collection. This is reinforced in the following section, since as the space it used to occupy at the bottom of the page disappears visually, it remains empty, irreplaceable. The prints presented in Luisa 1914 are recovered in the first person through the voice of an 11-year-old girl who loses her mother. The girl recalls their life together. The core of the memory mentions the departure of her barefoot father, Sin Chapines, fleeing from the Turkish army that in 1914 sought to enlist him in the First World War. Voy a toparlo para que cuando me muera el jajam demande el nombre de mi padre y alguno enguayando diga Luisa Ben León. This apparently syntactic inaccuracy, Luisa being a female name, the text should say Luisa Bat León, is illuminated later in the text when it points at sexual and gender topics. For example, it says, esta debió haber sido varón, no mujer. En la mitad del camino se le quedó el pito. No salió, dicen, porque yo era inteligente. Finally, death, the territory where the poem settles with its deceased, disappeared, or ghost characters, makes a niche inside language. Shema Israel, yo hablo una lengua muerta. Shema Israel, yo no escribo de izquierda a derecha, yo escribo de derecha a izquierda. La lengua se me pega al garguero cada vez que me levanto en un cabezal que no es mi cabezal. No escucha el Dios a los muertos. Shema Israel, yo no agradezco al Dios por no haberme hecho esclava, por no haberme hecho no judía, por no haberme hecho mujer. Shema Israel, todo se acabará conmigo. This fragment of the first part is a liturgical intertextual jewel, in that it mixes Luisa's story with three different prayers. First, the Shema Israel, second, the Psalm 137, Im Eshkachech Yerushalayim, and third, a counter-feminist prayer to the masculine morning prayer, in which, in the traditional version, the man thanks God for having returned him to the world of the living, thanks him for his orifices to be able to purify his body, and for not having made him a woman.
Dr.
The poem alludes.
You have 2 minutes left. Thank you.
The poem alludes to the fact of being the last generation capable of transmitting the Sephardic language, and with this eventual death, it announces the end of the prayers and rites of its people. The disappearance of Judeo-Spanish from the linguistic horizon becomes progressively palpable in the de-Sephardization of the language in the following sections of the book. The absence of translation plays then a fundamental role that is tantamount to the death of the language. At the linguistic level, the text in the Judeo-Spanish fluctuates between Judaismo and a bilingual expression in which Judeo-Spanish is highly permeable to Spanish, producing at certain moments a sort of Judaismo llano, a miscegenation of Judaismo and Argentinian Castellano. This contamination between American Spanish and Judeo-Spanish is much more common in this book than in the previous one, both at the orthographic and lexical levels. This miscegenation of languages also occurs in the absorption of the Judeo-Spanish syntactic structure into the Spanish text, insofar as, following a calco technique, it makes possible the use of the direct object at the beginning of the sentence. This structural absorption of Judeo-Spanish characterizes the second part of El Saco de Douglas. The relationship between the parts is based on a progression of language that happens as the reading flows. It begins with the introduction of Judeo-Spanish in a highly lyrical prose, which is slightly narrativized in the second part, when Judeo-Spanish disappears from the page. This interstitial Spanish, the Spanish within which Judeo-Spanish still beats, a proposal to which Hellman alluded in Dibashu. Finally, the volume closes with a prosaic text, which through a metonymic movement brings together the symbolism of the first two sections and presents El Chocho, the babbling infant, great-grandson of Luisa. The baby, still at a stage where the spoken language has not yet developed, menaces to represent the death of the language announced by Luisa, but it is also an open future where to plan the hope of speech. While bearing in mind that the poems drew our attention before the sound k through the orthographic contamination of modern Spanish into Judeo-Spanish, let's observe that escapar in Judeo-Spanish means to end. The escape of the barefoot father announced in the first part must be interpreted taking into account the sensual migration between both languages through the homophony escape, escapar. This homophony would metonymically lead us back to the voice that said at the end of the prayer of the first part, todo se acabará conmigo. Therefore, to escape from the mother tongue, we derive in escapar, to end, to die together with the dead of a non-transmitted language. I am almost finishing. Given the geopolitical precariousness of Judaism and the fact that the works published in the last decade have been produced outside the traditional communitarian or institutional frameworks, the need to publish literature in Judeo-Spanish arose, accompanied by metalinguistic devices, that is, procedures by which the language is mediatized and transmitted to communities that read other languages through medium-range publishing platforms. At the same time, Judeo-Spanish takes advantage of its Romance root and practice and highlights its potential by being moderately readable for readers of other Romance languages, particularly Spanish and Portuguese. Within the framework of these metalinguistic practices, we found, however, a variety of positions that are not distant from each other. This consists of accompanying the Judaism text with a translation or self-translation, a glossary, other metalinguistic practices that juxtapose Judeo-Spanish with other languages, and a tacit request for goodwill. In the case of Denise Leon's poetry collections, Poema de Istanbul and El Saco de Douglas, self-translation plays a structural role. While it serves as a metalinguistic tool, the central interest goes beyond the mere Jacobsonian phatic function and good editorial manners. It invites, in fact, to settle in the interstices and observe both the relations between languages and their differences, and there reintegrate the Sephardic culture, remove the veil that covers it, inviting to recognize in it the existence of diverse alterities which were erased during the last 5 centuries by the constant normalizing work of the Spanish Empire, its viceroyalties, and the contemporary post-colonial republics. If between both Castilians, according to Hellman, meanings and significances reverberate, there is a world that is lost when we opt for monolingualism. Finally, it is no coincidence that this dissident proposal is produced precisely through the voice of women poets in a historical context in which being a woman and being a poet woman imply reinventing the voice and rethinking questions about the gender that speaks poetically. Leon's texts are especially compelling in this regard. They give voice to a diversity of people, mothers, daughters, grandmothers, girls, infants, at distinguished moments in history. They symbolize the interstitial spaces of language and gender identity through the innermost sexual space of the female anatomy, the pouch of Douglas, a void space between the uterus and the rectum. The intentionality of Leon's text relates between the female interstitial anatomical space and the reverberating interstice between Spanish and Judeo-Spanish. Suggestively then, the female body is a breeding ground for the renaissance of a lost mother tongue. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gabay. Really fascinating to think about the potentialities and limits of translation as a medium of mirroring, a medium of sensual migration, as you say, a medium which can hold absence, and a medium of the female body, as you concluded with. And I think this question of translation will carry us to our next speaker, Michael Zalta, who is a writer, editor, and scholar pursuing his doctorate in comparative studies in literature and culture at the University of Southern California, where he works between the disciplines of Black studies, Jewish studies, and Palestine studies. His research concerns the epistemological limits of the Black and post-colonial studies frameworks for thinking comparatively and transnationally about race, by looking to histories of Black Palestine solidarity and Euro-modern figurations of the Jew, the Arab, and the Black and their translations and contestations across the Mediterranean and Arab worlds. So please welcome Michael Zalta.
Hello. Thank you so much, Rachel, for organizing this incredible conference and for encouraging me to investigate Ladino literature in the first place. I'd also like to thank Nessie Altaris, with whom I co-transliterated the novel I'm about to discuss, and Ben Ratzkoff for helping me with the translation of a speech from French that I'll also discuss in the presentation. Okay. Scholars of Ottoman Jewry have rightly identified an asynchrony between the Ottoman Empire's programs of modernization in the 19th and 20th centuries and the efforts of Ottoman Jewish community leaders to fashion themselves and their co-religionists as modern political subjects. Few, however, have sought to consider how Western European constructions of race and gender inflected the prospects of Ottoman Jewish modernization and informed the allegiances limbed between Sephardic Jews and their Franco and Anglo-Jewish co-religionists in this historical moment. In this presentation, I will approach the modern Ladino novel, as well as the figure of the Ladino translator, as key loci for analyzing Ottoman Jewish modernization in trans-imperial modulation. That is, at the confluence of intersecting cultural and political programs to become Ottoman on the one hand, and to model Ottoman Jewish modernity against the integrationist efforts of their French and English co-religionists on the other. In doing so, I'll strive to answer the questions: how might the modern Ladino novel provide a window into the budding racial or colonial consciousnesses of Ladino-speaking Jews at the turn of and into the 20th century? And how might identifying a certain racial consciousness point to how Ottoman Jews, like their co-religionists in Western Europe, bid for inclusion into an itinerant Jewish raciality, come whiteness, in the modern world? To answer these questions, I turn to Constantinople-based novelist, journalist, editor, and translator Victor Levy. Born in Constantinople in 1866, Levy's literary and journalistic career spanned several decades, during which he composed original works, including La Tienda de Jacob, Hamayim Hamarim Hama'ararim o la Agua de la Sota, and the historical fiction El Reino de Abdul Hamid II y los Secretos de Ildis. As one of Constantinople's most prolific French to Ladino translators, he translated over a dozen works of popular French fiction, including El Hombre de Pandola, Ula Flama, El Muerto Vivo, as well as an adaptation of Eugene Sue's 1844 novel Le Juif Errant, or in Ladino, El Errante. All the while, he served as editor of several periodicals, including La Voz, El Radio de Luz, La Graciosa, and La Patria. Celebrated among scholars of Ladino for his proto-feminism and for scribing the first ever quote-unquote anti-clerical Ladino novel, Levy might appear as the prototypical Ladino man of letters, one who sought to abet the moral, political, and cultural uplift of his Ladino-speaking co-religionists by reinventing, if only through translation from a French inspiration, the modern Ladino novel. However, as I will seek to demonstrate, his broad sweeping literary and advocacy work might present us with a more complex portrait of the Ottoman Jewish cultural, political, and racial imaginary in flux. To begin, his translation of the popular French novel Les Filles de Bronze, or in Ladino, Las Moraras de Bronzo, a drama about the struggles of mixed-race women under French colonial rule in the West Indies, demands that we expand conceptions of the geographical scope of the Ottoman Jewish racial and political imaginary and look toward the Caribbean as a site of self-differentiation as well as identification. Moreover, his proto-feminism, expressed both through his novels as well as through his work as a liaison for the Jewish Agency for the Protection of Girls and Women, JAPGW, invites us to reflect more acutely on the way Ottoman Jews negotiated their relationship to French and English moral regimes, but also to their racial scripts and colonial programs. In what follows, I will look to his most famous novel, Hamayim Hamarim Hama'ararim, o la Agua de la Sota, as well as to a speech he gave in Alexandria in 1912 against the sexual trafficking of white women. Read together, these texts raise questions about the extent to which Levy's literary and moral advocacy work might be construed as works of imperial mimesis, that is, of an attempt to self-posture as an enlightened imperial citizen, or alternatively, as works that sought to challenge the colonialist or racialist paradigms dominant in Western Europe. Either way, Levy's work provides a window into the seeds of the colonial and racial consciousnesses of Ottoman Jews and their ripe contradictions. Before proceeding to engage Levy's novel in speech, I'd like to first bring to question what I'm naming the Ottoman Jewish colonial racial consciousness. In her sharp analysis of the instructional literature published in Ladino periodicals in the 19th and 20th centuries, Sarah Stein calls to mark the quote-unquote intra-Jewish cultural imperialism to which Ottoman Jews, looking to French Jews for guidance on their cultural and moral reformation, subjected themselves. She analyzes how self-conscious expressions of Ottoman Jewish modernity, quote, borrowed from regional, transnational, extranational, Jewish, and non-Jewish models, but also transformed them, creating in the process a culture and a form of modernity unique in texture and substance. Focusing on the display of colonialism as it is grafted into Ladino periodicals from photographs and stories originally published in the French press, she suggests that, quote, depictions of curiosities from other parts of the world inevitably encouraged readers of Ladino to identify with the Western voyeur rather than with the colonial subject. She also maintains, however, that, quote, hunger for information erased two critical distinctions that suffuse the instructional Ladino literature. The distinction between the practical and the exotic on the one hand, and the distinction between exemplary Western European norms and esoteric Oriental ones on the other. In other words, while attentive to the way Ottoman Jews were imbricated into the colonialist disposition by positioning themselves as voyeurs to European colonial projects, Stein simultaneously discounts the possibility that Ottoman Jews possessed or expressed a colonial or racial consciousness akin to, if not wholly unique, from their presumably more enlightened Jews of Western Europe. In so doing, Stein ultimately leaves open the question as to whether intra-Jewish cultural imperialism, and what some other Ladino scholars name semi-imperialism, to which Ottoman Jews were subject, immunized them from activating or crafting their own colonial or racial imaginary. Scholarly approaches to modern Sephardic literature largely double down on this claim of a certain self-paternalization to Western European morals and secular standards. For example, Ladino literary scholar Michael Alpert names the Ladino novel a, quote, imitative or adaptive genre, which had not grown naturally. I'm, however, interested in the literary work of Victor Levy, as well as his own cosmopolitan translatability might reflect an embryonic colonial racial consciousness often denied to Ottoman Jews in critical accounts of their modernization. I will suggest that Levy's literary work, as well as his multilingual transnational advocacy work, does not reflect his self-subjection to intercommunal cultural imperialism, but rather a potential reckoning with it. To explore this possibility, let's take a look at two of his works. His original novel, Hamayim Ha'ararim o La'agwa de la Sota, published in serialized form in the popular Constantinople-based Ladino periodical El Telegrafo in 1889, and La Prostitution chez la femme et la traite de blanche, a speech he gave in French at a meeting organized by the Jewish Agency for the Protection of Women and Girls and Women and the Alliance Israélite Universelle in Alexandria in May of 1912. And now I'm going to discuss the novel. So, set in Jerusalem in the days of Solomon's Temple, Hamayim Ha'ararim Ha'ararim o La'agwa de la Sota centers around a villainous priest, the Kohen Gadol Asir, who meddles in the marriage of Ofen and Ezel by inculpating Ezel in an extramarital affair with Amiel, a handsome orphan who she and her husband have recently begun sheltering in their home. The story begins as the priest approaches Ofen with accusations of infidelity against his wife, urging Ofen to subject his wife to the ancient biblical ritual of the bitter waters, La Agua de la Sota, a ceremony in which a woman suspected of adultery is brought to the temple to drink a certain mixture whose effects on her body would indicate whether she had been faithful to her husband or not. Once Ofen is successfully convinced, the Kohen Gadol proceeds to make his contact with Ezel. He seeks to bribe her with a promise to spare her from the death by poison that her husband had inveigled upon her in exchange for her hand in marriage. Certain about her fidelity, Ezel rejects this bribe. And soon we learn that Amiel, the man with whom Ezel is suspected to be having an affair, is indeed her long-lost brother. But this information becomes too clear too late, as Amiel is banished from often in Ezel's home, and Ezel is prompted to appear in the temple for a ceremonial trial. In the end, Ezel drinks the poisoned water, just as Amiel appears from the crowd to announce that he is Ezel's brother. Often rushes to the rescue of his wife until he is told by the Kohen Gadol that no poisonous leaves were placed in the cup. In the end, the couple exits the temple, casting a menacing glare upon the Kohen Gadol, who keeps his eyes closed in suppression of his envy of their virtuous marriage. Setting aside the questionable liberties Levi takes to assimilate the ceremony of the bitter waters for his modern romance, necessary questions ought to be raised about the anti-clericalism and proto-feminism that converge in the novel. In Michael Alpert's analysis, he historically situates the text in an enduring debate between the members of the emergent Sephardic literati and the rabbinate of Constantinople, suggesting that the novel might be read as, quote, a veiled attack on the chief rabbinate of Istanbul. The fact of the novel's explicit undermining of ancient rabbinical morality and the fact that the chief rabbinate would eventually issue a proclamation calling for the banning and burning of the book would certainly confirm this point. However, a reading of the text with attention to the anti-clerical scripts of modern France, of which one can only presume Levi was well familiar, would suggest that the text was more than just a local anti-clerical allegory. Might it be argued that the text was indeed an Ottoman Jewish interpretation of a French anti-clerical theme? Perhaps it can be argued that the Kohen Gadol in the text was no proxy for a specifically Ottoman Jewish clergy, but rather the product of Levi's attempt to cast the ancient rabbinic clergy in the image of the sexually lascivious Monsignor. This reading would suggest a certain imperial mimesis on behalf of Levi to align the themes of his work with those of the modern secular French belles lettres. In the prologue to his text, Levi in fact envisions that Jewish readers beyond the context of Constantinople might learn of his work in the pages of the Jewish press, which he hopes, quote, will be so good as to devote some lines to it. Of course, such a reading would not dispute the more generalizable fact that Ladino writers like Levi surely caused a stir, whether intently or not, in intercommunal affairs between modernizing Ottoman Jews and the honor guards of religious Sephardic tradition. Nonetheless, I ask such a question in an effort to better understand how both intracommunal as well as intercommunal politics inflected expressions of Ottoman Jewish modernity, and further to question how attending to those allegiances might help enrich our understandings of Ottoman Jewish consciousness toward coloniality, race, and gender at the turn of the 20th century. Turning to a speech he gave more than a decade and a half later might help us begin to pursue these threads of inquiry. In an extended version of his speech, printed in Italy in a pamphlet form that is strewn with advertisements for various Ladino periodicals, Levi provides an extended argument about the history of prostitution and sexual slavery. He describes with praise the measures that both the JAPGW and the Alliance have conducted to combat the perpetuation of white slavery, the sexual trafficking of white women. Over the course of the pamphlet's 124 pages, he covers a broad range of issues, from the history of prostitution in ancient Greece to the psychology of the prostitute. Interestingly, no extended mention is made either about Jewish involvement in sex trafficking or about the local industry in Constantinople in particular, which was a prominent site of the white slave trade in the Ottoman Empire and was disproportionately staffed by foreign-born Ashkenazi Jews. Rather, what he presents is a more fraught and admittedly a bit puzzling critique of white imperial civility, the moral depravity of the European man, and prostitution's origins in clerical authority. His first chapter of the pamphlet strives to articulate the quote-unquote origins of prostitution, locating them not in primitive societies, but rather in a universal objectification of women that predates the emergence of society as Levi knows it. Revealing his awareness of the presumed superiority of white European man in comparison to the indigenous, he explicitly expresses his resistance to such presumptions. It is by the contact of these European explorers, Levi argues, that the ideas of the indigenous were modified. Their immorality would only be due to assimilation. The men of these savage peoples intimidated the civilized whites, end quote. In drawing and simultaneously subverting the binary between the civilized whiteness of European man and the savagery of indigenous peoples, Levy demonstrates here the articulation of his own liberal racial consciousness. He expresses an awareness of the dangers of subjecting oneself to European cultural imperialism, naming prostitution as the more immoral and adverse effect of an imperial mimesis. This, of course, raises questions about Levy's own understanding of the cultural imperialism to which Ottoman Jews were subject. In light of his extensive work as a French translator and as an advocate for the JAPGW and the Alliance, one can ask whether Levy was perhaps taking the stage provided to him to critique the moral regimes upon which these organizations were premised. An alternative reading would say that what Levy is doing here is continuing the course of his own imperial pantomime by rehearsing the colonial drama of the noble savage, the idealized concept of the uncivilized man who symbolizes the innate goodness of humanity. Indeed, after doubling down on his thesis about the imperial origins of sex slavery, he suggests yet another origin, quote, that prostitution is born of slavery. All of these gestures seem to suggest a certain primitivism to his claims, perhaps consummated when he explicitly declares his argument a quote unquote defense of savages. But might his defense of the savages also be a critique of the colonial histories that underpin French and English moral values? Or is it simply a form of primitivism, another manifestation of imperial mimesis, his fraught attempt to identify with paternalistic Frenchness through disidentification with those whom he defends? Levy makes it harder in the next chapter to pin down an answer. That is, he voices another unstable critique of Western values, which he equivocates with claims about the moral corruption of the Orient. Quote, in spite of the philosophers of which the 19th century took glory, women had not and does not still have in our days the place she merits in society. For many, she continues to be a creature of an inferior order, and in Muslim countries especially, contempt for women bursts constantly, end quote. Here we see, perhaps not, as Stein would put it, an inability to grasp the quote unquote distinction between exemplary Western European norms and esoteric Oriental ones, but the marking of a certain symmetry, albeit on a sliding scale, of immorality between East and West, Europe and the Orient, that proves Levy's own awareness of the constructed nature of these binaries themselves. In the quote unquote sanctuary of debauchery is where Levy locates the material birth of sex slavery, returning us to a theme now familiar to us in the context of his work, the moral depravity of the clergy. Indeed, this point is constituent to his larger thesis that, quote, the first who would imagine to make a profit from fornication were precisely the priests, end quote. But priests, according to his count, are rather broadly construed and appear, according to my own best abilities to understand his text, as an abstract, non-denominative, trans-historical category. Suffice to say, the priesthood and clerical reverence in Levy's formulation, however, map onto a pre-modern European past or an amoral savagery possessed by peoples of the Orient. That is, his account locates priests in the countries of Kanara, in the pagodas of Southeast Asia, and perhaps we can say, reading his oeuvre as a unified corpus, in the ancient temple of Jerusalem. Two contradictory gestures ultimately emerge in these sections of Levy's speech that I've just surveyed. On the one hand, we see Levy, in a potentially primitivist fashion, critique the violent colonial and racial undertones of what he stresses is an unjustly revered white civility. On the other hand, we see Levy root his anti-clerical thesis not in the revolutionary ideals of French Enlightenment, but rather in his own Orientalist imaginary. While I'm still working on making sense of this interesting convergence of primitivist paternalism and anti-clerical Orientalism that appear in his speech, I'd like to end by thinking about how these intersecting threads might help us reapproach the question of how Ottoman Jews self-fashioned as modern in a trans-imperial context. Perhaps there is something particularly useful in this moral triangulation for his own self-fashioning as a modern Ottoman Jewish subject. His critique of white civility allows him to reject European cultural imperialism, at the same time that his quasi-Orientalist anti-clericalism enables him to critique Sephardic religious tradition from the mimetic standpoint of the European Enlightenment. To say so, however, would suggest, further to my prior point, that Levy's touted proto-feminism, particularly as it appears in Hamayim Hamaririm, is at once a pointed critique of the Sephardic rabbinate of his day, but also perhaps an attempt to enforce a colonially and racially inflected binary between those Ottoman Jews who elected to embrace Western European morals and those who adhered to what he presents as a morally corrupt and atavistic traditionalism. Ultimately, as I've sought to demonstrate, Levy's work not only reveals how inter-Jewish communal politics between Eastern and Western Jewries inflected the internal divisions within Ottoman communities, but also how racial and colonial logics from Western Europe inform the inter-imperial allegiances formed between them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michael. Really interesting to add this layer of thinking about the latent ways in which racial and colonial and paternalistic consciousnesses, as well as cosmopolitanism and modernity, are translated into and reckoned with through the form of the novel. So another means into this idea of translation in the colonial context. From the novel, we're moving on to the poem and to the work of Tom Haviv. I'm excited to introduce Tom Haviv, who is a writer and multimedia artist. His debut book of poetry, A Flag of No Nation, was published by Jewish Currents Press. He is the founder of the Hamsa Flag Project and the co-founder of Ayin Press. Tom will be discussing his book of poetry and reading some poems to us, so please help me in welcoming Tom.
Okay, I can't start my video. Hello. Thank you so much for that introduction, Rachel, and thank you for including me at this conference and for all the other organizers. And yeah, honored to be here and to be on this panel with Michael and Cynthia. I am not sharing an academic paper. I am going to be sharing a little bit about my book of poetry, A Flag of No Nation, and reading from it. I'm also going to be sharing some of the kind of walking through some of the multimedia elements of it and the multi-genre elements of it and how it engages with some of the themes of this conference. A little zoom out, the book was written as a part, in a way, as a dialogue with an oral history project that I had conducted with my grandmother, my late grandmother, over 4 or 5 years. My grandmother is from Istanbul. Both my grandparents on my father's side were. The impulse was to, record and document and preserve stories and memory from her childhood and through her immigration to the Israeli state and et cetera. So I'm going to start the presentation with one of the videos of the oral history. So the oral history was composed of videos, audio clips, audio recordings that were informally recorded through conversations over the years, as well as emails. And I'll just say about the arc of the presentation, if we'll see how far we get. Going to explore a couple different ways that this oral history had been translated into poetry, into prose, and into the social practice project of the Hamsa flag, which is, I will explain later, a project that the book gives some context to, and in a way sought context through oral history. Let me see if the screen share will work. Is this visible?
Yep, that's great.
So this is a recording, I think from 2014. The book was published in 2019. I think there's some chronology here that I can maybe discuss as we go through. My grandmother's name was Yvette, And these two other names are her classmates who brought her into the Zionist movement, youth movement, when she was in high school. I'm going to play this.
I was about 15. So when I was in the 10th grade, two friends came from another school to our school, and one of them was active in the Zionist movement. So she approached us, me and the other girl. We were about 10 Jewish girls in our class. Except me, the others really didn't care so much about Jewishness or the punk, nothing. They were not interested. But when came a girl from another school, together with another one who became my friend, and the name was Lizanka. Lizanka were Jewish from Bulgarian origin, and then Bella. Bella was belonged to, her father came from Russia, and her mother from Istanbul. So Bella, and they became my friend, and Lizanka took the two of us and began to tell us about their organization, about the idea of having a place for the Jews according to the Balfour Declaration in before World War I. Lord Balfour had said the Jews must have a home in their land. But why did he promise this? Because Chaim Weizmann, who was a Jewish scientist, Russian, very well known as a scientist, and he had also invented something which helped the British during the war. So to compensate him, Balfour gave the promise of a home, a Jewish home in Palestine. And so this movement prepared the people, young people, Jewish, who wanted to help the creation of a place for the Jews and to go to Palestine.
Let's see, how do I stop the share? So keep in mind, yeah, this is how this information was communicated to me, and in that fashion, and in that sequence. This is a lot of what I'm going to share is not new knowledge, but I think partly what would be helpful is just to think about this as different aesthetic spaces of translation. So let me share how this looks in the book. So the way that this moved into the text is in the form of poetry. So as you can see, it's the same title here. The only addition here is the lineation, the line breaks, to be included in a larger text, which I can't fully share, but I will skim through. And I'm going to read, this is almost verbatim from that oral history video. I'm going to read the next part in this sequence, which is called Izzy Islands Elise. And Izzy is the name of my grandfather, who met my grandmother in this context. Voice recording of Yvette, 2017. I entered the Zionist movement. They organized trips by boat. You know, those boats that go to the Bosphorus, to the islands. It was a boat traveling between the Bosphorus and going to different places. We had an excursion, a picnic, organized in one island, and we got down. I was for the first time on such a boat with the others, and Izzy was there. He was on one side of the boat, I was on the other. I didn't know anybody except for my two friends. From afar, we smiled at each other, and after we began to be active together. After that, I was very sick for 2 months. I had a very serious kind of tuberculosis. At this time, there was no penicillin, not in Istanbul. I was in bed for 2 months. My parents took a house in one of the islands and I was there. Izzy and friends would come and visit me. Izzy would come very often. We used to have talks. That was the beginning of our friendship. When it turned out to be girlfriend, you know, when he escaped and they caught him and he came back. So before he left, then we told each other, he told me that he loves me and I love him. And I promised when he comes to Palestine, I will follow him. Of course, I didn't say this to my mother. My mother didn't want me to go with Izzy because she knew he would continue with his adventure. She didn't want me to be with him, so I would not leave. She was against all my activities. My father understood a little more. I can understand my mother because I had lung problems, because the climate was not good. But we were motivated to go and help build the state. And to the great, great sadness of my parents who really didn't want me to go, and for the first time, I really made them very, especially my mother. She was very far from the Zionist idea. So moving from, these are my grandparents, moving from the oral history section of the book, this is a photo of my grandfather in Alliance School. Part of that story was translated into prose and expanded from other oral history fragments into this prose piece called Allegiance. I'll read part of it. There was a little segment of the previous poem that was a glimmer into this. 1946. As soon as my grandfather graduates from lycée, he and 2 close friends leave Istanbul in secret and travel south to the new border of Turkey and Syria. They want to make their way to Palestine. In Palestine, a war is escalating. Across the former Ottoman Empire, borders are flickering into being. 1923, the Turkish nationalist movement reclaims Anatolia, led by Mustafa Kemal Atatürk. The Turkish Republic forms. 1946, French mandatory rule lifts. The Syrian and Lebanese republics form. 1946, 3 boys receive draft notices from the Turkish military. They decide to leave their state forever, evade their draft, and join a new army. Panels of white, blue, and red, a cypress tree, a white disc. I'll just say at the bottom, in the book, there's context. These are descriptions of flags of these new nations. The rise of the modern Turkish state sets a new paradigm for Sephardi Jews who had been living in the region for centuries, the promise of a new ethno-national identity, Turkishness. This is a little bit 101 for the context of this conference, but again, appreciate the different aesthetic spaces that are happening, and there are different audiences for this, but I think it will be clear. This presents itself first in language. Atatürk believed in Sun language theory, which claimed that all human language derives from an originary Turkic language spoken in ancient Sumer. The theory was as tenuous then as it is now, but the result was the reconfiguration of the new secular state around Turkishness above all. For the first time in history, all schools in Anatolia were required to speak Turkish. During the Ottoman Empire, under the Millet system, minority groups had cultural and linguistic autonomy. My family had been in the Ottoman Empire for 400 years. They spoke at different points, Greek, Arabic, French, Italian, as well as Ladino or Judeo-Spanish, the dialect of Sephardim. None of these languages were acceptable in the new state. My grandmother Yvette was one of the first people to speak Turkish fluently in her family. My grandfather Israel had been the second in his family. His father had served as an Ottoman officer in World War I. For many reasons, this generation would find itself the last or next to last to speak Turkish. A red and white flag, 6 arrows fanning outward as if generated by an invisible sun. The lycée the boys went to was a significant part of the story as well. It belonged to the Alliance Israélite Universelle system, a schooling system created in 1860 to spread secular French education and culture to Jewish communities throughout the Ottoman Empire in the Middle East. Its mission was to civilize and to create for non-Ashkenazi Jews a special relationship with European modern civilization vis-a-vis French language and culture. Alliance schools spanned all the way from Morocco to Iran and Afghanistan, administering European influence, bringing the so-called Oriental Jews into the Enlightenment as Jews and making them useful and loyal colonial subjects. A red and white flag, a crescent and a star at the center. These three boys, whose last names were Habib, Guerrera, and Asaman, belonged to another emergent nationalist movement. In Turkish and French, they sang its name, the Underground Zionist Youth Movement. 1923, the new Turkish state criminalizes all Zionist activity. Prior to the fall of the Ottoman Empire, the struggle to convince Sephardic communities to become Zionists had not been easy. It had been a public fight between European Zionists, French colonial Jews, Greek and Turkish nationalists, many of whom were Jews, the Ottoman establishment, and the Sephardi rabbinate. After Ataturk came to power, this complexity, a wing, would narrow to a pointed collision of two ideologies, two theories of peoplehood, Turkish nationalism and Zionism. In Turkey, many were in the throes of becoming Turkish for the first time. In the eyes of the state, arrows, Zionism was a counter-nationalism that threatened the cohesion of the whole. We now know these nationalisms were in fact mirrors of each other, narrowing, echoes of a European-style nationalism that had never previously entered the Middle East. 7 yellow stars, 2 bands of blue, white background. My grandparents conducted their activism in secret from their families. Being part of this work or even implicated could threaten lives and livelihoods. According to my grandmother, when they knocked on doors, most Jews turned them away, a wing. The notion of a new identity was not compelling to everyone. For 100 years, they had been comfortable being Ottoman, as the empire was often seen by Sephardim as the beloved redeemer of those fallen from the Iberian Peninsula. Now they had to decide between becoming Turkish or becoming Zionist. They had spent hundreds of years becoming, why leave? From a cousin, the summer of 2018 in Rosh Ayin, I learned that there were Sephardi rabbis, arrows, in the 50s and 60s, still imploring Jews and Ladino to move to Israel. Many of these Jews stayed even as tensions rose. All but one of my great-grandparents, my grandmother's mother, Elise, who was in the oral history that I read earlier, would spend their final years in Istanbul. A red triangle against 3 color panels, green, white, black. Chemin de rêve. They made their way to the border with a dream. They wanted to pass through Syria, Lebanon, into Palestine, to join an armed struggle that would create a Jewish nation state. What had the boys imagined of the slopes of Syria and Lebanon? On the way to the border, they stopped in the city of Antalya, where they met a border guard who had agreed to smuggle them over for a fee. Then, as my father tells me, they chose to stay for a night or maybe a few days, we don't know. They needed a rest. Did they wonder if they could step outside of history? If only for a day, un seul jour. Did they know they could never make it over? Did they know they would never make it over? Were they Turks? Were they Jews? Were they Ottomans? Were they Israelis? Were they Hebrews? Human forms in a landscape moving through darkness, pausing in a clearing of light. They were all those who had been born into war, whose choice was one nation or another, nation for nation, nation over nation, windows narrowing, windows closing. They too deserved their adolescence. Did they know there was no pathway back? The obstacle of myth. A window in the wall opens, narrows, closes. An eye. A myth opens, narrows, closes. Which windows remain? Which walls? Will we name them? Chemin de la Terre. In the morning, they went to the border. As soon as they did, they were arrested, ratted out, Hilshinav Alehem, and were immediately sent to a military prison back in Antalya. The borders of imagination have closed since. In prison, my grandfather, Israel Habib, and his 2 friends, Boulan Asaman and Yaakov Guerrera, ate feta, olives, tomatoes, and bread, as my grandfather would tell me, were happy. The way this was conveyed to me has a trace of his dark humor and pride, his dignity that would follow him over thresholds of trouble, his hard-earned lack of faith. They were charged with committing 2 crimes, evading the Turkish military draft and participating in the illegal Zionist movement. When they faced the judge, according to family folklore, my grandfather was asked to speak on behalf of the 3 boys. He is said to have made a rousing case for their mission, their dream. You have established your state, now we deserve ours. Unlike our parents who were Ottomans first, Jews second, we are now Jews above all else. We deserve to return to our own history. Did they know there was no pathway back? Chemin de la mer. When they were released, they returned to Istanbul, where Israel was arrested again and further interrogated and beaten. They considered him the leader of the trio. They wanted to know who else would be conspiring to leave the state. Because he had clout, the others did not. Osman's father pulled some strings with the security forces and Israel was freed. Part of their agreement upon release was that they would each complete the year of military service they had attempted to evade. In the end, Israel spent 6 months at the Officers Academy and 6 months in the Turkish Air Force as a liaison to the US Air Force. 1948, the state emerges out of the wreckage of the Arab-Israeli war. It would reshape borders again. Windows would shatter and widen. Windows would narrow and vanish at a single point. Wings break. How many stories have been lost for the sake of a conflict that would never de-escalate? Narrowing. Israel, my grandfather, Izzy, as he would be known, would watch his dream actualize as he was dressed as a Turkish soldier, speaking the Turkish of the state, the French of his colonial education, with the memory of the Spanish dialect of the Jews of Andalusia, about to become an Israeli. As soon as he completed his duty and was honorably discharged, he married my grandmother, whom he had met in the underground Zionist youth movement. They had a civil union, a secular Zionist wedding, 1949. Although the law against Zionism had been lifted, there was still a 6-month travel ban to the new Israeli state. As soon as this ban was lifted, they boarded a boat, the Anne Marie, and were on the surface of history again, the wide window of ocean, leaving the Bosphorus into the Aegean, rerouting from a broken pathway away from a closed border toward Palestine.
Tom, you have maybe 1 minute left.
Okay, thank you. So I'll just skim the rest. These are some archival. This is an image of my grandmother, and it ends with this proposition of, a speculative flag, maybe a post-national or transnational flag around the Khamsa. I'm not going to read from it here. You can read about it elsewhere. But as you can see, it transitions to more poetry and ends in this other kind of speculative political space. I don't think I have time to read anything else. And it's a photo of my grandmother. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tom. That was a beautiful reading and discussion. And I, of course, agree that it's wonderful and important to be thinking about these questions of form and migration language through different aesthetics and media. So thank you for being a part of the conference.
Thank you so much.
We're going to extend, we'll just have a sort of a 5-minute question and answer, have a slightly shorter lunch, but we're all at home, so that works out. I have one question from Ray Romero for Dr. Gabay. He says, you argue that Judeo-Spanish is a poetic ingredient in the literary works of these new Judesmo writers in Latin America. However, Gelman's Dibashu does not portray an authentic variety of Judeo-Spanish, but rather his idea of what the language is and should be, taking extreme liberties in the language's pronunciation and words. And Tom, you might want to comment on this too. I understand that this unauthentic portrayal is part of his creativity. However, can you talk more about the responsibility of artists, writers, and musicians to the survival of language and to the Sephardic community at large? What is the effect of using this language with creative license for the arts?
Thank you. Wow, this is a very big question, but I do want to clarify that I didn't say that Judeo-Spanish is an aesthetic, I don't remember the term used. I didn't say that Judeo-Spanish serves the aesthetic of each poet. What I said is that the fact of installing the translation is part of the poetics. There is a big difference, because I'm not talking about the language. The books the conclusion, I couldn't show everything in my research, but the conclusion is that the Judeo-Spanish are the originals in the text. I also confronted this with the poet Denis Leon. So I would never say that Judeo-Spanish is just something added to the general book. So that's from one part. And second, yes, I think there is with Juan Gelman. First of all, I think there is, there should be absolute liberty, freedom for writers and poets to bring their expression the way they believe they should be. I think his book is respectful. It's not. I don't think it's going too much out of boundaries, if there is such a thing. But there is a thing that the Gelman critics never talk about it, that indeed he's making cultural appropriation, even if he's Jewish, but he's Ashkenazi, and there is cultural appropriation, but he is making I think, and I believe I hope I showed good enough. His proposal is very interesting, and it opens a lot of questions. And second, his book really opened a very big window, even a door, to Judeo-Spanish in Latin America and also in Spain. So after his book, something really different started to happen. And some of the writers who today write in Judeo-Spanish in Latin America told me that even if they had Judeo-Spanish in their homes and they could understand and talk Judeo-Spanish, and they were already writers, but they would not take this identity writing, if you want, until they read Juan Gelman. So it's ambiguous, and I think ambiguous is absolutely legitimate in case of creation. So maybe that's my answer for the moment.
Thank you. I'll maybe broaden the question to bring in Tom and Michael. I'll add one other short question from the audience, from Nezi Altaras to Tom. Are you considering a Turkish translation of your work? I think it would be very interesting for a Turkish reading audience. So I'll embed that compliment and question into this question for both of you, which is that all three of you were thinking about translation in different ways, between languages, from family archive to poetics, from female body to poetics in Dr. Gabai's work, the ways in which consciousnesses are translated into the novel in Michael's work. And I'm wondering if the two of you could talk about, and this relates to the previous question too, and then we'll take our lunch, the relationship of form and poetics to specifically colonialism and migration, which is also at the center of all of your work, delving into either your own process and poetics or the process and poetics of the authors who you're analyzing.
Michael, you want to go first?
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good question. And I think that's why I sort of brought in the sort of question of imperial mimesis as a potential form. And I think it was cited earlier, like Homi Bhabha's understanding of sort of colonial mimesis as a way to think both about the sort of continuities and discontinuities between expressions of modernity between Western Europe and what it perceives as its East. But I think there's also something to be said about, and something that I was trying to work through in this piece was to sort of not subscribe to a diffusionist modeling of history or a diffusionist modeling of enlightenment that would necessarily suggest that Ottoman Jewish modernization is merely sort of a latent form of Western European modernization, Western Jewish Enlightenment, etc. So I really was interested in attending to it. And Sarah Stein even mentions it in her work, sort of the work of translation is very much its own sort of textured form of its own modernity. So I was kind of interested along the question, I guess, to speak to form. The Ladino novel, at least is in the sort of literature that I was looking at, thinking about the Ladino novel, primarily thinks about the Ladino novel, the modern secular Ladino novel, as a departure from Musar literature, Ladino Musar literature. So it's very much still framed in that sort of from religious provinciality to sort of modern subjectivity. But I also sort of wanted to read it in a sort of different trajectory between East and West, and how thinking about the innovation in form, and I guess the innovation in language itself, is the product of several different sort of currents and trends, though I can't necessarily say that I nailed down precisely what it is and how to name it. And I think that's what Levy's work sort of stumped me and challenged me to try to do. So an inconclusive answer, but I commend you for the great question.
Yeah, I think inconclusivity is the only is definitely the right sentiment, and I think form is at the core of the question of my book. Thinking about the form of the aesthetic form of these different flags as these different self-fashioning of identities kind of just happen in this sort of cinematic montage that is so fast in those early decades of the 20th century for Jews in Turkey or in the Ottoman Empire, and then in Israel. And I think the space I wanted to be in was showing some of the mechanics of identity formation and culture formation and nation formation as aesthetic phenomena, and and you know, a lot of this book goes into allegory as well. So I think presenting the reader and continually presenting myself as the maker of this thing with the question of what are future identity formations that we can fashion or that will be imposed upon us. And I think that there is a tendency in some of these conversations on attempting to recuperate stories that and try them on in new contexts. And I think that kind of drag is fascinating and can create realities. And also there's fantasy there that I think needs to be looked at aesthetically and as form and consciously. And I think affords us some flexibility and spaciousness for what might come in terms of these questions about nation and how we identify as Jews and as Sephardi Jews and all the other things that come up in these pieces. So inconclusivity.
Thank you so much, everyone. These are really thoughtful answers. And the convergence of aesthetics and allegory and inconclusivity seems like the right place to end. So we'll thank our panelists once again, and we'll take a 17-minute break and come back together at 1 p.m. Pacific time for our keynote address from Dr. Vanessa Paloma Elbaz. So please return in 17 minutes, and thank you all. Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm very pleased today to introduce Dr. Vanessa Paloma Elbaz, the keynote speaker of today's 2022 ucLADINO conference. She will be presenting her lecture, The Body, the Voice, and the Matriarch, Sonic Transmissions of Engendering Beyond Language and Belief. I'm very excited for this lecture. By way of introduction, Dr. Elbaz is Research Associate at the Faculty of Music of the University of Cambridge on the European Research Commission funded project, Past and Present Musical Encounters Across the Strait of Gibraltar, and a part-time Marie Skłodowska-Curie Fellow at INALCO on her project, Encoding, Absorption, and Abandonment of Cultural Material During Migration, the Case of Judeo-Spanish Songbooks. Dr. Elbaz was Senior Fulbright Research Scholar as an Independent Scholar to Morocco from 2007 to 2008. Her PhD from 2018 from the Sorbonne's Center for Middle Eastern and Mediterranean Studies at INALCO was entitled Jewish Women's Songs from Northern Morocco, Core Role and Function of a Forgotten Repertoire, and was given with Félicitations du Jury. In 2014, she founded Hoya, Jewish Morocco Sound Archive, which recently launched its pilot portal at yalala.org.uk. She has over 20 academic book chapters and journal articles on Jewish music in Morocco, Spain, and the Mediterranean basin with a focus on women's voices. Dr. Elbaz serves as the vice chair for the Mediterranean Music Study Group of the International Council for Traditional Music, on the Academic Advisory Council for the Hadassah Brandeis Institute, as well as trustee of the Jewish Music Institute based at SOAS, University of London, and as board member of the Tangier American Legation Institute for Moroccan Studies. Her research has been funded by Horizon 2020, AIMS, Cambridge Arts and Humanities, and the Posen Foundation, amongst others. She is an affiliate of the Cambridge Interfaith Program and the Center for Global Human Movement of the University of Cambridge. Her first monograph will be published by Brill in 2022 and is entitled Les chants de femmes juives du nord du Maroc, rôle vital dans répertoire oublié. She is co-editing a volume for the British Academy and Oxford University Press entitled Sonic Conversations in the Western Mediterranean, Music and Sound, Memory and Meaning, and a special issue of the journal Yud on Judeo-Spanish songbooks as a technology of transmission. Dr. Elbaz has also been an international performer of Judeo-Spanish and Sephardi repertoires since the early 2000s. We are honored to have her today as our keynote speaker. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Elbaz.
Thank you so much, Rachel, and thank you to everybody who's present and to all the panelists who've also given presentations earlier. I've very much enjoyed the whole thing so far. I will see how late I can stay awake. As you know, it's very late here. I'm trying to share my screen, and for some reason, it's not giving me my PowerPoint as an option. Okay, so wait, hold on just a minute. Of course, these things always happen when you're, okay, here we go. So can everybody see that? Yes, and yeah, we'll go from the beginning. Okay, perfect. So good evening to those of you in Europe and Israel, and good afternoon to those in the Americas. I'm very honored to be this year's ucLADINO keynote speaker for a conference focused on a topic which has guided my own research and performance for 2 decades of work, that of engendering. The Talmud states that 3 contributions interact for the formation of a new being. The female, red, gives blood. The male, the white, gives the bones, and the divine gives the soul or the senses. It says, his father emits the white seed from which the following body parts are formed: the bones, the sinews, the nails, the brain that is in the head, and the white of the eye. His mother emits the seed, the red seed, from which are formed the skin, the flesh, the hair, and the black of the eye. And the Holy One, blessed be he, inserts into him, the child, the baby that is, a spirit, a soul, his countenance, eyesight, hearing of the ear, the capability of speech of the mouth, the capability of walking with the legs, understanding, and wisdom. So this is Tractate Nida 31a. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that the white against the white would be so difficult to read. You can look it up later and enjoy it. Let's see, come on, go to the next one. There we go. So I want to start with a little context of my own process in getting to this point of what I'm going to present to you today. After finishing a master's in medieval Spanish music, a year-long immersion in Hebrew language and liturgical music at Mahon Roni, a women's yeshiva, which was next to the Beit El Sephardi Kabbalistic yeshiva in the old city of Jerusalem, I decided to focus my performances on Sephardi repertoires. Soon after that, a conjunction of experiences allowed me to connect various lines that have been threading through Judeo-Spanish, but that had not been seen as such. The disparate aspects of my life that have conspired to help this story come out included growing up in a family of anthropologists in Colombia, where every vacation was a fieldwork foray, my training in medieval and Renaissance music, paleography, and texts, and knowledge of Hebrew liturgy and religious texts. These propelled me to follow a hunch that there was more depth to Sephardi Judeo-Spanish repertoires than the prevailing narrative of Spanish hegemonic nostalgia ensconced within women's mechanical or unthinking repetition of songs irrelevant to their contemporary realities, but that declared their unfailing allegiance to a Spain that had expulsed them, tortured the ones who dared trick the system and their descendants, pursued those who stayed and converted, roped in those Sephardim centuries later who might help the Spanish colonial project, and after half a millennium of exile, offered their descendants a carrot stick of citizenship to bring back Jewish investment when Spain was facing the most devastating economic crisis in their recent history, only to snatch it away when the poor descendants of the conversos were applying in great numbers as an undesired consequence of what had been seen in the Sephardi world as their largesse to correct a xenophobic mistake. As this perspective of Spain's official relationship to this Sephardi timeline might imply, it was exceedingly difficult for me to accept that an oral tradition could have been maintained exclusively as a nostalgia for the lost pre-expulsion world. I reiterate the interweaving of my own personal story within the development of my research interests, especially for the younger presenters at this conference, whom I encourage to follow their research interests and listen to the silent pull that a topic may hold over you, even or especially when it is at odds with current narratives or hegemonic tropes within academic and historiographic discourse. My own non-hegemonic ideas about women's religious contributions, continuity through non-written sources, and the rupturing effects of colonialism and oral transmission were sometimes dismissed or refuted by both female and male senior and junior academics as I discussed them in private conversations or academic workshops. Most have been incredibly supportive as I navigated the process of uncovering buried connections, but those few who dismissed or challenged my work could have been the ones to have drawn me off course if I had been less tenaciously committed to a connection that seemed glaringly obvious and only needed a new methodology of inquiry than what had been employed until then. I tell you this because it was only with stubborn tenacity, aiming to find the almost untraceable traces of the connecting links between the written and the oral, the lived and the embodied, the hegemonic and the seemingly powerless, that brought me to the first threshold in the liminal space between the written and the emic known. Stemming from, as Emma Perez's volume on engendering, invoking the decolonial imaginary, the historiographic questions challenged in an implicitly phallocentric field, this keynote will address the use of the voice by women in Judeo-Spanish communities as one of the foundation stones of identity transmission through orality in Sephardi Judaism. Contrary to a liturgical-focused male-dominated musical scene of the public space, Sephardi women's contribution is often unheard and erased by the musicology, history, and literary establishments, except as a limb absorbed into the grander story of Hebraic, Spanish, French, or Arabic cultural hegemony. I will even posit that the examples I will give about Sephardi transmission are relevant for the transmission of many migrating groups around the world, beyond the Sephardi example, where women's contributions are silently and consistently ignored over time, thus granting almost exclusive cultural hegemonic hierarchy to male voices. Today, I will take a deep dive backwards in time from where my work has been situated in recent years. I have done this because of the realization that the populations that I work on are often carrying deep intellectual histories within their thought, behavior, and relationships to sound, being, and belief, consciously and subconsciously, but that permeate their ontologies of behavior. Many Sephardim throughout the world, be it in Istanbul, Tangier, Caracas, Argentina, Seattle, or Madrid, relate daily to the text from Al-Andalus as part of an unruptured chain of intellectual and spiritual transmission, and one where the voices of their poets and rabbis are voiced daily through their own voices, through the cycle of prayer, study, and liturgical poetry, evoking the ritual repetitions that anthropologist Harvey Whitehouse claims function as linchpins for social cohesion since Neolithic times. While drawing from the Halbachsian commemorative meeting, which reenacts the past in order to not lose it with the passing of time. The rabbis are as alive to them today as the words of their parents and grandparents, and directly affect decisions and actions in the details of current life, but also the philosophy surrounding the lunar year of holidays and recurring celebrations, even on women's fertility. The temporality of their words is immediate, and there is little perceived distance between the life and experience of the rabbis and the antiguas, the matriarchs of medieval Al-Andalus, and a Jew in Paris, Casablanca, Atlanta, or Ashdod today. Of course, this perception of an unruptured continuity creates avenues for insertion of attitudes and relationships to time, sounds, and being that might seem foreign sitting in Los Angeles or Cambridge, but that make perfect sense and work quite well within the construction of a neo-Al-Andalus in contemporary Sephardi communities. The elements which maintain transmission beyond language, locale, ritual, temporality, and belief employ various mechanisms to transmit different core information, particular to their own circumstances, geographical placement, position of subalternity, or hegemony. I'm interested in establishing over the longue durée how Sephardim employ multi-directional methods of transmissibility of their core cultural information in Judeo-Spanish or in other languages, but maintaining that core that they're still transmitting, even if all the Judeo-Spanish is lost. The elements, the question that then must be asked is, how does the cultural self-identification of a group transmit itself over time when the group is exiled, dispersed, threatened, and changes its external markers of belonging? Using the Reconquista, the expulsion of the Jews, the Inquisition, and Sephardi resettlement as examples, the idea is to track the musical aftermaths of the interconnected ruptures created around the events of 1492 for the Sephardi diaspora. The exploration of how nonverbal communal belonging is passed through generations, knowingly or unknowingly through music, can be demonstrated through examples from 15th century Iberia onwards. The music and its texts in question are already a hybrid form attesting to deep and long-lasting cultural interaction and social mixing, signs of a diffuse cultural mélange rather than a powerfully single identity. The music is transmitted in full view, yet beyond the perception of governing powers, and often through highly gendered means, signs and symptoms of division as much of cohesiveness. What is more, while the music continues, albeit transformed, social groups claim an identity through music. Music becomes a sign of the fictitious or imaginary community, despite the evident reality of a transformed performance tradition. The study of music opens a new perspective on the complex interrelations of tangible and intangible heritage in the construction of a sense of community despite migration and social change over time, a perspective that goes to the heart of what is meant by culture. Unbroken cultural transmission is an ongoing concern for migrating population groups who strive to ensure their continued existence. Studies on cultural evolution focus on arborescent models of transmission with phylogenetic approaches to the movement of information. Looking at post-Iberian 16th century as a seminal intellectual moment in the anxiety of formation of dispersed communities, they created genealogies of transmission, family trees of sound and thought, which were transmitted through belief, texts, and melodies. Genealogies shaped through formal arborescent hierarchical shapes, the tree or the root, plot a point and fix an order. By contrast, a non-hierarchical and dispersed model akin to a network rhizome could have led to loss of tradition in its atomization. A rhizome can be connected to anything other, not maintaining linear connections to the direct past. Because, in the words of Deleuze and Guattari, multiplicities are rhizomatic, they expose arborescent multiplicities for what they are. The anxiety of rhizomic dispersion from their original communities of transmission seems to have been countered with hierarchical organizing structures through male masters and disciples, paired with grassroots rhizomic structures of feminine transmission through the domestic sphere, where governmental control had less reach. This double strategy explains the multiple manners of sonic embedding of belief, ritual, and belonging in diaspora. Crucially, the gendered aspect of these transmissions has never been studied in a long-term and transnational manner. The strong presence of feminine musical transmission in Sephardi communities may be related to the minority status of the community. Since most of the Morisco population's music was transmitted in the Maghreb, where they were the religious and political majority, the centers of transmission were and continue to be in Sufi zawiyas and brotherhoods and public gatherings with mostly male participants. Women's local repertoires function then as a nodal core of a large rhizomic structure of Sephardi diasporic transmission mechanisms. Through repeated performance of certain repertoires, music then becomes a refrain for demarcating the space around land, community, and self, primarily a communal self, to recenter their own belief systems and cultural objects, sonic and other, as central hierarchies that establish their agency. The refrain of music demarcates the we that diasporic communities fight to establish and maintain. By teaching and making music that is perceived as group specific, a sonic boundary is maintained, demarcating insider status. Today, political hierarchies deploy the Jew, along with other local minorities, and their voices as safe intermediate symbols of other, creating a discourse that is disconnected from individual experience, serving as a liminal point of connection between the majority and what continues being until today, self-contained communities in the post-expulsion diaspora. Crucial to our discussion is the fact that in Sephardi musical life, the gender of the performer often determines which repertoire is sung. Male singers perform ritual liturgical repertoire in Hebrew and Judeo-Arabic, Judeo-Spanish, or Judeo-Amazigh, or in Turkish, as well as popular secular Moroccan or Syrian Arabic, Turkish, Greek, Amazigh, Spanish, and French repertoires. Women performers sing repertoires that are predominantly in Jewish languages, Judeo-Arabic, Judeo-Amazigh, Haketia, or Ladino, and rarely in Hebrew, or popular Spanish and French songs. Most women do not know or sing the liturgical repertoire, nor will they perform their internal repertoires in public. Thus, using Judeo-Spanish songs with the oral tradition in repetitive ritual utterance, Jewish women fulfill the role of guardians of the group's integrity through their voices that often sing about strictly controlled sexuality. Not only do women control against assimilation to the majority culture through sexual abstinence before marriage or strict fidelity after marriage, but they also resist the political project of the total homogenization of world Judaism, which has accelerated with the founding of the State of Israel. This primordial communicative function is what makes music making intrinsically important to society, and particularly to the Sephardim. When analyzing all repertoires, what I've found is that the main thrust of the different sections of topics are divided into these three that you see on the slide: liturgical songs, which talk about sanctification; romances, which invariably, the ones that are left in our generation today, talk about group boundaries, be they sexual or a male-female, actually. as in a woman pretending to be a man, for example, and life cycle coplas, which talk about fertility and the beauty of the bride. In other words, in preparation for the continuity of the group. The forced conversions of Jews, which started in the summer of 1391 in Seville, launched a movement towards the establishment of laws regarding pureza de sangre, racial purity, creating genealogical mentalities, as Nuremberg has called it, by the late Middle Ages. This genealogical fever gained momentum in Castilla, Aragon, and Granada, creating a racially hierarchical society and political culture in an Iberia recently marked by social mobility, mass migration, conversion, and cultural hybridization. Quickly exported to the colonies, these cultural structures met overt and concealed resistance from minorities, often through music. In Spain itself, strict hierarchies of pure and tainted lineages were established, such as in Majorca after the 1438 mass conversion of Majorcan Jews, which has reverberations until today's musical life with Chueta lineages. In 1478, the Office of the Inquisition was established to combat the heresy of wayward new Christians, bringing many to forge false lineages. January 1st, 1492, Granada fell to the Catholics, and by late summer, all the Jews of Spain had been expelled or converted to Catholicism. Columbus sailed west from Cadiz the day after the decree of expulsion went into effect, with at least 4 crypto-Jewish crew members on board. Almost immediately afterwards, exiled Sephardi Jewish philosophers in Palestine and Italy began theorizing about the metaphysical impact of music. So what I propose is a conceptual shift, a radical recentering using philosophical and musical epistemologies from Al-Andalus, from medieval Iberia, and its immediate diaspora into the analytical framework of current musical analysis of these communities. The silence surrounding Jewish and Muslim mystical philosophy in current scholarship of the music of this region reveals that current musicology has hidden local distinctiveness under a European aesthetic lens. Most have focused on knowledge preservation and brushed over texts on religious and mystical significance, which are of core importance for local communities. An urgent reintegration of the manner that musicians and audiences from the communities themselves interact with the region's epistemological relationship to music is needed. Crucially, the interaction and impact of religious texts stem from the integral expression of self in the first instance, which only later appears in diplomacy, politics, and national identity. Incorporating each group's philosophy into the central epistemology of ethnomusicological understanding of current musical production answers to the decolonizing direction that ethnomusicology is moving towards, recalibrating its relationship to historical musicology, and ensuring that the long-standing epistemologies of indigenous musical thought enter current analysis. Because issues of power and the definition of relevant knowledge lie at the epistemic core of colonialism, the challenge for researchers of decolonizing methodologies is to, as Tuhiwai Smith says, simultaneously work with colonial and indigenous concepts of knowledge, decentering one while centering the other. The Sefer Tikkun Hamidot, which was translated into Hebrew by Ibn Tibbon, was written by Shlomo Ibn Gvirol in the 11th century, 1,000 years ago. He was actually, it's his 1,000th birthday this year, so I'm very excited to talk about Ibn Gvirol in 2022 because he supposedly was born in 1122 or 1022. That's it. So his treatise is called Kitab Islah al-Akhlaq, which was written in Judeo-Arabic on the refinement of moral qualities, and it expounds that the refinement of the self is done through the senses. His stature as one of the greatest poets of the Hebrew Golden Age of Al-Andalus leads to the question, didn't Ibn Gvirol gird his poetry, sung and heard, with ethics? The Kitab, in Judeo-Arabic, circulated widely among rabbis, singers, and students of Jewish philosophy until today, demonstrating that the unbroken relationship to the medieval Iberian Jew impacts sensory afterlives of Al-Andalus. This organization of spiritual work as perfection of moral qualities was a precursor to rabbinic ethical literature, which achieved its peak in 18th century Italy with Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, and further developed into the Sephardi vernacular with the Ladino publication of Shevet Musar in the Ottoman Empire, which still circulates among Judeo-Spanish speakers and sits in personal libraries in North Africa and elsewhere. Within Ibn Gvirol's system, each sense represents a cross-section of moral qualities. The book is divided into 5 parts: sight, hearing, taste, smell, and touch. Each part has 4 chapters demonstrating the moral and ethical consequences of each refined or unrefined sense. Thus, sight, he names as the highest sense, begins with pride as its ultimate unrefinement, followed by its opposite, meekness. The third is modesty, and the fourth or second unrefined consequent of sight is impudence. I will not explain all the senses and their details according to his treatise, but want to focus on hearing, which he places as second in importance only to sight. Ibn Gvirol states that people seem to be more influenced by what they hear than by what they see, even though sight is higher, right? And that it is key to refrain from listening to undecent sounds and to not be taken in by the beauty or pleasantness of a sound, but by its meaning and intent. He divides the moral and ethical consequences of a refined or unrefined sense of hearing into 4 emotional qualities: love, hate, compassion, and cruelty. According to his moral scaffolding on sonic sensoria, the ear and sound direct the person straight into powerful and passionate aspects of emotional experience. In his introduction, he repeats portions from the Torah which are well known to any learned and unlearned Jew, such as the central prayer in Judaism, Hear, O Israel, Shema Israel, proclaiming God's unity as a central tenet of belief. This is a sort of approach to the 3-dimensionality of thought that is seen in the Kitab, the improvement of the moral qualities, which uses the perfection of the senses to refine moral qualities in order to achieve a more perfected soul. According to Andrés Martínez Lorca, Ibn Gvirol was the first philosopher to compose a treaty with Neoplatonic ideas which were disseminating throughout Muslim Spain, even before Muslim thinkers. This Neoplatonic thought seeps into musical theory and practice, as is demonstrated by the similarity between Ibn Gvirol's visual diagram on the senses and their relationship to the elements, and a tree of nubat, of musical modes, in the tubu diagram pictured from a manuscript in possession by the Ragai family in Rabat, Morocco. This dramatic visual semiotic connection of Arabo-Andalusian musical structuring to Jewish mystical refinement of the 12th century of the senses and of the 11th century of the senses and moral philosophy confirms the shared intellectual structuring and pathways between philosophy and music. This is particularly striking because this treatise forms part of the corpus of books which were traveling across North Africa with the exiles of Spain. Integrating the communal knowledge of Arabic, Hebrew, and Judeo-Spanish texts into the understandings behind the narratives that women were exhorted to sing and not speak, or that children heard from female voices and read in rabbinic texts, shows that the production of voice and its listening was a choice context for their transportation between gendered sonic spaces. In contemporary philosophies, I find Mladen Dolar's 2006 writings useful for current contextual basis on the voice. He revives and develops Lacan's claim that the voice is one of the paramount embodiments of the psychoanalytic object. Apart from the 2 commonly understood uses of the voice as a vehicle of meaning and as a source of aesthetic admiration, the voice becomes an object that can be seen as a lever of thought. Gvirol's relationship to listening in relation to voicing and the emotions of love, hate, compassion, and cruelty is also bound to the separation of the Aristotelian sublunary cosmology into the 4 elements, then relating to the 4 humors, which seems to be a foreign enough concept to not appear relevant to our contemporary lives. However, as I analyzed Sephardi repertoires, and especially women's repertoires, they fall neatly into time-bound categories that respond to the relationship between the lunar and the solar calendars. The organization of voice, listening, and cosmic cycles is most starkly seen in women's repertoires and connected to their own menstrual and fertile cycles, which were called moons in the Jewish vernacular. It should then come as no surprise that quotidian repertoires are preponderantly connected to solar cycles, while ritual and paraliturgical repertoires are preponderantly connected to the lunar cycle and holidays. The Aristotelian idea of the cosmos divided into layers in which the divine should reach into the lower realms in an uninterrupted manner, as is described in the pseudo-Aristotle's De Mundo, is embodied for Jews through the voice, their repertoires, and the lunar or solar cycle in which the repertoire is inscribed. Since Ibn Birol's poetry is sung until today in synagogues and concert halls, inscribing his philosophical line deeply into the liturgical and emotional sensorial experiences of Jewish communities throughout the world, Ibn Birol's study on the sense of hearing and its connection to sound and music inscribe the teachings of his text into the lived experience of singers, rabbis, and audiences. The sonic aesthetics of Jewish medieval Al-Andalus continue to be found in the mystical approach to song and listening as deployed for devotional practice in Jewish communities who feel connected to these philosophical threads until today. Since the late 15th century, Jewish philosophical writers such as Isaac Arama, Yohanan Alemano, I should give you the dates, right? Isaac Arama, 15th century, Yohanan Alemano, 1435 to 1504, Shlomo Alkabetz, 1500 to 1576, and Moses Cordovero or Moshe Cordovero, 1522 to 1570, who were living in Spain, Italy, and Palestine. They wrote about using the mystical system of the Sefirot, of the emanations of creation, to impact the world around them through music. In Moshe Cordovero's Shiur Koma, the mystical shape of the Godhead, a metaphor using perfected song explains that only when song is correct and perfected, such as the one the Creator taught, can it rise to the loftiest levels. Song here refers to the actions of people who create a melody of their actions in creation through vibrational affinity. Isaac Arama, who was confirmed to me recently, was read by the chief rabbi of Morocco, who was educated in Tetuan in his yeshiva, writes that one can conceive of the universe as an orchestra in which each instrument plays its assigned part. Should an instrument fail consistently, the disharmony created will disable the entire orchestra. Perhaps the comment by our sages about David's harp starting to play all by itself may be understood simply. When man does his share, the entire orchestra comes alive and worships its maker. On the one hand, nature is supposed to provide the planet's sustenance. On the other hand, man, distributing nature's bounty in a fair and equitable manner, complements nature's work and completes the task of performing the will of the Creator. There are numerous verses in scripture supporting this thesis of the interaction of the laws of nature and human behavior. The laws of pureza y sangre informed minorities' self-definition within Iberian society, making substantial portions of identity revolve around lineages, genealogies, and the use of race to mark the space around spirituality, political, and economic power. A counter-resistance invisible to the persecutors began in the way exiled Jewish and Muslim theorists in the 16th and 17th centuries perceived and wrote about music and its organizational relationship to lineages. Women's music and home-based ritual acted as a powerful subterfuge to ensure cultural and identity transmission during moments of religious and racial persecution. Music, as a privileged site of communication, especially for oral-based societies, became the inner point of inscription of cultural belonging, which was invisible to normative society at large. Oral texts, melodies, and rhythms sung in private gatherings or in the home could not be traced by the Inquisition, except through confession from a witness, and thus were only performed to loyal insiders, reiterating the emic inscription on the body. Recent scholarship has begun to question the embodied manners of transmission that can capture memory. How can embodied memory in vocalizing, playing instruments, dance learning, and practice answer questions about transtemporal, translocal, and intertextual selves to exemplify the complexities embodied in individual beings, as Moten says? To understand this, it is crucial to combine the vast knowledge transmitted transgenerationally from tangible and intangible heritage of the whole Sephardi diaspora. This is when issues such as completely losing the Sephardi traditional language don't mean that what is being transmitted has disappeared. It has just transmuted. And this is what I believe is the most interesting thing to try to trace and to find and to understand how it transmutes and why, and what is it that they're choosing to transmute into. One parallel example from the Muslim Iberian community shows how the body and the embodied performance of non-Christian Iberianness was considered threatening during the 16th century. Accusations of sambras during life cycle celebrations, it was a dance, a musical dance, in addition to other forms of Moorish dancing and musicking, were used against Moriscos as evidence to their failed integration into a racially pure Iberia. Dancing a sambra represented a performed connection to Muslim music and movement, which precluded a pure Catholic body. The church seemed to want to avoid a similar outcome to Jewish conversos, who were perceived as posing a threat to the fragile construct of a purely Catholic Spain. By 1609, all Moriscos had been expelled to clean out the country of the Moorish stain, as Garcia Renal and Pereda have recently written about. Over 5 centuries after this expulsion, its consequent violence and ubiquitous racial profiling, Sephardi music, Arabo-Andalusian music, Muslim and Jewish, and popular Jewish repertoires have reappeared in Spain and North Africa to promote values of diversity and historic acceptance of minorities. Egypt's NGO Drop of Milk is pursuing similar goals, as are the remaining Jews in Turkey, despite the tense political climate in recent years. For centuries, crypto-Jewish practice and repertoires only appeared on the record within inquisitorial documentation and have only started to be discussed in the last century by ethnographers and anthropologists, often appearing to be invented traditions. In the words of Hobsbawm and Ranger, they may be theorized as such when in fact they are all the while maintaining a clear line of transmission through music, which outsiders identify only through their linajes or alcurnia. In fact, it is the use of the voice of the matriarch that was deployed by traditional Sephardi societies to control childbearing female bodies. Using a combination of narrative songs, humor-filled personalized contrafactum, paraliturgical songs in the vernacular, snippets of liturgical music and popular music from French, Spanish, American, British, Cuban, and Israeli repertoires, women's quotidian ordinary singing embeds cultural information on belonging, boundaries, belief, and communal inscription. The embodied aspect of their non-performative musicking inscribes cultural information and its transmission as an imperative of their cultural memory, representing hope and a direct sonic line towards the future, as Anne Rigney's studies have theorized. Their simultaneous sonic weave of the distant past with contemporary concerns has been a part of my previous scholarship on Judeo-Spanish Moroccan music, in examples such as using the 13th century Kundrunslid narrative for the pan-Mediterranean ballad Don Bueso to address concerns about kidnappings and forced conversions in 1960s Casablanca. It is crucial to understand that when observing the total repertoires of Sephardi women, there is a large quantity of material that is not considered as belonging to a repertoire that is strictly identity forming. Many songs from popular Arabic, Turkish, Greek, French, Spanish, Israeli, North and South American repertoires are known and sung at various moments of social gatherings or intimate moments of daily life. Okay, so however, their own, I believe this actually was supposed to go later, their own connection to homeland, nation, and localized identity is repeatedly reiterated through the music. It follows in the lines of a long-standing Sephardi tradition, which connects the diasporic members of the original community to the place of origin in Al-Andalus. From the medieval Sephardi perspective, one finds abundant occasional expressions of pride in Watan, homeland, related to Andalusi and Sephardi origins, customs, traditions, and scientific and cultural production. For example, as a rabbinic scholar and jurist in Egypt, Moshe Maimonides occasionally expresses his admiration for and indebtedness to his Andalusi Jewish teachers, he famously utilized the phrase in the nafil Andalus or in the nafil Maghrib, at our place in Al-Andalus or at our place in the West, but more idiomatically, back home in Al-Andalus or back home in the West, to identify religious practices and rabbinic interpretations specific to the Andalusi Jewish traditions in which he was reared and which he zealously embraced his entire life. Beginning in the late 19th century, philologists studied Sephardi oral literatures as a vestige of Spanish medieval memory, which had been frozen in time after the expulsion. 3 generations of studies on romances present a preponderantly homogeneous picture of Hispanidad as the driving force behind a rich and dynamic singing tradition, which was mainly transmitted by Sephardi women through the Mediterranean diaspora. Historically, scholars have linked Sephardi orature as a straight and unique line to Spanish literary culture, quoting examples from 16th and 17th century printed romanceros, as well as the remaining oral tradition in Spain. The Spanish link seemed undeniable. The Spanish colonial project used this tradition and its Hispanidad to buttress their colonial expansion in various geographic locations, most notably in northern Morocco. After the Spanish-American War and the loss of Cuba and Puerto Rico, Spain turned its views to North Africa, and finding Spanish-speaking Sephardim there and throughout the Mediterranean, began a decades-long campaign of philo-Sephardism, which had political and colonial underpinnings. The fact that it was Sephardi women's orature that was used to support the ideology behind this colonial project is telling. So today what I want to do is look at the aspect of desire and humor in women's musicking, in women's songs, to show how they're using these unspoken elements embedded within the songs to transmit material that can be connected all the way back to these rabbinic teachings from the pre-expulsion era. And it's important to look at the issue of women singing about desire, because desire has a potential to transform us, to revolutionize us, and to challenge that which is repressive in our society. And humor it's important that the issue of a woman's sense of humor is not then an isolated or trivial concern, because it is a part of a complex web of cultural assumptions about women's intelligence, competence, and proper role. As long as woman is viewed as a helpmate, a sex object, and a domestic servant, she cannot at the same time be allowed the capacity for humor with its implications of superiority and its fundamental critique of reality. So I want to talk about a copla that shows a humorous desire. And it's a copla that shows the danger that women's sexual desire posed to the patriarchal hegemony of the Jewish community's women's decisions, and thus their descendants. So it talks about what are her traditions, and she took the tortas yevdas, the crackers, the very Sephardi crackers and couscous, and now she's left it because she married a Christian. She has pig lard instead. So I want you to listen to it's a very short song, and then we'll discuss it.
Veida, veida, ¿cuáles son tus hadas? Esas tortas yevdas y ese cuscús, y abuela con pepe, manteca de jaluf. Pepe, 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 mercame un candil. Si tuviere niño, le nombraré Nisim. Pepe, 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 mercame una cuna. Si tuviere niña, la nombraremos Luna. No quede ninguna. Veida, veida, se subió a la cama. De la ansia de Pepe, el niño no la mama. Y vino el gatito y quebró el molinito. Negra estés veída, tú y tu mejorito.
So Alegría Benjo, originally from Ksar el-Kebir, or Alcázar Kibir as it was known under the Spanish protectorate, sang this song in Haketia, laughing at the end during the metaphoric sexual implication of the text of Bellida and Pepe's sexual moment, when the cat came and broke her mill. The community's disapproval at Bellida's having transgressed the community's boundaries, which is stated at the beginning of the song in regard to losing her adas, her traditions, esas tortas yevdas y ese cuscusú, and adopting Pepe's piglard, manteca de haluf, becomes a curse by the end of the song. She and her firstborn are cursed. Negra estés Bellida, tú y tu bejorito. Behor is the Hebrew word for the firstborn male, who is the recipient of extra spiritual blessing and inheritance rights. 30 days after the birth of a behor, a firstborn male, a ritual with the Kohanim, the descendants of the temple's priests, ensures that the parents can keep their firstborn child and do not have to hand him over to the priestly class to engage in spiritual work. This ritual persists until today. I did it with my firstborn son, even though the temple in Jerusalem has not been functioning since the year 70 CE after its destruction by the Romans. Since Bellida's transgressive relationship with Pepe took her out of her community's relationship with ritual and Jewish spiritual transmission, both she and her child are cursed at the end of the song. Alegria's singing of this copla in Haketia was very matter-of-fact, as you heard, with no specific emotional judgment attached to it, except for her embarrassment to the reference to sex at the end. On the other hand, Julia Benjo from Tangier explained the core message of this copla to me in a conversation. Bellida, Bellida, you married Pepe. And that's why it says, what were your traditions? He is lard, because Bellida was Jewish and she married Pepe, a Catholic. Before they were, that's why you yourself have to understand the meaning. Before it was your couscous, and now with Pepe, pig lard. Songs about women's desire outside of the traditionally accepted framework of a Jewish marriage invariably end in disaster for the woman, such as this example. Or another one that is very popular, recounting the experience of a married woman who had an affair with a French Jewish officer in the 1950s, ending up in her repudiation from the community and her loss of custody of her children, while nothing happened to her husband or to the man that she had an affair with. However, the example of another romance called Diego León, which interesting because it harkens back to the cities of Toledo and Granada, talks about the desire of a young woman whom this man, Diego León, fell in love with, and she decided to marry her poor beloved against her father's wishes. However, this one comes to a positive conclusion, showing that women's correctly directed challenge of patriarchy can and will be lauded, because she married for love and not for money, even though her father was wanting her to marry for money and not for love. So if her choice and her desire is consistent within the boundaries of accepted norms of community sanctioned marriage, then the song comes to reiterate and embrace the woman's desire and decision. So maybe some of these songs function as a book of ethics that show some kind of control, of fascistic control of women's bodies. So thus Sephardi women's use of humor to poke fun at men's behavior or contemporary issue that is recognizable internationally, but that is repurposed within the local language of their community of pre-diasporic belonging, renests their contemporary life within the sonic circles of geographic and linguistic ancestral bonds, which continue in their relevance in communities around the world until today. So we turn space into place and place into intelligible, navigable worlds. We are interpolated in a symbolic order into language and into social relations. Engendered tenacious non-acculturation to international Judaism is performed through the maintenance of local traditions, marking the specificity of their local group. Their sonic role in maintaining historically local lineages continues within circumscribed familial, geographic, and linguistic spaces. These bands of sonic belonging become the form of constructing the space of Jewishness and its gradations within Sephardi society through sound, song, and context. To establish discrete spaces of musical belonging, I named these repertoires external and internal. However, it bears to keep in mind that the boundaries between these categories are blurry and often can be highly mutable. Albeit these caveats, I have found time and again that Sephardim classify their musical repertoires along lines of belonging and exteriorization. These bands of sonic belonging become a form of constructing the space of Jewishness and its gradations within the larger society through sound, song, and context. It is this sort of oscillation between internal and external messages and repertoires that aids in the cementing of their cultural specificity and identity. This manner of negotiation of complex identities follows sociologist Andreas Wimmer's model of multi-level nested segments of differentiation. What I have found to be most revealing method of understanding the material's inner use is to demonstrate how the central theme of each song, connected to other criteria such as context and moment of performance, gives it a particular symbolic function within the societal structuring, reiterating the centrality of the body, the voice, and the matriarch in the certainty needed for communal continuity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Elbaz. That was a beautiful decentering and recentering and engendering, as Emma Perez gives us, of ethnomusicology and its epistemological lineages, and of Sephardi sonic transmissions through female voices and bodies and desires. So thank you so much for that thoughtful keynote lecture. We have a few minutes if the audience has questions that they would like to ask Dr. Elbaz. I can also start us off as we wait for them to come in. I had a question about the convergence of the visual and the oral and the melodic in your work and in the voices whom you're studying. You had all of these beautiful images as you were presenting of roots and shapes, and you discussed the shape of family trees and the visuality of the family tree. And so I'm wondering if you could speak a little bit about the female body as a sonic space as well as a scene space in this convergence of the visual and the sonic. Also in dialogue with that 11th century incredible diagram of senses document.
I know, yeah, it's so interesting when you see all these different multilingual and multitemporal aspects actually speaking to each other and overlapping with each other. So one of the things that that is quite interesting and that I didn't go into a lot today is the body of the woman as bride. And it's and the night of the henna, which in the North African Jewish community, but also I mean, because we have songs that talk about the songs of La Novia and El Baño and el Vestido de Sirma Blanca from Rhodes and from Turkey, that talk about this embodiment of the bride as the book and as the tree, right? She becomes the Etz Chaim because and in the traditional North African dress, it actually has all these symbols that are of vegetation, but also that are Sephardic, and that have, one of them actually has a tree on it right where the uterus is. So actually the uterus is the tree of life for the community. And this is why the bride is sung to and is wrapped in a dress that looks like a Torah cover. And she's processed like hakafot are done on Simchat Torah, on the holiday of Simchat Torah. She's processed in the same manner as a Torah because she is the Sefer. She becomes the scroll of the Torah. And it's not, the physical scroll, but maybe it is actually. So the body is the scroll and the body is the text. And the songs from the matriarchs, usually the postmenopausal matriarchs, are the ones that sing to the Virgin to impregnate her with the blessing that will then transmit to the next generation.
Wow, that's fascinating. The postmenopausal matriarchs as enabling that transmission is pretty incredible.
I mean, it also has a dark side. Let's not forget that, right? There's a side that means that the women are constricted inside of certain roles, and that modernity actually became pretty tricky for a lot of people, and a lot of them chose to throw a lot of this away. However, what I have found is that even until today, this ceremony is done, and all of the repertoire has been condensed into the day before the wedding. So because of that issue of sonic kind of impregnation into the body of the bride.
Wow. And that even relates to many of our earlier presentations, which were thinking about the potentialities and limits of transmission and translation, often at the site of the female body. Wonderful. If we don't have any questions, then we'll thank again Dr. Elbaz for her wonderful presentation, and we'll come back in 5 minutes for our next panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much for having me, and thank you for everybody's presence.
All right, we'll begin with our next panel. I'm live. Welcome back, everybody. My name is Brian Kirsten. I'll be moderating this panel. And our panel is going to be on naming, digitizing, and translating linguistic approaches to the Ladino archive. In this panel, we will have 3 presentations. We'll save questions for the end after all 3. And just to the presenters, you will each, I will come off mute and announce when you have 2 minutes remaining at the end of, near the end of your 20-minute session. So our first session, and let's see, I believe that everyone can hear me. All right, our first session then is going to be recent studies on Sephardic onomastics in the Balkans by, great, thank you, by Marcel Israel. Who's a friend of ucLADINO for many years. Dr. Marcel Israel is trained in industrial controls and telecommunications. A Sephardic Jew born in Plovdiv, Bulgaria, living alternately in Spain and Bulgaria, he speaks Ladino as his native language. He is the former president of the Religious Council of the Jewish Communities in Bulgaria, and currently is a board member of the Bulgarian Forum for Interreligious Dialogue in Sofia and Religions for Peace, Europe in Berlin and Brussels. For about 40 years, he has been working as an independent scholar in Jewish history and linguistics, presenting multiple scientific contributions and conferences and seminars, recently webinars in different countries in Europe, the United States, and South America. Marcel, welcome.
Because, the host. Okay. Now, share. Hi, everybody. Thank you. Let me first share the screen. Here. Share. Do you see it? Yeah.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. Let me put it a little bit. I don't see the controls. Just a second, please. Here. Yeah. So we are going to talk about recent studies on Sephardic onomastics in the Balkans, especially Bulgaria, ex-Yugoslavia, Greece, Turkey, you know. And first of all, my gratitude to everybody of you for giving me this possibility to present this paper. Thank you. In Sephardic studies, you know, we have here a plan to sign this. Yeah. Just a second. Okay. We have here an index. No, it's not so important. Then this study is very brief and very practical, because we know brevity is the soul of wit. And we are going to take some surnames and names, you know, and given names and surnames, and then analyze them on their origin. Let's start. After the expulsion from the Iberian Peninsula, the Jews were wandering and residing in different countries. Italy, you know, Italy, Morocco, and so on. And many of them were reaching at that time the Balkans, a part of at that time of the Ottoman Empire. This migration explains this multilingual origin of the Sephardic names in the Balkans. Example, one surname, one and the same surname, but from two totally different origins and meanings. And this is, we are going to see and to analyze some surname homonyms. Then two different surnames, but with the same meaning because of the different linguistic origin. And we are going to analyze it, in this case, some surname synonyms. Some traditional Sephardic surnames were directly translated into Turkish. There are even compound surnames. One part is Turkish, the second part is Hebrew. Here the given name is Turkish, and the surname is Hebrew or Spanish. It's very important I want to tell you about this study. This study is based on it's limited, but my limited own knowledge and research on names in the Sephardic communities in the Balkans, like Bulgaria, ex-Yugoslavia, Greece, Turkey, but some literature sources were also used. I found a lot of literature, important literature, and I put this as a file, the reference file, for everybody who wants to work on this topic. Important books are by Matilda Tadger, Studemund Halevi Michael from Hamburg. Matilda Tadger is from Jerusalem. Very important, Ora Schwarzwald from Bar-Ilan University, and very important, Feigenbaum from Brazil. But it is a huge file of books. Okay, let's start now directly with the names and surnames. The surnames in the Balkans are mostly derivatives of Jewish names from Iberia, but with borrows from other local languages. Moreover, from the 18th century on, Ottoman Jews from the Balkans started moving for business to West Europe and settled in the Habsburg monarchy in Germany. In Germany, there were already Sephardim living from the 16th century. In Germany and Austria, in German they were called Sephardim, Spaniards, Turkish Juden, Turkish Jews. New Sephardic communities were created in Vienna, Budapest, Hamburg, Berlin, the most important communities. And there were surnames created which are not very common in the Balkans. Like, for example, Zacuto, Besudo, Askil, Matalon, Russo, and now very important is Straumza. As we know, Straum is the name of the chair in Seattle where we know this chair in Seattle. But Straum was an Ashkenazi Jew from Poland or from Ukraine. But I found a surname Straumza in the database of the Holocaust Museum of Washington, D.C. And this gentleman, Straumza, he's a survivor of the Holocaust. And his name was, the first name was Sephardic. So it's a very strange name. He was from Italy. And it's possible to have this surname Straumza as a Sephardic surname. Let's start with examples of Sephardic surnames in the Balkans emerging from the countries of residence on the way to the Balkans. You know, they were wandering on the way to the Balkans after the expulsion. Okay, for example, Çiçek. Çiçek is Turkish, flower. His name was in Spain, for example, Flores, and then Çiçek in the Balkans. Now, a complicated name, surname, Yulzari. This surname has 3 different interpretations. Let's start. Gül is rose in Turkish. Sari or Zari means yellow in Turkish. So it's a yellow rose. Gül, or Gül is rose, as we know, Turkish, and Zari means strange in Hebrew. Or the third interpretation, Gül is rose, and Zarif in Turkish means elegant, an elegant rose. So this family maybe had the name Rosanes in old Spain, you know, before the expulsion. You know, they have got a name, you know, a compound name, Turkish and Hebrew. Okay, surnames after profession. For example, the surname Tutunovic. It's very important because we know Drita Tutunovic is a very important writer, Sephardic writer from Belgrade. Drita Tutunovic. Tutun in Turkish means tobacco. So Tutun, Tutunovic. Then we had in Bulgaria a surname Hocaoğlu. In Turkish, Hocaoğlu is the teacher's son, the son of the teacher. So it's a profession. Then surnames after cities or countries of origin, Sephardic names. Mitrani, in a lot of Mitrani's family in Bulgaria. Hebrew from the city of Trani, southwest Italy. I don't know why Hebrew. I don't know. Maybe it's an error. It's from the city of Trani, southeast Italy. And then the surname Magyar or Magyar, it's Hungarian. Some Hungarian Jews, Sephardic Jews, there was a community, but after very heavy pogroms in the 15th and 16th century in Buda, they left and settled, some of them settled in the Balkans. So there are many Sephardic Jews in Bulgaria and in Yugoslavia. Maybe they left to Israel 60 years ago, but originally on the Balkans, with the name Magyar. Okay, examples of Sephardic surnames is we continue with that. Surnames derive from social behavior. we can find a lot of family name Molko in Bulgaria. From Hebrew means majestic. Chelibon from Çelebi, Turkish, means well-behaved, educated gentleman. Gentleman is Çelebi. A combination of given name, surname of different origin. The name of a Jew in our community in Bulgaria was Çelebi Taranto. Çelebi Turkish, given name, and Taranto, surname, a city in South Italy. Sephardic female given names as diminutives. There are also a lot of in Bulgaria. For example, we have a lot of Solchi, given name to a female given name. Solchi or Solucha. It comes from Sol, sun. Then Buka or Bukica comes from Bahora, the eldest daughter. But the diminutive is Buka, Bukica. Reni comes from Reina, Spanish queen. Now let's start with synonyms and homonyms in Sephardic surnames, created in different places of origin or residence. Surnames, synonyms. For example, synonyms. For example, Faraji or Farachi, this surname in Turkey is Farachi, but in Bulgaria or in Yugoslavia is Faraji. Is a synonym to Mashiach. There is a surname Mashiach and there is a surname Faraji. Those names are totally different, but they're the same, they have the same meaning. It means Redeemer, and this is in Persian, in Farsi, or Messiah. So Faraji or Mashiach. Then let's take Soref or Zoref in Hebrew. That means jeweler or goldsmith. A synonym to name of a family in Bulgaria, Kuyumchiyski. It comes from Kuyumcu, Turkish, that means goldsmith. So the name, so surname Kuyumchiyski or surname Zoref have the same meaning. Then a very common surname Sidi. In Arabic, that means master or lord, from Spain, 13th century. This is a synonym to the surname Maestro. We have people with this family names Maestro, and we have Sidi. It's the same meaning. Then Atias, from Arabic, Atias, it means God's gift, a synonym to surname Presenti. We had a lot of Jews in Bulgaria with the surname Presenti, and also Atias. So, but it's the same meaning. And then, last but not least, Farhi means a cheerful person, cheerful person in Arabic. And the synonym is Allegri. We have families with the surname Allegri, and we have families with the surname Farhi. It's the same meaning. So, and the last slide is about surname homonyms. Let's take Meshulam. Meshulam is it's from the Tanakh. Is the second book of Kings. It means befriended. Or in France or in Bulgaria, they used to write it Meshulam, CH, like Meshulam. Now, this has a completely different meaning. It's from Mechul, Turkish, and that means stranger or foreigner. So if you ask Jews with the name Meshulam in Yugoslavia or Bulgaria, they will say that means in Turkish, stranger or foreigner. But the most simple thing is from the Bible, from the Tanakh, is Meshulam. It's from the book of Kings, the second book of Kings. Then the famous surname Burla of the CEO of Pfizer. That means in Turkish, good luck, pronounced urla. They say urla. It's good luck. Or the university town Vurla, this is Greek in Greek, Vurla, in Turkey near Izmir. So they are homonyms, the same name, but different meanings. And then last but not least, Perahia. Perahia means flower, perach in Hebrew, or pera, pear in Spanish. So, the famous pianist Perahia, yeah, we can see the surname. So we finished. Now further studies. 2 words, if you give me the chance to talk about further studies. The Sephardim in each country of residence created during the centuries quite a lot of nicknames. We didn't speak today about nicknames. This is the future research, and nicknames are very important. They created nicknames to the people of the community. Some of them are funny, others are naughty, but they're very important. This is our culture. In spite of all these nicknames, nicknames are of great linguistic. In spite of all this, the nicknames are of great linguistic importance. That's why I think we should explore the Sephardic nicknames more profoundly. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you so much, Marcel, for your talk. And then thank you in particular for being willing to present very late where you are right now. We really appreciate that.
No problem, no problem.
Thank you. So we will move right along to our next presentation. And for those of you just joining, please continue to add your questions into the question and answer section on Zoom, and we will get to all of those questions at the end of this panel. Our next presentation is going to be by Ben Lee, a PhD candidate at the University of Washington, on the digital humanities and the Ladino press, unlocking historic Ladino newspapers with machine learning. I'll briefly introduce Ben and then he'll have the floor. He is a 4th-year PhD candidate in the Paul G. Allen School for Computer Science and Engineering at the University of Washington. He was also a 2020 Innovator in Residence at the Library of Congress, where he created Newspaper Navigator. Ben served as the 2020 to 2021 Richard and Ina Wilner Memorial Fellow in the Strum Center for Jewish Studies at the University of Washington. Previously, Ben was inaugural Digital Humanities Associate Fellow at the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum and a visiting fellow in Harvard's History Department. He is currently a National Science Foundation Graduate Research Fellow in Machine Learning. Welcome, Ben.
Thank you so much for the introduction, Brian. I appreciate it. Marcel, what a wonderful talk. It's so nice to be here. I'll go ahead and share my screen. Can you see it? Perfect. I think it's working.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Once again, thank you all. It's great to be here today. I'm Ben, and as Brian had said, I'll be talking about the digital humanities and the Ladino press, and a little bit about how we can try to use machine learning to improve access to Ladino newspapers. And as Brian had mentioned, I did want to just thank the Strum Center for Jewish Studies in particular for supporting this work through the Richard and Ina Wilner Memorial Fellowship. Just as a brief outline, I'm going to sort of take 3 approaches through the talk today. First, I'll talk a little bit about the Ladino press, and here I'll be referring to scholarship from people on this call, which is very exciting. Then I'll turn to my project and my dissertation research with Newspaper Navigator. And then lastly, I'll turn to the intersection of this work and thinking about how we can use machine learning to really try to excavate the visual culture of the Ladino press. So let me very briefly just start with an introduction through the lens of the Sephardic Studies Digital Library out at the University of Washington, which is one of the world's largest repositories of Ladino texts in the world. I had already said that, in the world. And I do want to focus here on the Ladino newspapers in particular. And here's visualization put together by the Strom Center, discussing sort of the cultural geography of the Ladino newspapers. And what we see here are hundreds of titles that span the globe, and we'll see in the data that I ended up using, or the newspapers I ended up using, spanning 1890 to 1940. And in particular, I'd like to highlight a quote from Sarah Stein in her wonderful book, Making Jews Modern. I believe Sarah's on this call, so it's great to meet you, and your scholarship is truly wonderful. And I love this quote because I really think it really motivates the Ladino press in a compelling way. So it is precisely in newspapers, with their plurality of subject matter and authors, their immediate reactions to cultural and political events, their need to appeal to many kinds of readers, and not least, the responses provided by the readerships, that emerging Jewish modernities may be read most vividly. And I do want to just focus on some newspaper pages themselves. And here I'm showing a page from Lavara, which was published out of New York from 1930. And in particular, as I'm sure we all know, we see the Rashi script here, characteristic of the Ladino newspaper. And I want to highlight this for a second to think about this from rather from a digitization point of view. And in particular, what we find is that when we feed Ladino text through standard off-the-shelf OCR engines, and here I'm using the term OCR, or optical character recognition, which this refers to as just machine learning algorithms that read the various pixelated letters on the page and convert them into a textual format to facilitate, say, keyword search or textual analysis. And what we find is actually what I might call a case of algorithmic marginalization. While OCR engines tend to be pretty robust on common languages, think English, we find that if we feed in Ladino text, oftentimes the OCR representation tends to be somewhat garbled and doesn't match the true underlying text. And I know there's really compelling work going on in this space, but I did want to highlight it not only to articulate, I think, really a challenge and an unfortunate consequence of the way that digitization is run and really perpetuates unevenness in the historic record, but also to think about it from the perspective of how we can try to think of alternative approaches to try to provide access in the absence of really being able to do, really robust keyword search or textual analysis. And in particular, I'd like to take this through the lens of the visual content. And I'd like to thank Devin Nahr here in particular, the Isaac Al-Hadef Professor of Sephardic Studies out at the University of Washington. And we had met many years before when I was at the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum. And as I matriculated to the University of Washington, we spent a lot of time trying to think about ways that we could improve access to the collection. And as I began thinking about newspapers in my own work, we really began to see how this kind of intersection of thinking about visual culture would intersect well with not only sort of the research that I'm doing toward my dissertation over in computer science, but also in terms of some of the goals that Devin had articulated in the Sephardic Studies Digital Library was interested in as well. And here I'd like to once again return to the Sarah Stein's book, Making Jews Modern, and really highlight the advertisements that are appearing within, say, El Tiempo or the Sephardic press writ large, and really try to make the case for why these the visual culture embedded within these presses is so vital. And here I'd like to read one more quote about advertising anxiety in El Tiempo. And so the majority of El Tiempo's advertisements promoted services that would alleviate readers' anxiety about the fragility of life under Ottoman rule. These texts attempted to capitalize on apprehensions about the ever-present threats of, say, fire, bankruptcy, bureaucratic inefficiency, poverty, and political disenfranchisement, and perhaps most important of all, on readers' nervousness about being left behind by a European economy increasingly dependent on the West. And with that, I'd like to now go ahead and turn to my project Newspaper Navigator and really think about how we actually extract visual content using machine learning and provide new modes of analysis or searching over it. And then I'll go ahead and map that onto the Ladino presses, as I've mentioned. So my project Newspaper Navigator is really born out of a crowdsourcing initiative launched by the Library of Congress in 2017. It was known as Beyond Words, and volunteers were asked to draw bounding boxes around different types of visual content on the newspaper page. And so these categories included photos, illustrations, maps, comics, and editorial cartoons. And this initiative ended up being really wildly successful. It accrued thousands of annotations. The project was just recently sunsetted, but I really found it inspiring. And in particular, taking a look at the kind of visual culture that had been excavated here in the American press. This is within a collection known as Chronicling America, hosted by the Library of Congress and the National Endowment for the Humanities. I really became interested in how we could try to use computational approaches to try to really extract this content at scale. And to borrow some language from the Library of Congress's digital strategy, I wanted to ask how we can really try to throw open this treasure chest by training machine learning algorithm to process millions of pages. And here, this sort of initial idea or beginning of the project, I submitted through the Library of Congress's Innovator in Residence program. I was fortunate enough to be supported. And so what I'll discuss next is in partnership with not only the University of Washington, but the Library of Congress as well. And the idea here is if we take a newspaper page as shown here, and we feed it into a machine learning algorithm, we want it to be able to produce bounding boxes, localizing different types of image content on the image plane. But here we can look at a taxonomy as well. So not just telling us that there is visual content, but giving us different categories, say photos, illustrations, comics, editorial, cartoons, and maps from that original Beyond Words taxonomy, here with additional headlines and advertisements. And the idea is we can leverage those annotations produced by volunteers in the Beyond Words crowdsourcing initiative to actually train this machine learning model. So here I'm going to go into a little bit of technical detail about how it looks to train this model. I by no means mean to go into too technical detail or alienate anyone with language, but I'm more than happy to answer any questions about this as well. Rather, I really just hope to give some intuition for what's going on. So here I ended up utilizing sort of standard, canonical sort of approach within machine learning these days, known as sort of pre-training and then fine-tuning. The idea is I took a model from Detectron 2, which is this open source image recognition library online, and took one of their models for what's known as object detection that had already been trained on a massive data set here known as Common Objects in Context, or COCO for short. And what this means is that it already knows how to do predictions across a whole range of images, trained on hundreds of thousands of images, and then trained it some more. This is known as fine tuning on the Beyond Words annotations with some additional annotations of headlines and advertisements. And let me go ahead and try to give some concrete intuition for what this pre-training and fine tuning means. So object detection, for those of you who might not be familiar with the specific language, refers to this task of feeding a machine learning model an image and getting back not just classification labels, but also bounding boxes, localizing, say, the dog or the bike or the truck on the image plane. And in a sense, there's this really natural resonance between doing this task on the left and then drawing bounding boxes around advertisements or cartoons or headlines or photographs on a newspaper page on the right. And that's precisely what this pre-training and fine-tuning network is paradigm is taking advantage of. We start with a model that's already been trained on a whole ton of images on the left, and then we train it some more on our task-specific newspaper photos with annotations, and it learns how to do this with in a lot faster, so fewer CPU cycles. It tends to perform better, and also does this task-specific objective we're interested in. And so once we have this model trained, we can feed in Chronicling America pages and get back out predictions. And so I just want to give some sense of what this looks like in practice. So here are some Chronicling America pages. So of course, these are English language pages, but just to give some intuition of what the model looks like. So here, these were not seen during training. These are from like what's known as a held out set. And in the top left corner, you'll see the prediction label, and then also a confidence score, meaning roughly how confident the model is that this corresponds to the right class. And so what we see is that the model actually does quite a good job of identifying headlines, segmenting out photographs, handling these rather complex advertisement layouts. Sometimes we'll see some redundant bounding boxes or some will be missing, but by and large, it's doing quite a good job. Even in these cases of a full comic strip, it's preserving it. And so this was an inflection point of the project and realizing that we really could think about extracting this visual content at scale. And so I just want to briefly give a pointer to this portion of my work, which can be found at news-navigator.labs.loc.gov, where we have the full data set across all 16 million Chronicling America pages. And you can compute against it. You can also download zip files and get, say, all the maps from a certain year, like 1872, or all the photos from 1921. We have all of our training data available in the GitHub repo for the project. I have a whole bunch of Jupyter notebooks and Python scripts so that you can use it for your own project. We have a technical white paper that we presented at a CS conference at the end of 2020. But I do want to emphasize that all of this is in the public domain per the Library of Congress's mission from the data set to the code. And here, what I'll be doing with the last portion of my talk here is talking about how we can actually reuse this trained machine learning model to process Ladino newspapers. And so thank you for bearing with me on this portion. And now we get to the fun stuff with the actual Ladino titles. And so, as I mentioned, we use this fine-tuned model from Newspaper Navigator, trained on all those Beyond Words annotations, and then we can feed in images of Ladino newspapers. And here I was able to process about 15,000 newspaper pages, thanks to the Sephardic Studies Digital Library and all the hard work being done at the Strom Center. And here I used cloud computing for all of my computing. I'm happy to go into more detail on that. But I think what's perhaps more compelling is to discuss some of the newspaper titles included in this analysis. And so here, there's some unevenness between the number of pages digitized, for all sorts of reasons. But we're talking about 15,000 pages spread across half a century from 1890 to 1940. And these titles really span the world. And so it was really fun to be able to process these pages and take a look at the visual content. So I think maybe one of the most initial questions here is thinking about the visual culture, how many advertisements, how many photographs were identified? And in some rather weird sense with a machine learning model, we can't precisely quantify this. The predictions aren't perfect, but rather we can try to give a sense based on taking different cuts on that confidence score to favor, say, false positives or false negatives. And so here I have 3 different cuts just to give a sense of how this number changes as we think about the uncertainty in this model. But generally speaking, we see that advertisements are by far the most prevalent. We have tens of thousands of advertisements, but still hundreds of photographs and some illustrations, maps, comics, and cartoons in these pages as well. One goal here that we're thinking about is how we actually release this as its own data set to make it available to the broader Sephardic scholarly community and also just the community writ large. And I'll talk about that in future work. But I do want to just go into some analysis of this extracted visual content through the lens of the question of how we actually search this. And in a sense, this is a little bit difficult because we don't have any captions for these images, so we can't really do keyword search against them. And so there are really 2 options we can look at. The first one is to try to search by metadata facets. So we can say filter by title or date of publication. But this presents some challenges in the sense that we can't really infer trends on a broad scale. We can scan by eye, but we can't really do this in any sort of algorithmic way. So rather we can instead try to search by visual similarity. And here we can use some additional machine learning techniques to try to actually cluster the images based on their actual content in a way that transcends just say color or texture, but actually tries to get at the underlying content semantically. And I'm happy to talk about more detail how that works. The idea is you take a machine learning model that knows how to predict, say, dog, cat, bicycle, person, things of this nature. And you can actually get from this model a sort of similarity between images that incorporates this kind of semantic notion of the content. And then we can try to visualize these using dimension reduction. But anyway, the point is on this map, if we zoom in on different regions, we'll actually see similar images clustered. And so, for example, what we find is that one of the most prevalent clusters in the Ladino presses tends to be photos of people or portrait shots. And I think interestingly, if we look at many of these photos, in particular from Lavara, we find that these are oftentimes obituaries of individuals from the local community. We also find a lot of wartime shots, which makes sense given the time frame of many of these newspapers. We also find, perhaps most compellingly, lots of photos of community, which I think really represents the heart of the Ladino presses really accurately and are really compelling to look through at an individual basis as well. And I do very briefly here, with my last bit of time, want to talk about the advertisements here and actually really pull it back to Sarah Stein's work in particular. And what we see here are a bunch of really discrete clusters if we look at this visualization. And what we find are that these aren't actually similar advertisements clustered together, but rather the same advertisement that has been serialized or reproduced within consecutive issues of, say, Lavara. And in particular here, I should mention that we're looking at Lavara between 1936 and 1938. And interestingly, even though this is Lavara from New York and not El Tiempo, we find some very, very similar trends in terms of seeing notions of advertising anxiety. So here we have Brockman Monument works for obvious purposes. Also, I do want to highlight Meyer London's Matzah, which I think really ties to some scholarship done by McKenna Mezzostrano at the Strome Center and discussing this interplay between the kind of Matzah advertisements in the Ashkenazic and Ladino press as well. And I'd refer to her scholarship here. And we also see a lot of advertisements for olive oil. I included these just because I think they're fun. So with that, I just want to briefly mention that this work is forthcoming as a chapter in a book called Jewish Studies in the Digital Age with De Gruyter Press, but it'll be fully online and I have a bit more analysis on this work. And I want to just use this as an opportunity to wrap up and talk about some future directions for this work. So I think one really interesting angle of this is try to examine the network of advertisers appearing within the Ladino press, and in particular, try to get a sense of which advertisers were taking out various advertisements in which titles, and to try to see whether it's interplay and try to almost infer a network structure here. Second, I'd like to continue to build on all of Sarah Stein's analysis of advertisements at El Tiempo in the scholarship here more broadly. I'd also like to mention maybe perhaps an interesting interplay between the Ladino press and then Chronicling America, and trying to see if we see any advertisements or other images appearing between both the Ladino and non-Ladino press. And I think once again, this speaks to the notion of community and how we might begin to see some patterns through advertising emerge here as well. And then lastly, as I had mentioned, releasing this data set of extracted visual content, there's some copyright questions, but I think it really would be nice to be able to make this data set available and just make it possible for us to flip through them in a communal way. So with that, I do want to thank a whole host of people at the Strome Center, including Devin Nahr, Sarah Zaides-Rosen, Noam Pianco, McKenna Mezzostrano, and my whole graduate fellows cohort, a number of people at the Library of Congress for making this work possible, and my advisor, Dan Weld. With that, I will just mention that this work is supported by an NSF Graduate Research Fellowship, the Library of Congress Innovator in Residence Position, and lastly, the Richard and Ina Wilner Memorial Fellowship. With that, I think I'll go ahead and stop sharing my screen. There we go.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ben, and congratulations. It'll be nice to have some Q&A later, more about your work. All right, so now that leads us to the third and final presentation within this panel. Another friend of ucLADINO who has presented before, Dr. Ray Romero, will be presenting on what do we gain and what do we lose when we translate literature into Judeo-Spanish. For his talk, I'll give a brief introduction. Ray Romero is an associate professor of Spanish linguistics at the University of Houston downtown, where he directs the translation minor, the interpreting minor, and supervises the field experience course. He's also an adjunct professor of legal Spanish at the University of Houston's Law Center, and he has taught at Georgetown University, the University of Texas Pan American, Texas A&M University, and the University of Houston. Dr. Romero holds a BA in Spanish language, linguistics, and French language from Rice University, a PhD in Spanish linguistics from Georgetown University, an MA in public health from the University of Texas Health Science Center, and an advanced professional analytic linguistics certificate from Montclair State University. Dr. Romero is certified by the American Translators Association, and he holds a certificate in medical interpretation and another in criminal proceedings interpretation from the Southern California School of Interpretation. He is also a licensed trainer for the community interpreter. He is currently pursuing an MA in translation from Kent State University. All right, and with that, Ray, welcome, and we'll now begin with your presentation.
Thank you, Brian, for the introduction. Let me share my screen. Okay. Okay, I hope you're able to see the screen, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So in this presentation, just a quick outline, I'm going to talk a little bit about the translation process, what it entails, and then I'm going to talk about what do we gain when we translate literature into Judeo-Spanish, and also what we lose when we do that. And finally, I will give some tips for translating with mindfulness, and I think at the end will be some Q&A. So what does it mean to translate? Basically, it means that we are converting the meaning of a source language into the meaning into a target language. And these are very important terms for you to keep in mind, because I'll be saying them throughout the presentation. Source language is basically the original language in which the document was written, and target language is the language in which we are translating. And so in a sense, really translation is the quest for meaning in the target language. You know, it is also, you can see it as a way to solve a problem. Translation is problem solving. And in order to solve this problem, we can make use of a lot of resources. For Judeo-Spanish, we have several resources, several dictionaries, just to mention a few, Cohen and Gordon, Pacis Dictionary, Ladino Comunitas Dictionary put together by Orgun and Tinoco, and a couple other dictionaries by Cohen. I'm not aware of any glossaries out there, so if you guys know of any glossaries for Judeo-Spanish, let me know. You can also find vocabulary lists at the end of the works of Luria, Cruz, Bunis, and many others. You can find at the end of the research either vocabulary lists that they compile, or vocabulary lists that they use in order to elicit data. We now also have several textbooks. We have the Markova textbook by Varro, and also by Cohen Serrano, Vini Cantaremos. So we do have textbooks out there that can help you for your translations. We also have parallel texts, and parallel texts are very important because these are texts that were originally written in Judeo-Spanish, in this case, in the target language, that have the same audience and purpose for the text that you're going to translate. And we have so many texts, and I'm glad that we just finished a talk about the digitalization of newspapers, because those newspapers, you know, that all those news, all that large quantity of text can be used as parallel texts. And finally, we also have translated texts, and these are texts that were so well translated, and they are so, they have such a large diffusion throughout the community and throughout the readership of that language, that they might also be used as a way to base other translations on. So what does it mean to translate literature? Now, literature is a little bit different than you would translate a medical or a legal text. Literary texts do have a certain prestige. You know, we uphold literature as the pinnacle of a civilization. When you want to learn about civilization or culture of any specific group, you tend to get introduced through literature. Literature implies creativity. And so it is a creative work. It is a form of art. It has a wide range of stylistic resources, a wide range of topics, of course, you know, all to cause a certain effect on the reader. So this means that literary translation is not exact. You're not going to translate every single phrase, every single word, the way that it was written in the source text. Instead, you're going to focus on what this text, what effect this text has on the reader. And so you're going to try to mimic that same effect in the target language. Because of this, a lot of people don't really talk of literary translation as translation, but rather a transcreation, because you are creating something new basing yourself on the source text. And of course, in order to do this, a literary translator must have a deep cultural knowledge of both the source and the target audiences in order to catch all those nuances, in order to catch all those symbolisms, all the literary language that is used in order to convey a certain feeling in the reader, and then understanding and knowing how to translate that into the target language. So here you have I guess a brief diagram. You have your source text, and in order to translate your source text, you're going to make use of a lot of tools, including a parallel text, which was written originally in the target language, this case in Judeo-Spanish, and you're going to use that in order to create a translated text. And if the translated text has a high level prestige, if it fits the cultural norms, if it fits the linguistics norms, then it becomes part of that culture's canon. And then you can use that translated text also as a parallel text in order to create more and more translations. Examples like this would be, for instance, the Biblia de Ferrara, some excerpts of the Meon Loes, a lot of romanzos that were originally written in other languages in the peninsula that were translated into Romance, and eventually later in the Ottoman Empire, they were adapted using more Judeo-Spanish words. A lot of the consejas de Johad that were probably written in other languages, not just Turkish, but also Arabic. We know that's a character that is all over the Mediterranean. And so these are examples of how, you know, we have had translated text throughout the history of Judeo-Spanish. The issue is what would happen if this translated text is not really representative of the language, and you're using the translated text as a parallel text, and then before you know it, you're introducing new things that were not meant to be part of the Judeo-Spanish. So what do we gain? Well, we gain quite a bit. For one, we get to expand Judeo-Spanish into the domain of literature. As we know, one of the ways that a language dies is by not having any space to use it. It becomes the language for a very, very limited space, very limited diffusion. And so if Judeo-Spanish is only stuck to be used in only one purpose, whether it's only for one generation or whether it's the language of entertainment or whatever, now when we introduce the language into the literature, then all of a sudden we expand where the language is used, how the language can be used, who can use the language. So it's great because now, we have another foothold there. We also add representation in literature, and all of a sudden Judeo-Spanish can be a language in which literature can be translated into. And there's probably a demand that we want to read El Quijote in Judeo-Spanish, or Alice in Wonderland in Judeo-Spanish, or The Little Prince in Judeo-Spanish. So now we are part of that that list of languages in which work can be translated into. And then we also add to the Judeo-Spanish canon, because now we have more text that we can read in Judeo-Spanish. We have a large text, novels, for instance, that we can also read in Judeo-Spanish. We also get to continue a centuries-old tradition of Judeo-Spanish translation. We've been translating text into Judeo-Spanish for hundreds of years, whether it was from Hebrew and Aramaic into Judeo-Spanish in the early period, in Spain, and even later during the Ottoman Empire, whether it's from Turkish into Judeo-Spanish, a series of laws, a lot of stories that were translated into Judeo-Spanish. And then more recently, in the late Ottoman period, around the 1840s, up until the early 1900s, with the Ladino press, that they were publishing serialized novels that were originally written in French or other European languages. And there was a long tradition of translating these novels into Judeo-Spanish, and they were presented in the newspapers. So we get to continue what Sephardim have been doing for hundreds of years. And finally, we also get to have more materials for second language and heritage language Judeo-Spanish students that they can use for reading practices, to get to understand vocabulary and grammar in context. We can also use this text to provide a context for oral and written discussions. We can read a little chapter in El Principico, and we can assign something for students to talk about in Judeo-Spanish using the vocabulary they just learned. They can also write something, after reading something in one of these novels. So we get to have more materials, and let's face it, we definitely need more didactic materials in Judeo-Spanish. However, in spite of these advantages, we also get to lose a few things. So what do we lose? Number one, we lose a genuine discussion on standardization. It seems that everybody takes Judeo-Spanish as being a standardized written language, when really it isn't. The people that still write in Judeo-Spanish, they're still, because of the many different varieties of the dialects, and because of how sometimes they can code switch between languages, and they can choose how to write that code switching into languages. The point is that translation does require conforming to target language written norms. And in the absence of those norms, the translator needs to make a lot of choices. They need to choose, for instance, which spelling am I going to use? Which grammar am I going to follow? Especially when it comes to heritage speakers of the language that may not have 100% grasp of the grammar. What about vocabulary? Do I get to pick the words that I've been using my whole life, even if they're Turkish, or do I need to find new words that a wider audience might understand? And when I am translating, if I don't have all these norms, am I creating a new variety of Judeo-Spanish, a new literary variety of Judeo-Spanish, or is this the Judeo-Spanish that my family uses, that my grandparents use? So what is happening here? So some examples of the spelling, grammar, vocabulary. Afner and Pimenta in El Principico, they use both Rashi and Aki Yerushalayim scripts, and I wish I had my books, but I left them upstairs. Other Implementas in Principico, it starts the book on one side, written in Rashi, and then on the other side, is written with the Kiddush-aligned script. So they made that choice. They made that decision. Why? I'm not entirely sure why, but that decision that they went for, they decided to use a Rashi, which is how the language had been written for hundreds of years. And they also applied the Kiddush-aligned, which is the new writing system. Avner, in his Alicia en el País de las Maravillas, he uses the tilde, which is the little mark on top of the vowels that indicates stress. He uses the tilde sporadically. Every now and then, he's going to put it, but sometimes he's not going to put it. I'm not really sure what rules he's following. So, for instance, on page 4, he says, "Aquí que yo fuera a hablar de un tema semejante," but on page 88, "Traerla aquí y allá partió como una flecha." There are no tildes on aquí or partió. And so that's, I feel like maybe he might be a little influenced by Spanish, but he doesn't follow a pattern. Later on page 38, no, primero atalas la una con la otra, ansí no alcanzan. So notice that he puts the accent on ansí, but on the next page, he omits the accent. Oh, ansí es vil, el que tiene que abaixar por la chimenea. So these conventions are either not being followed or they're used sporadically. And this is already a translated text that is a literary text. Another one that has to do with grammar. Those of you who have studied the linguistics of Judeo-Spanish know that we do not put a before an infinitive in future tense, for instance. In this case would be the conditional. So, "Sanki que yo fuera a hablar," that a should not be there. Now, why would Avner put that? Probably influenced by modern Castilian, which does put the a there. And finally, when it comes to vocabulary, Avner in Alicia is using quite a bit of Turkish. So he puts, for rabbit, he uses a Turkish word, or rather it comes from Turkish. Un tauchán blanco con ojos rosados pasó corriendo cerca. So he uses tauchán. I figured that he probably had many different choices. He could have used the Castilian word. He could have used a French word like lapin or something like that. But he went for the Turkish. And I'll talk a little more about the motivations or Avner in a couple of slides. What else do we lose? We are losing a genuine discussion on dialect representation. So which dialects are considered target languages? In other words, which dialects are we translating into? And if we are translating into a dialect, are we putting all the features of that dialect present, or are we just picking and choosing which features we want to represent in that translation? Also, if we're not translating into a dialect, what are we translating into? Are we translating into our own idea or what the standard Judeo-Spanish should be? When they are translating into a dialect, why did the translator choose this dialect? Why was this dialect so important? And of course, what does this mean for language revitalization? If we are only translating into one dialect of Judeo-Spanish, what does it mean for the future of all the other languages, all the other dialects that are also part of the language? So these are very important things that we need to be discussing, that we need to be thinking about when we create these translations of literature works. And it's because of that prestige the literature has that is going to guarantee that these works, the Ladino translation of El Quijote, the Ladino translation of Alice in Wonderland, the Ladino translation of The Little Prince, these are going to be read by many, many people who, for many of them, is going to be maybe the first time they ever get to read in Judeo-Spanish. So Avner in Pimenta and also Avner in Alicia, they use mostly the Istanbul dialect from what I could tell from the pages that I read. Again, in El Principico, they tried to limit the number of Turkish borrowings, but that's not the case in Alicia. And I think maybe it could be that the other translator that Ms. Pimienta had, maybe it's sort of like a leveling in order to avoid putting so much Turkish in there. And also, curiously, Avner, I absolutely love his translation because he tries to use Sephardic characters in the Alice translation. He incorporates characters with other dialects whenever he can. So he tries to introduce a monasterly character, and I'll read that. Cavando en busca de manzanas, Halbu dijo el Taushan muy arabiado. Ven aquí inmediatamente y ayúdame a salir de esto. Más ruido de llames rotos. Seguro que es un brazo, su honor. Siendo monasterly, lo pronunciaba u brazo. Right, so he is trying to incorporate the dialect features of monastir very briefly, because we don't get to see this character again in the rest of the book. But he kind of tries to incorporate other dialects, and you can see all the Turkish words in Avner's translation of Alice, things like halbu, tavşan, james. These are all Turkish words.
2 minutes remaining.
Thank you. And we're also missing a genuine discussion on language policy. Where do these translations fit in language utilization efforts? What is the symbolic value of this translation? And what is the purpose of these translations? Why are we translating El Quijote into Ladino? Why are we translating Alice in Wonderland into Judeo-Spanish? What is the purpose of this? Who decided that these are the works that should be translated? And do they represent a top-down approach? In other words, if someone did a language policy body decided, hey, we need this translation, or was this something that the people needed and they said, you know what, we need this translated into Ladino, let's work on that. And then also a question that we need to talk about, especially for El Quijote, what does it mean to translate into a dialect of Spanish? What does it mean to translate Spanish into a dialect of Spanish? Because if we're having a Judeo-Spanish translation of El Quijote, shouldn't we also have an Argentinian version of El Quijote, or a Guatemalan version of El Quijote, or a Mexican version of El Quijote? What does that mean? And so I'm going to skip this a little bit. So another thing is that where do all these literary translations fit into Judeo-Spanish canon? Are we going to consider them genuine representations of the language? Are they going to be creation, like something creativity, or is it transcreation? Hellman says something, or rather someone that I talked to about Hellman says something that his Judeo-Spanish wasn't meant to be Judeo-Spanish. It was meant to be a language inspired by Judeo-Spanish. And so it's a creative work of art. He decided, oh yeah, I'm gonna be inspired by Judeo-Spanish and see what I can create, with creativity. What does it mean to do art with an endangered language? Precisely. What does it mean to use an endangered language that needs more representation, that needs more works, that needs more materials for its teaching? What does it mean to take it and to play with it, for lack of a better word? I'm going to skip a few things. I have an example of Hellman's Divashu. I also was very lucky to talk to Rachel Amado-Bornek, who provided me with a few examples of some translations that they've done of El Quijote. I just wanted to show you about how every translator made different choices regarding the words they were using. For instance, Cervantes used hidalgo, Sefija uses gentilhombre, and Rachel uses señor. So these are all choices that the translations make. And, my question is, where were these choices based on? And finally, I'm going to end with this. So how can we help these translations? Well, I think that if you plan to translate into Judeo-Spanish, it would be very helpful if you establish the audience and the purpose of the target text. Why are you translating this? Consult authentic resources and list them so that whoever is reading your translation, they know where you got these words from. Work with a native speaker. Very, very, very important. A native speaker of Judeo-Spanish should be part of your translation because they're going to provide you with a wealth of knowledge of how words are used or whether a word works or not. Be consistent with dialect features. In other words, don't mix dialects just because you have this idea of what Judeo-Spanish should be. Do not introduce changes that may be seen as unauthentic or authentic. Read as much as you can in Judeo-Spanish, especially text, because we have plenty of text in Judeo-Spanish. Just read, because after that, you're going to start mimicking that style. Be aware of text norms and cultural norms. Be respectful. And I think respect supersedes creativity. Every translation should have an utmost respect for Sephardic language and culture. Be aware of your own linguistic biases. Just because you think this is how Judeo-Spanish should be, doesn't make it so. And also, I would include a disclaimer, especially if you're not a native speaker of Judeo-Spanish or you're not Sephardic yourself, include a disclaimer so that the readers understand where you're coming from. And thank you so much for your time. I appreciate any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ray. All right, that concludes the 3 presentations within this panel, but now we will go into our Q&A section, and we'll begin with the first question. This one is for Marcel, and it is: how common was it for Jews who fled Spain to completely change their surnames to something based on Turkish or some other local language? And this question comes from Harry Zinn in Los Angeles. And looking at actually the panelists, I actually do not think that Marcel, I'll double check. I don't know if Marcel is with us right now. It was well past midnight when he presented where he is, but we'll see if he's here. Otherwise, we'll move along and I'll try to get you his question. If another panelist does want to reply to that, they can also do that. But for the sake of time, we'll move forward since I know that question was most likely for Marcel. I see another question in the Q&A. This one is for Ray from Gavin Rogers. It says, is deep cultural knowledge of past cultures, even ancestral to your own, truly possible? If so, how do you remain sensitive to cultural evolution?
That's a great question. I think working with native speakers will be one way to make sure that you're being culturally sensitive to the needs of the text and the needs of the audience. And that's definitely correct. Language cultures do change throughout time, and maybe the modern Sephardic cultures in the Mediterranean and in Latin America, they may see these translations differently than if we were talking about 100 years ago or during the Ottoman Empire. But I would suggest, again, reading a lot and also working with native speakers. Working with more than one member in the community would be ideal. But I think just doing it without any kind of consultation or any kind of not checking your own biases or what the language and the culture are, that's what can get you into trouble. I want to say that when I started researching Judeo-Spanish, and we are talking back in 1998, so I'm kind of dating myself here, there were 2 things that I kept seeing. The first thing that I kept seeing is that everybody equated Judeo-Spanish with the language of Cervantes. And everybody claimed, oh, it's the language frozen in time. It's like, Spanish from the 1500s. And that's not exactly true. The other thing is that when I was curious about Judeo-Spanish and I went to my library, when I looked it up, the book Divashu by Hellman was one of the first books that I read. And I was so confused because I didn't really quite understand, like his version of Judeo-Spanish wasn't fitting what I was learning in the linguistics class. And being that the first exposure to the language, and then later find out that it was not authentic, it's what I find a little worrisome. But again, work with native speakers and try to learn as much as you can from them.
Okay, thank you, Ray. It's nice to see that all these talks really have to offer, and also, especially with all of the movement and interest in Judeo-Spanish, these talks are not only interesting, but also very practical. Ben, I wanted to follow up with you in the meantime. First of all, again, congratulations on the work that you're doing with our friends at UW. It's really exciting to see another, a digital humanities project. I followed your work, so it's nice to see how it's coming along, and it's a great tool. I guess I wanted to ask you, I think you mentioned that right now, what you have is not compatible with OCR. I'm wondering if that is the case, and also if you've also collaborated at all with the National Library of Israel, who I know also has a large archive and do have materials that are OCR compatible.
Yes, thank you so much for the question, Brian. I really appreciate it. Yeah, and it's a great one. So in particular, like the particular nature of what I ran, I didn't run the extracted images through any OCR engine. So theoretically, we could do this, and given a good enough OCR engine, the results presumably would be usable, and that would be a way to, I think, facilitate keyword search. So I guess like analogously with the work that I did with Chronicling America, there we effectively, after we make a pass and extract an image, we take all of the OCR falling within that bounding box and like call it the quote unquote caption or whatnot. And that tends to be, there's a lot of variance, but to like an initial way of searching tends to be actually pretty good. So that's definitely something of interest. I would say that the reason why I didn't end up doing it in the specifics of the project was mainly just for time reasons, and also because I know there's a lot of really exciting work in the space coming along with OCR in general for various languages, but with Ladino in particular. And so I figured this would be something worthwhile revisiting now, or a little while in the future when the OCR engines become really robust. But I have to say that definitely I think the most compelling version of this is when we can combine the kind of textual analysis with robust OCR with this kind of visual analysis. So thank you for the question.
Great, and Ben mentioned it earlier about OCR, optical character recognition, but for those of you who are just joining now, really it's a great tool, especially for educators, for scholars, for learners, for the community to essentially go to a text, especially one that was written in Rashi or Merubah, Hebrew-based characters, and just search what you're looking for, right, and find it, going through thousands of pages that you've collected. So it's going to be really beneficial to diverse groups. Let's see, if anyone has additional questions or comments, please place them in the chat. In the meantime, I'll benefit from my time as moderator right now and ask and comment on something regarding, Ray, your work. It's exciting to see all the suggestions you also provide to educators and students and speakers as well, and translators, of course. I think about, you're right, the majority of work that we see conforms to Aki Yerushalayim, which is very beneficial to have conventions and standardization. I think about some not as common cases, Alicia Cisoraz has worked with a team to create a separate system for Haketia. I think also about a few weeks ago, Rachel, who you mentioned, Amaro Bortnik, hosted an Encontro de Arjat, the Sunday programs in Ladino with Malka Levy, which was nice because it showed some of her work that does not use Aki Yerushalayim standards and tries to preserve her own Rodesli variety. So I'm wondering what else you see in that domain. And also in regard to some of the Principico and Alice in Wonderland, what do we also lose or gain when we utilize or shift away from text in Rashi characters or any of the Alchamiado?
Right, so what we lose that is we lose a generation that is able to read in Rashi script, and we disconnect them with all the other texts that were originally written in Rashi script. That's pretty much what we lose. It reminds me a little bit of when Turkey changed their alphabet from the Arabic script into Latin script, and now when you walk around in Istanbul, you see all these beautiful buildings with amazing calligraphy, but no one really reads, no one really knows what they say. I remember like the post office used to be an orphanage. And so it says right there in Ottoman Turkish, orphanage, but then, it's post office in modern Turkish. So we do lose a generation that could be reading and researching those texts written in Rashi. I would be interesting to see also how people who still write in the language, what kind of conventions they're using. One thing that I remember quite a bit is those who are in France, they tend to employ a lot of the French spelling norms, like OU for oo and stuff like that. So that would be interesting. I do think we need to have a uniform spelling system, but it does require a wider conversation than just one organization pushing everything through.
Okay, thank you, Ray. And so we have Marcel back with us, and so I'll go back to Harry's earlier question for Marcel, and I'll just reiterate the question. How common was it for Jews who fled Spain to completely change their surnames to something based on Turkish or some other local language? Marcel, please unmute.
Okay, right now everything is okay. Thank you. In every country, for example, Spain, the surnames are Jimenez, Perez. What does it mean? The son of Jimeno, the son of Peter. Yeah, this is. And in Turkey was Oglu, is the son of the Oglu. Yeah, and in Germany was Sohn, Mendelssohn. Yeah, this Germany. So they are expelled. They come over to the Ottoman Empire. So there is no problem. They still use the names, the surnames from Spain. But somebody wanted to change, and like in my presentation, there was a Sephardic Jew in our community in Bulgaria, Hojaulu, because his father was a teacher, the son of the teacher, you know. If not, you know, the Sephardic Jews in Bulgaria after the independence, getting the independence, it was in 1878. Yeah, so they spoke Ladino and Turkish. They didn't speak Bulgarian, you know. So they took a lot of Turkish names. Why not? Because they had good relationship to the Turks, and depending on their business, they changed the names. For example, I saw in Ray's presentation. Thank you, Ray. It was very nice. Names, Turkish name like Celat. What is Celat? Hangman. What is Jam? It's glass of window glass. Now, some Jews took the name Jamji because his business was windows. So he took the name Jamji, but there was never a Jew with the name Celat. And then Toshan is a rabbit. Toshan in Turkish is rabbit. No Jew was with the name Toshan. Toshan is not kosher, you know. And then, but there are Bulgarians with the surname Toshanov, and there are Bulgarians, even a professor at the university, there is Mrs. Gelatova. Can you imagine? Hankman. But Jews never. So Jews took names, like, for example, Jamji, because it was his business. Yeah. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Marcel. Thank you, Marcel, Ray, and Ben, for your fascinating and innovative work and talks this afternoon or evening. That now concludes this panel. We're going to take a few-minute break. And our next panel will be Ladino Across the Decade, ucLADINO's 10th conference featuring ucLADINO directors from 2012 to 2022. So I think we'll be back in just a few minutes. So if you're with us, maybe go take get a glass of water, some raki, whatever. We'll bring you back in a few minutes, and look forward to seeing you soon. Thank you again to our panelists.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back from that short break. It's been a wonderful, filling day. We have one more panel for you all. I'll invite our ucLADINO past and present directors to turn on their cameras and join us. So this is a very exciting special event of this conference because this conference marks ucLADINO's 10th annual conference. We've invited back directors from the past decade to talk about their experiences with ucLADINO, to think about how Ladino education and community has changed and adapted over time. And so we'll begin, I think, some of us have already been introduced because we've moderated, but maybe we'll begin. Simone and Cherry, if you could share a little bit about yourself, introduce yourself, and then all of us can say what years you were the director of the ucLADINO conference, and perhaps reflect on what your memories are of planning the conference. What did Ladino learning, both in communities and in classrooms, look like at the time? We'll begin with the past and move towards futurity as the conversation develops. And audience members, please feel free to add questions at any time that I can incorporate into our discussion.
Okay, I can give a bit of an...
I'm going to play with my light somewhere here.
Okay, I can give a bit of an introduction. My name is Simone Salmon. I'm a PhD student in ethnomusicology at UCLA, and I led ucLADINO from, I think, 2021 and 2020, and maybe Max, Daniel, and I were co-leading it in 2019. I'm not entirely sure of all of the dates, but I became interested in Ladino through hearing music that my family would make growing up. And when I later heard the recordings and I saw notebooks of lyrics that my great-grandmother had annotated, I became more interested in learning the language, studied Spanish, studied Turkish, and still couldn't find enough to fully get me there for Ladino. So I went to Turkey and spoke to people there. So I'm still sort of in my quest to learn Ladino, but yeah, that's my story.
Hi, I'm Sherry Robinson. I apologize. I'm not sure. I'm kind of dark on one side, but hopefully you can slightly see me. Thank you for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be back. I feel like it's been quite a bit. So I started out at UCLA a very long time ago, around 2010. So I was there working with Brian when it first started. So I worked with Brian on the first conference. And then after he left, I also worked, I believe it was 2016, with Peyton, who's not with us at the moment. So Peyton Phillips Quintanilla. So we worked on it that year. And I am currently teaching Spanish. So anytime I do get to teach Ladino, it's generally through the lens of Latin America or Spain. And actually, I've gotten to teach it this year, so it was kind of exciting. So not in the same way that you all might be teaching it, nothing to do with linguistics, but generally as culture, as history, and then through literature. Anyways, it's a pleasure to be back. If you have any questions, let me know. Nice to see Max and Simone and Brian.
Wonderful. Thank you for your introductions. So I'll open it up to any of the panelists if they want to talk about their memories of the conference during their days of directorhood, and more broadly, what Ladino learning looked like in communities and in classrooms at the time.
I'll chime in. First of all, Rachel, congratulations on putting this conference together. It's great to be here virtually with you and with everybody. This, our 10th conference, which really would have been our 11th, but the pandemic pushed things aside, but we're still here. First, I just want to say congratulations to all the directors who are here, who are not here. It's so great, all the work that you have done to continue this group and to bring people together for a decade now. So, Kula kavod, it's amazing. So my memories of putting together the conference, I put a couple of fun little images together for those people who are here in the audience. And by the way, I should mention that there's so many familiar, names. I can't see faces other than who's presenting, but a lot of familiar people in the audience who really have contributed to ucLADINO both at the university and within the community for the past decade. Here you'll see a number of different flyers over featuring some of our keynote speakers from the past decade. So we've done quite a lot over the past 10 years. And I should note that it's fitting that Vanessa Paloma was our keynote because she was one of our first speakers a decade ago when we would do quarterly lectures. Arthur Benveniste also spoke to us very early on in the group, and I believe he's with us now, and just telling us what is Ladino. You know, speaking to the question about what did Ladino learning both in the community and the classroom look like, you know, I will preface this by saying at UCLA, you know, I'm at Binghamton University, which is a wonderful university, but UCLA, where I did my PhD, is also amazing. And, you know, I had the benefit of learning from and working alongside Professor Sarah Stein, who's also with us, who has been a continued staple in regard to the energy and the success of ucLADINO. There weren't necessarily opportunities to learn Ladino for people at UCLA or really anywhere, and not online like there is now. So what we would do is we would really get together on a weekly basis and, utilizing some of the texts that other presenters mentioned, teach ourselves the language and then bring in people as well to kind of help us learn along the way. The first conference, though, that I wanted to mention was actually supposed to be 10 years ago. You know, 10 years ago was just for graduate students. We wanted to do a graduate student call for papers. You know, nothing really like that for students. There was a lot of energy and discussion among junior scholars, senior scholars in the field, but being graduate students ourselves, we wanted to see what we could do. And so you'll see on the conference presentation list on the right side, there was really 6 presentations, other than our keynote speakers, some who are with us now, just from UCLA. And so it has expanded in ways that we'll discuss later. But as far as even the early onset, I found this a little earlier, you know, so I founded the group with Sherry Robinson and as well as Anna Maria Busato. And you could see that, you can't see the text here, but from April 8th, 2011 is when we started going back and forth and saying, let's meet and let's start having some discussion on what we want to do for ucLADINO, what we want it to look like. And it's developed in many exciting ways a decade later.
Yeah, I can talk a little bit about the classes and the language learning that used to be a more regular part of ucLADINO, especially pre-pandemic. So Brian referred to it, this weekly gathering of kind of teaching ourselves, or a bunch of us, particularly graduate students, but really open to anybody, teaching ourselves Ladino using different texts. And this was my introduction to ucLADINO when I first came to UCLA in fall 2015. And what I loved about it was I was coming from a Jewish studies perspective. And really until kind of I took leadership, it was a lot of mainly Spanish and Portuguese graduate students. So just that coming together was so fruitful and exciting for me because I got to get this whole perspective and learn a lot from the other participants about everything Spanish and a little bit about Portuguese, but mainly everything Spanish that they contributed. And then over the years, people have dropped in to those reading sessions, and like especially Ottomanists, people who studied the Ottoman Empire, and they brought, you know, their Ottoman Turkish knowledge, which the other people already in the group didn't really have a good grasp on. And, you know, occasionally people would drop in who knew all these different languages. They would know, we'd have Hebrew speakers, we'd have people who knew Armenian, Greek speakers, and then, I don't know, anything connected to that. So that was always a real highlight, were those kind of small groups. And it was very informal, but it was kind of, everybody kind of brought their knowledge together and put the pieces together to figure out what this Ladino text was saying.
Thank you, Max. Oh, go ahead, Simon.
There was some time when I remember, like, sort of toward the beginning of my coming to the ucLADINO meetings, that we used to we would go through each other's research together. So I remember at one point Max had these letters that were sent from Rhodes, I think. And so we were, you know, I remember one distinctive thing that I learned during that time was the ending of "ou" that was on a bunch of words from French that I hadn't seen before. I would bring in songs, and we would go through those together. And for that, the Spanish and Portuguese speakers were like very, very, very helpful.
Thank you. I'd love to hear more about, as we're thinking about this arc from past through present to future. Sherry, I'd love to hear maybe about what your vision was as you were starting ucLADINO, as you were part of this sort of first generation of creators. And Brian, I'd love for you to chime in too. You, of course, talked about that a little bit. And I'd also love to ask how each of you envisions the role of language preservation in the academy, in these university spaces, in relation to the broader landscape of Ladino preservation and practice and adaptation in the United States and globally. And that also ties into a question of futurity, in that the program began, as Brian said, as a graduate student conference within UCLA, and now, especially thanks to our virtual world, is a global conference with scholars and writers and thinkers chiming in from all over the world. So I'm arriving at that exciting moment without the arc, with this wonderful arc behind me.
Brian, did you want me to go first, or?
Sure.
I'm going, I guess. That was actually a very long question. I'm like, what was the middle part? No. I came at it from, I'm just going to be completely honest. When I first started grad school, I knew nothing about Ladino. And most of what I did know was through Brian. And I got really fascinated by it because, you know, at the point I came in, I was still getting my master's. So Brian was a little bit ahead of me. And I had all of this, all these different topics to think about, like, right, what am I going to research? What am I going to do? How am I going to approach it? But the thing I loved about Ladino that Max mentioned also was that there were so many different languages, and I had taken French in undergrad. So I felt like, you know, I could pick up the French bits. And then I love the fact that we had all of these different people from different backgrounds. So it was really interdisciplinary. And I feel like we tried to show that, like in the first conference, right? We tried to look not just at language, but we tried to look at like how it was connected. I think my first research project was on like the online newspapers, right, in different translations and political affiliations. And we also really wanted to just bring community into the campus. So not just to have grad students, although, you know, we were all grad students presenting, but as we were in LA, or the longer we were in LA, we started to learn more about like the community there and how great it was. And it was really exciting to have all of these people come to campus who, you know, for them, that was their life. And it felt great to be able to share their life with them and to learn about Ladino through song, having people come in, looking at literature, planning, you know, to have all these speakers come in. So it was very exciting. But the biggest part was, I really think, like all the small groups, like the things, right? Meeting every week, learning about language. We also had a Seder in Ladino the very first year. I did not lead that. So Brian and another student named Josh, who was there at the time, I believe they co-led it. So Brian might be able to comment more on that. But I'm just answering the first part of the question. So I'll let Brian talk a little bit.
Sure. In regard to, I guess, the beginning stages, you know, as some of the other panelists mentioned, you know, yeah, we started in Spanish and Portuguese department, but, you know, quickly, you know, we're able to benefit, well, greatly from the Center for Jewish Studies, tremendously, who have continued to support this program year after year on all sorts of logistics. The History Department, the National Foundation, of course, and a number of other programs at the university that were specifically designed for student programming, which I think was always our most unique angle, the fact that this was an organization that was student run and student driven. So as far as the program, it quickly became something much bigger than what we thought it would be. Starting the second year, when we would have to actually go to hearings at the university to request funding, and we would have to do this every year. I'm not sure if that still happens, but you have to file an entire, it's almost like, it's a grant application to get funding for people to come in, your keynotes, the lodging and whatnot. But it quickly became something much larger than just a graduate student conference. People coming from all over the world, they would fly in for this conference. But I will mention also that, the ucLADINO conference or group is so much more than just a yearly conference. There's programs that throughout the year, depending on the year in question. But we've really been able to benefit a lot from community activism, which I know is something that we're going to speak about a little bit more in a bit as well. Yeah.
I don't know if Max or Simon, if you wanted, I didn't want to take up all the time. So if you want to comment, I know Max, you came in about the time I was going out.
I'm trying to think what I can add. Definitely to Brian's point, that at least when I was doing it the last time a few years ago, that we still had those hearings. And so, it was also a great way to learn all the bureaucracy of trying to run a university program. And in that sense, I got a lot of skills that I wasn't expecting to get about grant application, about coordinating between all these different funders and departments, and the difference between an academic department and a center and an office. So that was certainly a journey. And I think, just building the relationships with the people. Brian was mentioning, Marcel and Ray are friends of ucLADINO. So, really the conference is kind of the centerpiece of ucLADINO, or has become the centerpiece, but it's really felt very familiar very quickly. And I think that's the sense that I've gotten from other people who have been involved, that it really quickly becomes a familiar place for people, especially we see returning guests and returning names. And of course, we always welcome new people. So it has that great combination. And we're always very excited about, somebody who, a grad student just starting out, or even sometimes undergrads coming. And it's like, everybody is so excited. It's like, oh, you're interested in this topic. Come be part of us in a global sense. So that's always one of my takeaways.
I was impressed the first time that I came to ucLADINO with the amount of activity from community members. And I found some of my early dissertation research through ucLADINO, because there is an ensemble, if you haven't been with us before 2 years ago, there's a singing ensemble that would traditionally sing at our yearly symposiums, and because of difficulties with technology and having to hire somebody to layer all of these voices on top of each other to make a video for so many songs, it was just really impossible, especially when I suppose it was our 9th annual conference had to be canceled just days before it was to take place, and we sort of had to find new ways of adding music to the conference. But this singing ensemble, as I understand, was formed at a ucLADINO conference. They're called Cantigas Muestras, and I started my research with them. I later became the director of the ensemble, and I'm still doing that today. But maybe somebody here who's here at this time can explain how this formation took place.
Well, I'll mention briefly. So many elements of ucLADINO I feel like have happened very organically. The first year that I was a grad student at UCLA, starting in 2010, I participated in the Spanish and Portuguese department's graduate student conference. So I learned all these skills that I had never really obtained before. And then the following year, when I met with Sherry and Anna Maria, I said, all right, let's have a conference for ucLADINO. I saw how the Spanish and Portuguese department did it, and here we are. So you really do obtain quite a skill set as far as putting together a program, to Max's point. but also to Simone, who has actually directed the Canticas Muestras group. I remember, I don't recall exactly the year right now, but at one of the conferences, we always worked hard so that way people would not have to pay for anything, right? When they would come to, as far as like the food or registration. Many conferences, academic conferences, as I'm sure many of you know, you have to pay hundreds of dollars to even just attend, right? That's something we didn't want to be a barrier, especially starting off as a student conference. We recognized that people did come in from out of state, out of the country, and there were financial barriers to that perhaps. But we always had to work with different groups to get food or whatnot, and for lunches. Our conference has often been a 2-day conference. And at one of these sessions, which was right next to the YRL, the library at UCLA, a group of attendees who were from the community, I believe some of are actually in the audience right now, just started singing. And this was something that would be quite common. After a charla, after chit-chatting in Ladino, what do? You start singing in Ladino. And I remember a few people said, we should do this more often, right? Whether it's just we should speak in Ladino more often, or we should start singing in Ladino. And I think that that's kind of something that started to happen shortly thereafter with, why don't we start singing in Ladino? I believe that Cynthia, who's with us now, was in the room at that time as well when this happened. So it was really nice to see how the community, kind of, we feed off each other. And I know this will speak a little bit more about kind of how do we, well, even to Rachel's question about how do we envision language in the academy, feeding off each other. The community is kind of saying, oh, they're doing something at UCLA.
Oh, Brian, I think we're losing you. I don't know if anyone else can hear him.
Let's keep going with it. And I know that's the Los Angeles based.
Brian, we lost you for the last 30 seconds. If you could maybe repeat that.
Oh, the last part or?
The last 30 seconds, maybe?
Well, everyone is wonderful. That's what I was trying to say. I did mention the fact that I believe that Max and some others are participating now in the Los Angeles faction of the Ladineros. So it's really nice to see like all of this activism that the community and the university feed off each other really in preserving and continuing to use the language.
I don't know if you could see, I found my Sephardic meetup notebook too. That was like 2016. They also had a couple of other events that I guess they kind of went off of the ucLADINO event. But actually they might consider that, actually maybe I should not say that because they might consider it completely separate and not connected. But I felt that it was somewhat connected. If I'm wrong in the audience, anyone listening now, I apologize. So did you want us to keep going with the rest of the question, Rachel, kind of connecting it to the broader community? Because I know there was a second and third part.
Yeah, I'll maybe add one question from the audience in relation to this idea of bridging community and university. Hannah Pressman wrote, "Thank you so much for today's conference. Many have noted the current revival of interest in Ladino around the world, which has been facilitated by online learning portals during the pandemic in particular. Do you see a potential tension eventually arising between the way that the field of Ladino studies is taking shape in the academy and the way that Jewish and non-Jewish students of Ladino are studying the language in other spaces, virtual, communal, etc., which also relates to the Ladineros group, which is a community-run group. Both are exciting developments. Can they coexist and mutually inform each other?" So yes, if others want to chime in about the interrelation between community activism, Ladino preservation and adaptation in community spaces and in academic spaces.
I have a couple thoughts, if it's okay to start. So one, that's a great question. And I know Hannah Preston's work touches a lot on these important issues in really interesting ways. So one, it was like hearing the word Ladino studies. It's like, I don't know if I've ever heard that phrase before. Sephardic studies, yes. Ladino studies, oh, it's interesting. It's kind of never heard that out loud before. So that might be a little generous about a field, any kind of cohesive field. But in terms of the relationship between the academy and I guess the community, if we want to do kind of make this false binary, which is also, I mean, that's kind of the point. It's kind of a false binary, and that there's so much intermixing, there's so much connection between people who are from this community, who are either native speakers or descendant of native speakers, and academics who are interested. There's so much interconnection that I don't think it's really hard to separate the two, or to say that, to make a comparison. Directors have come from Jewish backgrounds, from non-Jewish backgrounds, from Sephardic backgrounds, from non-Sephardic backgrounds. That hasn't impeded in any way the quality or the content of ucLADINO events. I think it's enriched it, actually, kind of having people who have different backgrounds. And yeah, I think just from my own perspective, Brian and Rachel were mentioning Ladineros, which is, we kind of meet monthly. It's based in Los Angeles. We used to meet in person, now on Zoom. And we kind of just read Ladino. It's not super intensive, but I'm a part of it. Rachel attends. So we have PhD students involved, as well as people who grew up with the language. And similarly, through Ladineros, I met one of the participants, Ivy Jane, and we're actually starting a podcast about Ladino that will, not in Ladino, unfortunately, but about Ladino that will launch in a few weeks. And so that is just another example of kind of this collaboration between kind of an academic side and somebody coming from, you might call the community. And so these are ongoing, I mean, yeah. So, and I think just to conclude with that, reading Hannah Pressman's comment, I think they are mutually informing each other and coexisting. I mean, it's so small that we kind of, whenever we meet each other, we're like, let's stick together. Or at least I hope that's how it turns out.
You know, most of these sort of like collectives, the Ladineros group, the Sephardic meetup group, there's a whole online stuff on Facebook and on Yahoo. They're the same characters that are frequenting all of these. So oftentimes academics go to these groups to learn from people there. So it's certainly coming from them into the academy.
Yeah, and I, you know, thinking about Hannah's question, hi Hannah, you know, I think that there's so much overlap, like Simone was saying as well. Rachel actually, you know, so when at the onset of the pandemic, I started to teach Ladino online. And actually I had the chance to work with Rachel in one of my classes. And then she told me she was going to UCLA and I was like, yes, excellent. And here we are. So, and I've worked with a lot of people. So I think that, you know, now that Rachel is running this group, but she's also connected to the community, I think that ucLADINO has always been mindful of the fact that, you know, this is an organization at the university, but we also serve as a bridge, a platform, a hub to work alongside community members. When we were first starting, I think that, you know, many people felt, and I think that we even have seen a shift within the decade, even though we could probably trace it more, that, you know, people were embarrassed to speak their language. I remember when I was first doing field work, I had to go around and say, do you speak Ladino? Do you speak any sort of Spanish? And there was still the question, why are you interested? I think that happens a lot less now. I think people realize that there's interest. And so trying to bring them into the university, you know, we could provide them with a platform to share their stories, to share their voice. I remember a few years ago, I think it was probably in 2015 in the spring, we did a community-based panel that Sarah Stein moderated, and it was so successful. And because I think that beyond having over 100 people attending, the stories that we heard from different angles, different aspects, different realities was really nice, all at you know, an academic conference, which can often, you know, as far as academic conferences go, they can often be limiting as far as who attends, who participates. And I think the ucLADINO conference that we have every year really tries to welcome everybody, which is exciting, from novice as far as speaker or even graduate student who's just interested in learning or wants to present a paper that they did at the undergrad or graduate level, to senior scholars who traveled across the globe to present. So we have quite the range.
And you haven't mentioned the use, oh, I'm sorry. Brian hasn't yet mentioned his Ladino lab online.
Well, sure. I mean, now at Binghamton University, I mean, what can I do? ucLADINO is an institution now, right? And it's something that is very successful. And, you know, at Binghamton University, I work with historian Dina Danon, and this might actually move into another question asked a little bit about different disciplines. It's really great to work together. And I love seeing what Hannah wrote, Ladino studies, right? That term has been thrown around, but to Max's point, it's like, oh, Ladino studies, right? Not Sephardic studies, Ladino studies. Like, what does that really mean? Very multidisciplinary, as of course you could say the same with Sephardic studies, but for Ladino studies, I think since, you know, the focus really is on language, you know, we want to continue at Binghamton. What we're doing is the same thing. We're doing language apprenticeships where we're matching students with speakers. It's very different than the ucLADINO model per se, but it's another initiative to connect learner and speaker as well. And I do want to say, actually preface this by you know, thanking once again Sarah Stein and CJS, Center for Jewish Studies at UCLA, because I remember in my final years, I applied for the Skirball Fellowship to teach a course at the Skirball Museum. And I wanted to teach something about Judeo-Spanish language, culture. And I was a recipient of that fellowship. And it was a wonderful experience. Speaking with the Skirball Museum, that was really a test, because they said, we don't know if there's going to be interest to fill a class on learning about Judeo-Spanish, not like a 101 type of, this is how you say hello and goodbye, but a little bit of everything type of class that would meet weekly in the spring. And it filled up so much to the point that, you know, the following year they had invited me back to teach a part 2. It was really nice to see it, because that also was a great way to speak more about ucLADINO and tell people to come to our events. And it was a really great bridge between the university and the community, one which I benefited from greatly as well, as far as being able to do feedback, more speakers, and also bring their voices to the university. Sarah Stein ran an event a few years ago in partnership with ucLADINO, Save the Data, right? And so that brought in a treasure trove of documents as well for some of the initiatives that some of you are working on now.
Thank you, everyone. And as just small testament to a lot of what you all are saying, we have some wonderful comments in the question and answer about how ucLADINO has brought people together and brought past and present and future together in really wonderful ways. So that's a small token. Yeah, let's move to Professor Sarah Stein's question, as Brian was alluding to. She writes, it is such a strength of ucLADINO that its student leaders come from different disciplines. And Simone, Max and I are both in history. Simone is an ethnomusicologist, so we have disciplines represented here. In what ways do you feel the group's focus has shifted based on these different methodological approaches to the Ladino language and to Sephardic culture? And of course, this interdisciplinarity was very well represented at today's conference.
I can see one thing that sort of surprised me was that, of course, we invited, in the years that I was in ucLADINO, invited keynote speakers who worked with music, but before and after me, we had keynote speakers that also worked in Ladino music. So being an ethnomusicologist, I mean, people were interested in these things already.
Yeah, and I'll say that, you know, in the beginning stages, I think it also tried to track maybe my experience, Anna Maria's experience, Sherry's experience in the beginning with learning about Ladino as well. You know, we did have some history graduate students as well with us. So I would say in many ways, we all complemented each other because we all taught each other a lot. And I, you know, as some of the panelists mentioned earlier, continue to learn from each other, right? Regarding language, history, culture, and more. I know that, you know, if we look at some of the themes of the conferences, I was very interested in about the language. What is Ladino? How is it different? You know, Judeo-Spanish, you know, what is Haketia? Let's talk about survival and preservation and documentation. Those are some of the initial themes really that took precedence during the first few years. And I think that we see sometimes a shift in maybe what the focus is in regard to maybe some of the themes. But one thing that I think has remained consistent is that we continue to welcome everybody to present their research, very interdisciplinary work as well during our conference. And I would say also, as far as the keynotes, I think that in envisioning, and this is something I discussed a lot with Sherry in the early years, who would we invite? We wanted to invite our keynote speakers who were actually speakers of the language with a vast amount of experience. So if you look at some of our earlier speakers, keynote speakers, Alicia Cisoraz for Haketia, Rachel Maro-Bortnick from Ladino Comunidad. We brought in people from Argentina, Liliana Benveniste and Marcelo Benveniste, Soli Levy, Karen Charjon, Eliezer Papa. We started to slowly move into academics who were also speakers, but in the initial years, we really wanted to get the approval and support of speakers themselves. And that shifted a little bit throughout the years, but as we see even with today's conference, we have this nice balance and mix of who's presenting and who gets to participate in some of these conversations.
And I was thinking actually, as we got towards the middle, maybe like a couple of years in, it wasn't just a focus on speakers. We were trying to think about all these extra things that we could add. Like you had Sarah Aroeste, and I might be pronouncing her name incorrectly. We had her come, which was like a big deal. It's like the superstar, right, of like rock music and Ladino. And after that, I remember like we also had like, or tried to come up with, right, thinking about like, how can we do something like with oral histories? Also thinking about, right, should we include food? And I never thought, before I went, before I went back to grad school, I was in the working world for a bit, and I actually did something with conference and catering services. And I never thought I would use that again. And then with Ladino, I used a lot of catering and conference services skills. So planning, menus and coming up with like ideas about what can we do, right, besides just traditional presentations. And you also had like the documentary, right, Saved by Language. So, I mean, I felt like towards the middle there, right, it actually almost got too big because it was like sucking up all of our time. So you have like research, ucLADINO, giant chunk here, and then the rest of your life. But it was very rewarding and very exciting, right? I don't know if like the rest of you want to add anything else, but I feel like all of those events, I guess, in a way, prepare you for professional life, right? So it's not just the research component. There's so many things that they cannot teach you in a classroom and that they don't teach you, and that you then have to use as a professor, for example, right? You have budgets that you have to think about, you have scheduling, you have advising, you have like community relations and outreach. And those are things that we learned not just through ucLADINO, right? But you have to do all those other community events to develop those skills. So I think it's great that, Max and Simone and Rachel, that you're all still doing it, because I really think that all the skills, right, that you gain through the group are definitely marketable and definitely usable in the professional world. In addition, right, to all the academic knowledge, in addition to helping preserve the language, right? Or maybe even teach people about it. Most of the students I talk to, because I'm teaching Spanish, right? So I am in a Spanish program. Most of them have no idea what it is. They've never heard of, like, they don't know why 1492 is important besides Columbus. So, usually I kind of go about it through history, right? I teach them a little bit about the history. I use the websites like to give them a sense of how it sounds, right? How does Spanish sound? How do some of the different, like Haketia, right? Or how do some speakers coming out of Turkey, what do they sound like, right? What literature do we see, right? Where do people live nowadays? Why should we still care? What are the different communities in the US? So most of the students, at least in my classes, right, have never heard of this. So I think it's amazing, right, to be able to share it with them. And I'm really glad that I was such a big part of the group, and I can now share that knowledge, right, with other people so that I have a better sense of the community.
Thinking about teaching Ladino alongside Spanish or in a Spanish classroom environment. I have a question of a slightly different vein than those we've been discussing, along the lines of this year's conference theme, which is Engendering Ladino, which is supposed to serve as a gesture towards thinking about Ladino transmission and gender, but also a means of situating Ladino within its various global communities and contexts. So I wanted to ask all of you how you think this conference fits into other movements related to language preservation, specifically in relation to other languages. How do you see Ladino preservation within a global context of a renewed attention to family archives and generational transmission? And finally, how has this global context and Ladino's place within it changed over the past decade? So motioning towards this transnational global framework and placing Ladino studies within that context.
Sorry, can you post the question in the chat for us?
Well, I'll just begin on this one. Yeah, that question covers so much, but thinking about Vanessa's keynote earlier, we and what I showed as well a little while ago, Vanessa spoke to our group a decade ago about her work, and it's been so important because there are many differences regarding not just varieties of Judeo-Spanish, but ways to speak Judeo-Spanish, generations, gender as well. And she's pointed out clearly the important role of women in particular in regard to preserving a language. And that is something that is often the case regarding language in general, especially endangered languages. We see that also in regard to, I think Rivka mentioned it earlier in her presentation, some of the differences in the role of women today as far as, continuing to utilize and pass down the language. So I think that the talks in general are important because they show a variety of ways to speak Ladino, ways to write Ladino, ways to be Sephardic also. And what they do also is I think they encourage those attending, especially Sephardic, to kind of participate in these conversations. Don't throw away your documents, those dusty books that might be in your basement or in your attics. They represent something really important to somebody. And they could really teach us a lot about a world that once was, but also a world that is continuing today and continuing to reshape itself.
Yeah, I can speak on the global communities and the transnational element. I think it's almost impossible to talk about Ladino not in a global context. I think it's a diasporic language at its heart. And so just by anything you say about it will kind of instantaneously engage a global conversation or a transnational one. Or even if you stay in the same place, the borders move around you. Kind of these artificial borders of empire and nation. So what was once Ottoman is now Greek, for example, especially like in Salonika, for example. So even if you look at it super locally, things are still changing. And then I think about, so in terms of gender and other languages, what comes to mind, I mean, undergrad, I studied Yiddish. And in Yiddish studies, there's a great kind of thematic focus or kind of a sub-interest about the feminization of Yiddish. I think one of the colloquial terms for Yiddish is Weiberteich, which kind of literally means like women's language or women's tongue. And so I think that is kind of has a lot of parallels with Ladino on multiple levels. And, Yiddish is not, it's not the same parallel in terms of preservation. And I'm not going to go into that. But I think that's something that, at least for me, and maybe for others involved in Ladino, that we can work better on, we can do better on. And something that, I'm interested in is looking at other language preservation movements that are in a similar position or similar state as Ladino. Because there's, as far as I know, other Jewish languages are either in much better shape or in much worse shape. And Ladino kind of, I mean, Brian's like thinking about that, so I could be wrong, but I think it'd be interesting to look outside of at least Jewish languages, and maybe even Romance languages, and to build connections past that.
I'll just comment on that real quick. Yeah, to Max's point, we can always learn from other languages. One of the things that I've tried to do in working with some of the delegates from the Shadarim of the National Authority of Ladino is not only learn from each other about what's going on in different communities, but also what's going on with different language. You know, there are thousands of endangered languages around the world, and what endangered means really varies. But there's incredible initiatives right now in regard to Jewish languages. And yes, Yiddish and Ladino are very different in many respects, like Max mentioned. But as far as, you know, Jewish languages go, you know, Ladino is experiencing something quite unique and getting a lot of attention right now, which is great. And, you know, the Jewish Language Project in particular is doing some amazing work right now to track the development and also the initiatives right now regarding languages as well. But yeah, to Max's point, Ladino as a global language, that's certainly true, especially now when there are no barriers, there are no borders. I mean, I presented at ucLADINO conference probably the second year about Sepharad 2.0, and that was well before the pandemic. I mean, I was basing everything on, you know, Ladino Comunidad, which Rachel Bortnick founded and continues to thrive. But now we have a world of opportunities. There are no barriers or borders. Jews, non-Jews, Sephardim, non-Sephardim alike are all interested in learning Ladino. Of course, as far as the preservation and transmission goes, like Rivka mentioned, the number of people who are teaching the language to their children or grandchildren is very limited. That is extremely important for language communities to work on, of course, for language preservation. But as far as the language use, post-vernacularity, these are things that Ladino and communities are doing very well.
I wanted to speak to this idea of engendering Ladino, and actually the other way around, of Ladino engendering other things. And so what sort of caught my ear in all of this was I was thinking about during the pandemic, there were videos put together. They were released on YouTube by Liliana and Marcelo Benveniste. I think they were called Unidos por el Ladino. And in them, I mean, so, you know, we're dealing with a global pandemic at the same time. Like, long before this pandemic existed, there was a global epidemic of nostalgia. And this is something, this music was used to the music itself engenders people to engage in material that reminds them of this home that they're missing. And the material itself does the same thing the other way. And in these, I think there were 3 videos that were put out. There was one that was done by women only, women voices only, male voices only. And it was like a, what can I say about them? I'm sorry, I should have thought this out better before I began speaking about it. But that nostalgia is such an important part of I'll say Ladino studies today, and that's what has made it so that you know, people who see that their grandparents have nostalgia, that their parents have nostalgia, it engenders them to learn the language and to learn its customs, especially when they feel that something is dying out. And although we don't have a lot of classes going around on advanced Ladino, I'd say aside from Brian's classes, Carlos has some classes as well, and maybe private lessons, but there's a lot of interest that's been engendered in just elementary Ladino, and also those courses have been taking place online. There's been a boom in them. We had ones that were coming out of the Sephardic Center in Istanbul, the Sephardic Brotherhood of America, probably others. I'm not a linguist, so I don't know so many of them that were taking place.
If you just want to also think about it through the lens of gender, that women are often seen as the transmission of culture and language, which has often put them in a difficult role, I guess, or position, right? Because if you are the one who passes on culture, right, you might also then, if you don't do it correctly, you might somehow change it or ruin it. And I know that sounds terrible, but in some cases, women have then, I guess, been controlled, right? So that you can control cultural transmission. But I think it's more exciting if we think about it just as, how might we just all do it differently, right? How might I view Ladino versus potentially how Brian views it, or maybe how we teach it, or a lot of authors actually who write in Spanish, right, if they have a Sephardic background, that again, looking back to the past, right, to what it was like in their childhood. If I remember correctly, was it Marcel Cohen or Israel who wrote the In Search of a Last Ladino? Was it Cohen? Potentially. So I really enjoyed reading that. If I remember correctly, it's been a long time, I'm sorry. It was in 2 different languages, at least the copy I had. I could go back and forth between them. And Brian might remember this better than I, since it's been a long time since I've read it. But again, just looking back to maybe to the past and to how things have changed today. So I'll let somebody else comment on that.
Yeah, thank you. I think the idea that we are engendering Ladino, and Ladino is also engendering these questions of diasporic memory and gender and transmission is a really profound one. So thank you for that. I'll maybe throw out a quick but imaginative question to wrap up our panel, which is about futurity, which is what do you imagine for the future of ucLADINO and Ladino studies? I like that we've all adopted this phrase, seems appropriate. In the future, and this is a question that could lead you to talk about projects you're currently working on and that are embodied, or a question that lends itself to the imaginative or speculative. And maybe you could sort of each answer, and then we'll wrap up our directors panel.
I'll begin, I guess. And then I want you to answer this question too, Rachel, as current director. I want to know also what you and your current colleagues and team at ucLADINO, what you need from us, previous directors, how we could support you. I'd like to know what the community also in Los Angeles wants or needs. I think that, pivoting to an online symposium has a number of benefits. I think that, in the future, you'll go back in person as well, maybe hybrid or whatnot. But I think that, what is going on now is great. A few years ago, we did, I think at the 5th year, we did an edited volume featuring a number of speakers and presenters from previous years, Judeo-Spanish, the making of a community. So that's an option too, to kind of create some sort of anthology regarding some of the presentations. One of the things that we've always constantly thought about for ucLADINO was, what do we do next? How do we get people coming back? And whether it's through the boyos, borecas, bulemas, bizcochos, or through the music, like with concerts like Sherry mentioned, with panels about cookbooks and canticas muestras, finding that balance between the academic and the community is going to really be important. I think that's kind of the recipe that's worked, at least for the past decade. It might continue to develop in different ways, but there's ucLADINO is just one group out of a world of language, a history as well. But it's done so much. So again, thank you to the directors who are doing their work. Continue to just get students involved. One of the hardest things I think is letting people know at UCLA or in general, what is Ladino if you're not Sephardic? What is Ladino? And if you are Sephardic, as we saw earlier, why should I care? Especially for younger generations. These are questions that are not easy to answer. And, we have to recognize, among ourselves, if we are Sephardic or not, it might be a different reality for those who are actually have Ladino as their heritage tongue. But just continuing to provide opportunities to experience Ladino, whether it's through a motto seder, like Sherry mentioned before, the soundscape or whatnot of all that Ladino has to offer, bringing people together. Simone mentioned nostalgia before. So many times people from the community come to our panels and become friends in many ways, and participants of studies as well. And they just want to, they yearn for community. They want to hear people say words in Ladino, good ones and bad ones, whatever it is, the Ladino is important. And I recognize that a lot of this conference is in English and it's about Ladino, right? Kind of pertaining to that kind of post-vernacular and also nostalgia of the language. But everything that we're doing and everything that you're doing and will continue to do, I think has a place in kind of this renaissance, or at least preservation initiatives regarding the language. So congrats again, Rachel, and please count on us for whatever you need in the future.
I think just in terms of, as a historian, we're taught, we can't predict the future, be wary, everybody asks us, oh, history, what's going to happen? What does this remind you of? So I can only give my hopes for the future, or what I think will work best. And I think one theme that's kind of been continuous for the past 10 years, even though the conferences have been in person, is technology and digitization and the virtual realm. I think one of the earlier themes was digitization or preservation. That was, I think, before my time. In the past 2 years, this has been, a Zoom conference. And I think we were reaching, and Ladino in general, Brian's classes, Brian surely knows from his classes, and Simone has had a music show based in Santa Barbara, and all of us who work in Ladino in some way, know people kind of come out of the woodwork with all kinds of different connections. So I think that technology and being virtual allows us to reach an audience that we maybe don't even know is there. Maybe people who are, don't have a community near them and always wanted to learn. And I think now there's more opportunities than ever, easily accessible, often for free or very cheap, to learn about or learn the language itself. And I think this is kind of unprecedented in the language, that it's more accessible to more people than at any other time. Even though there's not a huge thriving speaking community, it's actually very much alive and accessible and present than it ever has been. So I think being optimistic while being realistic is also a part of the struggle. And I think I'll just conclude, I'm thinking about Passover because it starts this Friday. And I was thinking about part of the Seder, part of the traditional, ritual that accompanies the Passover holiday. A phrase in Ladino that's a translation of the Aramaic, and it's about kind of the story of Egypt, but one of the phrases is, todo el que tiene hambre venga y coma. Everyone who is hungry, come and eat. And I think that, at least is my philosophy about all Ladino things. If you're interested, if you're hungry for it, come. We'll give you food. I think it's also a very, very Sephardic thing is, if you're hungry, come and eat.
I suppose I could add something. So if we're thinking about, Rachel, were you thinking about just recommendations for the future, or about different, what we think that you should keep doing? Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. It could be sort of concrete examples of what you think should continue forward, what new innovations could emerge, or less concrete examples of the affect, the aesthetics that you foresee for the future of Ladino.
I guess I'm going to go with Max on this one. I definitely do not know what the future holds, but I definitely do think that we can focus on maybe what's worked and what we're doing now. again, I just want to reiterate the best part for me about like everything to do with Ladino, besides the community, which was awesome, was the fact that we got to all get together and come up with all these different ideas and events and different ways of educating people, because in the end, it's a lot about education, right? Like I came in not knowing. Most of my students have no idea. So I feel like we're always trying to come up with ways to show how Spanish is relevant, how Ladino is relevant, right? Why are the humanities relevant? Why is literature relevant? And they all seem like, you know, for us, I guess if we love it, right? For us, it's like an obvious answer, but for a lot of other people, right? They're like, I don't understand why, you know, why should we learn about this? And I think that, you know, groups like ucLADINO and also just scholarly projects, right? If we can think past that to ways of connecting with community, as you know, as the ucLADINO does, I think that there'll be a lot more. What do I even want to say? I think it's going to be better in general for everyone, not just for the university, but it's going to be better for speakers of Ladino. It's going to be better for those of us who teach Spanish. Because it is important, right? It is a part of Spain's history. It's a part of the history in Latin America. It's a part of history and all these in Africa. I was recently at like one of those encuentros de Alad, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, when we were there. And they talked about, you know, Zimbabwe, right? And the different Jews who came out of Africa. So a lot of students have no idea either that Africa has anything to do with it, right? So why are we talking about Africa in a Spanish class? So in general, right, I guess keep doing hopefully what you're doing, keep doing hopefully what we did before, and with a bit of luck, right, everything will go well. I don't know, Simon, take it away. I'm just babbling now, so.
Well, I'm thinking about projects that are going on right now. There's one that Brian's a part of that I just got added to as well, in that we're creating an online Ladino English dictionary on wordreference.com. I'm just part of the administration, but I'm on the Turkish team. Brian is actually coming up with entries. And I'm not sure quite when that's going to be finished, but that's one of the things that I think can really push people to learn Ladino and translate things into Ladino much more easily. But I'm also, of course, being somebody who works in anthropology of music, really interested in cultural projects as well. So I like that this series that I talked about, the Unidos por Ladino series, connected people together whose culture was built around Ladino, but was existing sort of in these very isolated pockets. So ways that I've been trying to sort of expand that and connect people, at least orally, was one of them was the radio show that Max mentioned. The other one is that now that Cantigas Muestras isn't performing in person, we're also not rehearsing in person. So now there's an online singing ensemble that anybody can join, and we wanted to invite everybody here to join it. I'll put my email somewhere so that you can have it and contact me, and then I'll forward it to the manager. But just thinking of ways in which we can still keep in touch and continue to create new projects together.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I can answer a little too. I think in terms of what would be wonderful from past directors, and this is from a historian's perspective, we've done some work on having an archive of ucLADINO in of itself, but to sort of formalize, digitize that archive would be a wonderful project. Maybe Ben, who spoke earlier, could help us with that digitization. It would also be wonderful to create a sort of cross-organization conference or network so that all of these different projects could come together, even if it's sort of a once-a-year annual event where we can share ideas, sort of like we're sharing ideas on this panel in this microcosmic universe. In terms of futurity, I think Dr. Elbaz's work is in my head, so I'm thinking about how powerful it is for these more embodied experiences, for music and food and literature and reading together, like in the Ladineros group, these embodied experiences as a means of bridging this false dichotomy, as Max helpfully framed it for us, between community and university, or between native speakers and non-native speakers, learners and teachers, creating more cultural spaces for learners and teachers to come together. I think that's what has worked in the past and what is sustaining ucLADINO in many ways. So there are always new media of transmission and creation that we could think about and build off of. And then also this one is coming from my own motivations and work, but having Tam Haviv here today, who read some of his poetry, I think it's also really a wonderful opportunity whenever we can to bridge the scholarly and the creative, which is also a way of bringing different spaces, different artistic and cultural spaces together as a means of opening up the study of Ladino to new forms, to new audiences. So that also feels like a wonderful opportunity. Okay, I think we will perhaps, I didn't want to have the last word. Does anyone want to say something final? Simone has put an email in the chat for the Ladino choir, which is wonderful. And, well, this is a good transition. Simone is running the music side of things, and we had some complications, but we do have a small musical offering that we would like to give. So I'll maybe thank the panelists for our directors panel. Thank you so much to all of you for coming together for this wonderful discussion. To many more in the future. And I'll turn to Simone to play a musical performance, and I'll say a few words after that, and then we'll end our day. Thank you so much, all of you, for joining us.
So to give a bit of an introduction into this performance that's going to come, we originally began working on it last year for the Ladino conference that took place at that time. In it, there's a number of songs, some of which are new to you, some of which may be old, and their melodies exist in multiple languages. So I'm trying to think of the order in which it goes. The first one, I've heard the melody in Greek. I don't know what the title of the Greek song is, but this one is about cooking. The second song it's a Turkish melody, and I wrote Ladino lyrics to it that is about coronavirus. And then the third song, you know what? I'm just gonna have to play it because I can't remember all of the songs that are involved in this. But the very last song is a mix of a cooking song, and it's a mix of a popular Rambetico song. And I found a set of Ladino poetry, and in it I was flipping through something that I could put on top of this melody, and I found a poem that fit absolutely perfectly. So here is the recording. It may take a second to load.
La primera que la guisa es la baba de Elena, y a la de bocadillos y la mete en una cena. Esta comida la llaman la comida berenjena. A mi tío Gerasí, que le agrada beber vino, con el vino, 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 mucho y bien a él le vino. La segunda que la guisa es la mucha del chamán, la tabaca por aliento y la hinchida roman. Esta comida la llaman la comida la dolma. Esta comida la llaman la comida la dolma. A mi tío Gerasí, que le agrada beber vino, con el vino, vino, vino,
Thank you so much, Simone. It's really wonderful to end with music. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us for the 10th ucLADINO conference. It's been really incredible and filling to hear the depth and breadth of scholarship, thought, music, and literature being produced in this moment, a moment in many ways of reckoning with how and why we pass down traditions, how we relate to our neighbors, how we can and cannot migrate through national spaces, and how we preserve the past in a meaningful way for the present. Thank you to Dr. Elbaz for her wonderful keynote, to each panelist and moderator, to our sponsors, to all staff, faculty, students, and community members who have filled the day with thoughtful research, discussion, music, poetry, and questions. It's really appreciated and has created such a communal, collective space of learning and teaching. The recording of all of today's panels will be posted on the Levy Center webpage in the coming couple of weeks. And we want to wish you all good health and safety. Thank you for being a part of engendering Ladino transmission, language, and creation. And I hope you all have a wonderful evening. We'll see you soon. Thank you so much.